Section 14 of The Monomaniac by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14. Chapter 8. The train did not reach the Paris terminus before 10:40 at night. There had been a stoppage of 20 minutes at Rouen to give the passengers time to dine, and Séverine had hastened to telegraph to her husband that she would only return to Havre by the express on the following night. As they left Mantes, Piqueux had an idea. Mother Victoire, his wife, had been at the hospital for a week, laid up with a severely sprained ankle occasioned by a fall, and as he could find a bed at the house of some friends, he desired to offer their room to Madame Roubaud. She would be much more comfortable than at a hotel in the neighborhood, and could remain there until the following night as if she were at home. And when she approached the locomotive, among the swarm of passengers, who at last left the carriages under the marquee, Jacques advised her to accept, at the same time holding out to her the key which the fireman had given him. But Séverine hesitated. "No," said she. "I've a cousin. She will make me up a bed." Jacques looked at her so earnestly that she ended by taking the key, while he, bending forward, whispered, "Wait for me." Séverine had only to take a few steps up the Rue de Amsterdam and turn into the impasse, or blind alley of the same name, but the snow was so slippery that she had to walk very cautiously. She had the good fortune to find the door of the house still open, and ascended the staircase without even being seen by the portress, who was deep in a game of dominoes with a neighbor. On the 5th floor she opened the door and closed it so softly that certainly none of the neighbors could suspect her there. Crossing the land on the floor below, she had very distinctly heard laughter and singing at the Daverners, doubtless one of the small receptions of the two sisters, who invited their friends to musical evenings once a week. And now that Séverine had closed the door and found herself in the oppressive darkness of the room, she could still distinguish the sound of the lively gaiety of all this youth coming through the boards. For a moment the obscurity seemed to her complete, and she started when the cuckoo clock, amidst the gloom, began to ring out 11 with deep strokes, a sound she recognized. Then her eyes became accustomed to the dimness of the apartment. The two windows stood out in two pale squares, lighting the ceiling with the reflex of the snow. She was already beginning to find her way about, seeking for the matches on the sideboard in a corner where she recollected having seen them. But she had more difficulty in finding a candle. At last she discovered the end of one at the back of a drawer, and having put a lucifer to it, the room was lit up. At once she cast a rapid, anxious glance around, as if to make sure that she was quite alone. She recognized everything: the round table where she had lunched with her husband, the bed draped with red cotton material, beside which he had knocked her down with a blow from his fist. It was there, sure enough. Nothing had been changed in the room during her absence of 6 months. Séverine slowly removed her hat, but as she was also about to set aside her cloak, she shivered. It was as cold as ice in this room. In a small box near the stove were coal and firewood. Immediately, without taking off her wraps, she began to light the fire. This occupation amused her, serving as a diversion from the uneasiness she had at first experienced. When the stove began to draw, she busied herself with other household duties, arranging the chairs as it pleased her to see them, looking out clean sheets, and making the bed again, which caused her a deal of trouble, as it was unusually wide. She felt annoyed to find nothing to eat or drink in the sideboard. Doubtless Piqueux had made a clean sweep of everything during the 3 days he had been master there. It was the same in regard to the light, there being only this single bit of candle. And now, feeling very warm and lively, she stood in the middle of the room, glancing round to make sure that everything was in order. Then, just as she was beginning to feel astonished that Jacques had not yet arrived, a whistle drew her to one of the windows. It was the 11:20 through train to Havre that was leaving. Below the vast expanse, the trench extending from the station to the Batignolles tunnel, appeared one sheet of snow where naught could be distinguished save the fan of metals with its black branches. The engines and carriages on the sidings formed white heaps, looking as if they rested beneath coverings of ermine, and between the immaculate glass of the great marquise and the ironwork of the Pont de l'Europe, bordered with frets, the houses in the Rue de Rome opposite, in spite of the darkness, could be seen jumbled together in a tint of dirty yellow. The through train for Havre went along, crawling and somber, its front lamp boring the obscurity with a bright flame. and Séverine watched it vanish under the bridge, reddening the snow with its 3 backlights. On turning from the window, she gave another brief shiver. Was she really quite alone? She seemed to feel a warm breath heating the back of her neck, a brutal blow grazing her skin through her clothes. Her widely opened eyes again looked round. No one. What could Jacques be after, to remain so long as this? Another 10 minutes passed. A slight scraping, a sound of fingernails scratching against wood alarmed her. Then she understood, and hastened to open the door. It was Jacques with a bottle of Malaga and a cake. In an outburst of tenderness, she threw her arms round his neck, rippling with laughter. "Oh, you pet of a man to have thought to bring something," she exclaimed. But he quickly silenced her. "Hush, hush," he whispered. And she, fancying he might be pursued by the portress, lowered her voice. No, as he was about to ring, he had the luck to see the door open to let out a lady and her daughter, who had no doubt come down from the Duvergnes, and he had been able to come up unperceived. Only there, on the landing, through the door standing ajar, he had just caught sight of the news-vendor woman who was finishing a little washing in a basin. "Let us make as little noise as possible," said he. "Speak low." Séverine replied by squeezing him passionately in her arms and covering his face with silent kisses. This game of mystery, speaking no louder than a whisper, diverted her. "Yes, yes," she said. "You shall see. We will be as quiet as 2 little mice." She took all kinds of precautions in laying the table. 2 plates, 2 glasses, 2 knives, stopping with a desire to burst out laughing when one article, set down too hastily, rang against another. Jacques, who was watching her, also became amused. "I thought you would be hungry," said he in a low voice. "Why, I am famished," she answered. "We dined so badly at Rouen." "Well, then, let me run down and fetch a fowl," he suggested. "Ah, no," said she. "The portress might not let you come up again. No, the cake will do." They immediately seated themselves side by side, almost on the same chair, and the cake was divided and eaten amid the frolics of sweethearts. She said she was thirsty and swallowed 2 glasses of Malaga, one after the other, which flushed her cheeks. The stove, reddening behind their backs, thrilled them with warmth, but as he was kissing her on the neck too loudly, she in her turn stopped him. "Hush, hush," she whispered. She made him a sign to listen, and in the silence they distinguished a swaying movement to the accompaniment of music, ascending from the Duvergnes. These young ladies had just arranged a hop. Hard by, the news-vendor was throwing the soapy water from her basin down the sink on the landing. She shut her door. The dancing downstairs had for a moment ceased, and outside, beneath the window, nothing could be heard but a dull rumble, stifled by the snow, the departure of a train, which seemed weeping with low whistles. "An Achille train," murmured Jacques. 10 minutes to 12. She made no answer, being absorbed by thoughts of the past, in her fever of happiness, living over again the hours she had passed there with her husband. Was this not the bygone lunch, continuing with the cake, eaten on the same table amid the same sounds? She became more and more excited. Recollections flowed fast upon her. Never had she experienced such a burning necessity to tell her sweetheart everything, to deliver herself up to him completely. She felt, as it were, the physical desire to do so. It seemed to her that she would belong to him more absolutely were she to make her confession in his ear. Past events came vividly to her mind. Her husband was there. She turned her head, imagining she had just seen his short hirsute hand pass over her shoulder to grasp the knife. "Hello, the candle is going out," said Jacques. She shrugged her shoulders as if to say she did not care. Then, stifling a laugh, she whispered, "I've been good, eh?" "Oh, yes," he answered. "No one has hurt us. We've been exactly like 2 little mice." They said no more. The room was in darkness. Barely could the pale squares of glass be distinguished at the 2 windows. But on the ceiling appeared a ray from the stove, forming a round crimson spot. Both gazed at it with wide-open eyes. The music had ceased. There came a slamming of doors, and then all the house fell into the peacefulness of heavy slumber. The train from Caen, arriving below, shook the turntables with dull shocks that barely reached them, so far did they seem away. And now Séverine again felt the desire to make her confession. She had been tormented by this feeling for weeks. The round spot on the ceiling increased in size, appearing to spread out like a spurt of blood. She had a fit of hallucination by looking at it. The objects round the bedstead took voices, relating the story aloud. She felt the words rising to her lips in the nervous wave passing through her frame. How delightful it would be to have nothing hidden, to confide in him entirely. "You know, darling," she began. Jacques, who had also been steadily watching the red spot, understood what she was about to say. He had observed her increasing uneasiness in regard to this obscure, hideous subject which was present in both their minds, although they never alluded to it. Hitherto he had prevented her speaking, dreading the precursory shiver of this former complaint, trembling lest their affection might suffer if they were to talk of blood together. But on this occasion he did not feel the strength to bend his head and seal her lips with a kiss. He thought it settled that she would say all, and so he was relieved of his anxiety when, appearing to become troubled, she hesitated, then shrank back and observed, "You know, darling, my husband suspects we are in love with one another." At the last second, in spite of herself, it was the recollection of what had passed the night before at Havre that came to her lips instead of the confession. "Oh, do you think so?" he murmured, incredulous. "He seems so nice. He gave me his hand again this morning." "I assure you he knows," she replied. "I have the proof." Séverine paused. Then, after a quivering meditation, she exclaimed, "Oh, I hate him! I hate him!" Jacques was surprised. He had no ill feeling against Roubaud. "Indeed, why is that?" he inquired. "He does not interfere with us." Without replying, she repeated, "I hate him. The mere idea of his being beside me is a torture. Ah, if I could, I would run away. I would remain with you." Jacques pressed her to him. Then, after another pause, she resumed, "But you do not know, darling." The confession was on her lips again, fatally, inevitably, and this time he felt certain that nothing in the world would delay it. Not a sound could be heard in the house. The news vendor even must have been in deep slumber. Outside, Paris, covered with snow, was wrapped in silence. Not a rumble of a vehicle could be heard in the streets. The last train for Havre, which had left at 20 minutes after midnight, seemed to have borne away the final vestige of life in the station. The stove had ceased roaring. The fire, burning to ashes, gave fresh vigor to the red spots circling on the ceiling like a terrified eye. It was so warm that a heavy, stifling mist seemed to weigh down on them. "Darling, you do not know," she repeated. Then he also spoke, unable to restrain himself any longer. Yes, I know," said he. "No, you may think you do, but you cannot know," she answered. "I know that he did it for the legacy," he retorted. She made a movement and gave an involuntary little nervous laugh. "Ah, bosh, the legacy," she remarked. And in a very low voice, so low that a moth grazing the window panes would have made a louder sound, she related her childhood at the house of the sister of President Grandmarin. Gaining courage as she proceeded, she continued in her low tone. "Just fancy, it was here in this room last February. You recollect, at the time when he had his quarrel with the sub-prefect. We had lunched very nicely, just as we have supped now, there on that table. Naturally, he knew nothing. I had not gone out of my way to relate the story. But all of a sudden, about a ring, an old present, about nothing. I know not how it occurred. He understood everything. Oh, my darling, no, you cannot imagine how he treated me." After a shudder, she resumed. "With a blow from his fist, he knocked me to the ground, and then he dragged me along by the hair. Next, he raised his heel above my face, as if he would crush it. No, as long as I live, I shall never forget that. After this came more blows, to force me to answer his questions. No doubt he loved me. He must have been very much pained when he heard all he made me tell him, and I confess that it would have been more straightforward on my part to have warned him before our marriage. Only, you must understand that this intrigue was old and forgotten. No one but a positive savage would have become so mad with jealousy. You yourself, my darling, will you cease to love me on account of what you now know?" Jacques had not moved. He sat inert, reflecting. He felt very much surprised. Never had he a suspicion of such a story. How everything became complicated when the will sufficed to account for the crime. But he preferred that matters should be as they were. The certainty that the couple had not killed for the money relieved him of a feeling of contempt. "I cease to love you? Why?" he inquired. "I do not care a fig about your past. It does not concern me." After a silence he added, "And then what about the old man?" In a very low tone, with an effort of all her being, she confessed. "Yes, we killed him," she answered. "He made me write to the president to leave by the express at the same time as we did, and not to show himself until he reached Rouen. I remained trembling in my corner, distracted at the thought of the woe into which we were plunging. Opposite me sat a woman in black, who said nothing, and who gave me a great fright. I could not even look at her. I imagined she could distinctly read in our brains what was passing there, that she knew very well what we meant to do. It was thus that the 2 hours were spent from Paris to Rouen. I did not utter one word. I did not move, but closed my eyes to make believe I was asleep. I felt him beside me, motionless also, and what terrified me was my knowledge of the terrible things that were rolling in his head, without being able to make an exact guess of what he had resolved to do. Ah, what a journey! With that whirling flood of thoughts amidst the whistling of the locomotive and the jolting and the thunder of the wheels. "But as you were not in the same compartment, how were you able to kill him?" inquired Jacques. "Wait a minute, and you will understand," answered Séverine. "It was all arranged by my husband, but if the plan proved successful, it was entirely due to chance. There was a stoppage of 10 minutes at Rouen. We got down, and he compelled me to walk with him to the coupé occupied by the president, like persons who were stretching their legs. And there, seeing Monsieur Grandmarin at the door, he affected surprise as if unaware of his being in the train. On the platform there was a crush. A stream of people forced their way into the second-class carriages, all going to Havre, where there was to be a fête on the morrow. When they began to close the doors, the president invited us into his compartment. I hesitated, mentioning our valise, but he cried out that there was no fear of anyone taking it, and that we could return to our carriage at Barenton, as he would be getting down there. At one moment my husband, who was anxious, seemed as if he wanted to run and fetch the valise, but at that same minute the guard whistled, and Roubaud, making up his mind, pushed me into the coupé, got in after me, closed the door, and put up the glass. How it happened that we were not perceived, I have never been able to comprehend. A number of persons were running. The railway officials appeared to lose their heads. Finally, not a single witness came forward who had seen anything. At last the train slowly left the station. She paused a few seconds, unconsciously living the scene over again, and then resumed. During the first moments in that coupé, as I felt the ground flying beneath me, I was quite dizzy. At the commencement I thought of nothing but our valise. How were we to recover it, and would it not betray us if we left it where it was? The whole thing seemed to me stupid, devoid of reason, like a murder dreamed of by a child under the influence of nightmare, which anyone must be mad to think of putting into execution. We should be arrested next day and convicted. But I sought to calm myself with the reflection that my husband would shrink from the crime, that it would not take place, that it could not. And yet, at the mere sight of him chatting with the president, I understood that his resolution remained as immutable as it was ferocious. Still, he was quite calm. He even talked merrily after his usual manner, and it must have been in his intelligible look alone, which ever and anon rested on me, that I read his obstinate determination. He meant to kill him a mile farther on, perhaps 2, at the exact place he had settled in his mind, and as to which I was in ignorance. This was certain. One could even see it glittering in the tranquil glances which he cast upon the other who presently would be no more. I said nothing, feeling a violent interior trepidation, which I exerted myself to conceal by smiling when either of them looked at me. How was it that I never even thought of preventing all this? It was only later on, when I sought to understand my attitude, that I felt astonished I did not run to the door and shout out, or that I did not pull the alarm bell. At that time, I was as if paralyzed. I felt myself radically powerless. When I only think that I have not the courage to bleed a fowl,
Oh, what I suffered on that hideous night! Oh, the frightful horror that howled within me!
But tell me, said Jacques, did you help him to kill the old fellow? I was in a corner, she continued without answering. My husband sat between me and the president, who occupied the other corner. They chatted together about the forthcoming elections. From time to time I noticed my husband bend forward and cast a glance outside to find out where we were, as if impatient. Each time he acted thus, I followed his eyes, and also ascertained how far we had traveled. The night was not very dark. The black masses of trees could be seen filing past with furious rapidity, and there was always that thunder of wheels, such as I had never heard before. A frightful tumult of enraged and moaning voices, a lugubrious wail of animals howling at death. The train flew along at full speed. Suddenly there came flashes of light and the reverberating echo of the locomotive and carriages passing betwixt the buildings of a station. We were at Mérombe, already 2 leagues and a half from Rouen. Moulins would be next, and then Barenton. Where would the thing happen? Did he intend waiting until the last minute? I was no longer conscious of time or distances. I abandoned myself like the stone that falls to this deafening downfall in the gloom, when on passing through Moulins I all at once understood. The deed would be done in the tunnel, less than a mile farther on. I turned towards my husband. Our eyes met, yes, in the tunnel. 2 minutes more. The train flew along. We passed the Dieppe embranchment where I noticed the pointsman at his post. At this spot are some hills, and there I imagined I could distinctly see men with their arms raised, loading us with imprecations. Then the engine gave a long whistle. We were at the entrance to the tunnel, and when the train plunged into it, oh, how that low-vaulted roof resounded! You know those sounds of an upheaval of iron similar to a hammer striking on an anvil, and which I, in this second or two of craziness, transformed into the rumble of thunder. She shivered, and broke off to say in a voice that had changed and was almost merry, "Isn't it stupid, darling, to still feel the cold in the marrow of one's bones? And yet I'm warm enough. Besides, you know there is nothing whatever to fear. The case is shelved. Without counting that the bigwigs connected with the government are even less anxious than ourselves to throw light on it. Oh, I saw through it all, and am quite at ease." Then she added, without seeking to conceal her merriment, "As for you, you can boast of having given us a rare fright. But tell me, I have often wondered, what was it you actually did see?" "What I told the magistrate, nothing more," he answered. "One man murdering another. You two behaved so strangely with me that you aroused my suspicions. At one moment I seemed to recognize your husband. It was only later on, though, that I became absolutely certain." She gaily interrupted him. "Yes, in the square. The day when I told you no. Do you remember? The first time we were alone in Paris together. How peculiar it was. I told you it was not us, and knew perfectly well that you thought the contrary. It was as if I had told you all about it, was it not? Oh, darling, I have often thought of that conversation, and I really believe it is since that day I love you." After a pause, she resumed the story of the crime. The train flew through the tunnel, which is very long. It takes 3 minutes to reach the end, as you know. To me it seemed like an hour. The president had ceased talking in consequence of the deafening clatter of clashing iron, and my husband at this last moment must have lost courage, for he still remained motionless. Only in the dancing light of the lamp I noticed his ears become violet. Was he going to wait until we were again in the open country? The crime seemed to me so fatally inevitable that henceforth I had but one desire, to be no longer subjected to this torture of waiting to have it all over. Why on earth did he not kill him, as the thing had to be done? I would have taken the knife and settled the matter myself. I was so exasperated with fear and suffering. He looked at me. No doubt he read my thoughts on my face, for all of a sudden he fell upon the president, who had turned to glance through the glass at the door, grasping him by the shoulders. Monsieur Grandmorin, in a scare, instinctively shook himself free, and stretched out his arm towards the alarm knob just above his head. He managed to graze it, but was seized again by my husband, and thrown down on the seat with such violence that he found himself doubled up. His open mouth uttered frantic yells in stupefaction and terror, which were drowned in the uproar of the train.
while I heard my husband distinctly repeating the word beast, 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 in a passionate hiss. But the noise subsided. The train left the tunnel. The pale country appeared once more with the dark trees filing past. I had remained stiffened in my corner, pressing against the back of the coupé as far off as possible. How long did the struggle last? Barely a few seconds. And yet it seemed to me it would never end, that all the passengers were now listening to the cries, that the trees saw us. My husband, holding the open knife in his hand, could not strike the blow, being driven back, staggering on the floor of the carriage, by the kicks of his victim. He almost fell to his knees, and the train flew on, carrying us along full speed, while the locomotive whistled as we approached the level crossing at La Croix de Maufras. Without me being able to recall afterwards how the thing occurred, I know it was then that I threw myself on the legs of the struggling man. Yes, I let myself fall like a bundle, crushing his two lower limbs with all my weight, so that he was unable to move them any more. And if I saw nothing, I felt it all. The shock of the knife in the throat, the long quivering of the body, and then death, which came with 3 hiccups, with a sound like the running down of a broken clock. Oh, that quivering fit of agony! I still feel the echo of it in my limbs. Jacques, eager for details, wanted to interrupt her with questions, but she was now in a hurry to finish. "No, wait," said she. As I rose from my seat, we flashed past La Croix de Maufras. I distinctly perceived the front of the house with the shutters closed, and then the box of the gatekeeper. Another 3 miles, 5 minutes at the most, before reaching Barrington. The corpse was doubled up on the seat, the blood running from it forming a large pool, and my husband, standing erect, besotted as if with drink, reeling in the swaying of the train, gazed on his victim as he wiped the knife with his pocket handkerchief. This lasted a minute, without either of us doing anything for our safety. If we kept this corpse with us, if we remained there, everything perhaps would be discovered when the train stopped at Barrington. But my husband had put the knife in his pocket. He seemed to wake up. I saw him search the clothes of the dead man, take his watch, his money, all he could find, and opening the door, he did his utmost to thrust the body out on the line without taking it in his arms, being afraid of the blood. "Assist me," said he. "Push at the same time as I do." I did not even attempt to try. My limbs were without feeling. With an oath he repeated, "Will you push with me?" The head, which had gone out first, hung down to the step, while the trunk, rolled into a ball, would not pass, and the train flew on. At last, in response to a stronger effort, the corpse turned over, and disappeared amidst the thunder of the wheels. "Ah, the beast! So it is all over," said my husband. Then, picking up the rug, he threw that out as well. There were now only us 2 standing before the pool of blood on the seat, where we dare not sit down. The open door continued beating backward and forward, and broken down and bewildered as I was, I did not at first understand what my husband was doing when I saw him get out and in his turn disappear. But he returned. "Come quick, follow me," said he, "unless you want them to cut our heads off." I did not move. He became impatient. "Come on," he repeated with an oath. "Our compartment is empty." Our compartment empty. Then he had been there. Was he quite certain that the woman in black who did not speak, whom one could not see, was he quite certain that she had not remained in a corner? "If you don't come, I'll throw you on the line like the other one," he threatened. He had entered the carriage, and pushed me as a brute, half mad. I found myself outside on the step, with my 2 hands clinging to the brass rail. Leaving the coupé after me, he carefully closed the door. Go on," said he, but I did not dare. I stood there, borne along in the whirling flight of the train, beaten by the wind, which was blowing a gale. My hair came unbound, and I thought my stiffened fingers would lose their hold on the rail. "Go on," he exclaimed with another oath. He continued pushing me, and I had to advance, hand over hand, keeping close to the carriages, with my skirt and petticoats blowing about and embarrassing the action of my lower limbs. Already in the distance, after a curve, one could see the lights of the Barrington station. The engine began to whistle. "Go on," repeated my husband, still swearing at me. Oh, that infernal riot, that violent vacillation amidst which I walked! It seemed as if I had been caught in a storm that swept me along like a straw to cast me against a wall. The country flew behind my back. The trees followed me in a furious gallop, turning over and over, twisted, each uttering a short moan as it passed. When I came to the end of the carriage, and had to take a stride to reach the footboard of the next, and grasp the other rod, I stopped, having lost all courage. Never should I have the strength to do it. "Go on," said my husband, accompanying the words with his usual imprecation. He was behind. He gave me a push, and I closed my eyes. I know not how it was I continued to advance, possibly by the force of instinct, as an animal who has planted his claws into something and means not to fall. How was it, too, that nobody saw us? We passed before 3 carriages, one of which was a second-class carriage, completely crammed. I remember seeing the heads of the passengers ranged in a line in the light of the lamp. I believe I should recognize them if I were to meet them one of these days. There was a stout man with red whiskers, and I particularly recollect 2 young girls who were leaning forward laughing. Go on," exclaimed my husband with 2 frightful oaths, and I hardly remember what followed. The lights at Barrington were drawing near. The locomotive whistled. My last sensation was one of being dragged along, carried anyhow, caught up by the hair. My husband must have grabbed hold of me, opened the door over my shoulder, and thrown me into the compartment. I was reclining breathless and half fainting in a corner when we stopped, and without making a movement, I heard my husband exchange a few words with the station-master. Then, when the train went on again, he sank down on the seat, exhausted also. Between Barrington and Havre, neither of us said a word. Oh, I hate him. I hate him for all those abominations he made me suffer.
End of section 14. Section 15 of The Monomaniac by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 15.
"And so you sank down on his legs and felt him dying?" inquired Jacques. The unknown was being revealed to him. A ferocious wave ascended from his inside, filling his head with a crimson vision. His curiosity about the murder returned. "And then the knife. You felt the knife go in?" he continued. "Yes, with a thud," she answered. "Ah, a thud," said he. "Not a rip? Are you sure of that?" No, she replied. "Nothing but a shock." "And then he quivered, eh?" he suggested. "Yes. He gave 3 twitches from top to toe, and they lasted so long that I even felt them in his feet," she said. "And those twitches stiffened him, did they not?" he persisted. "Yes," she answered. "The first was very long, the other 2 weaker." "And then he died?" he continued. "And what effect did it have on you, when you felt him expire under the knife?" "On me? Oh, I don't know," she said. "You don't know? Why tell stories?" he asked her. Describe to me your feeling quite frankly. Was it pain?" No, not pain," said she. "Pleasure?" he inquired. "Pleasure?" she answered. "Ah, no, not pleasure." "Then what, my love?" he urged. "I implore you to tell me all. If you only knew. Tell me what one feels." "Good heavens!" she exclaimed. "How is it possible to describe it? It is frightful. You are borne away. Oh, so far, I lived longer in that 1 minute than in all my previous life."
The crimson reflex had disappeared from the ceiling, and the fire had died out. The room became cooler in the intense cold outside. Not a sound ascended from Paris padded with snow. For a moment, the news vendor in the adjoining room could be heard snoring, and then the whole house subsided into complete silence. Séverine had succumbed to invincible slumber. The cuckoo clock had just struck 3. Jacques was unable to close his eyes, which a hand invisible in the obscurity seemed to keep open. He could now distinguish nothing in the room. Every object had disappeared. Stove, furniture, and walls. He had to turn round to find the 2 pale squares of windows, which appeared motionless and faint as in a dream. Notwithstanding his excessive fatigue, prodigious cerebral activity kept him in a thrill, ceaselessly unwinding the same coil of ideas. Each time that by an effort of will he fancied himself slipping off to sleep, the same haunting pictures began filing by again, awakening the same sensations. And the scene unfolded thus, with mechanical regularity,
while his fixed, wide-open eyes became clouded, was that of the murder, detail by detail. It kept returning again and again, identically the same, gaining hold on him, driving him crazy. The knife entering the throat with a thud, the body giving 3 long twitches, life ebbing away in a flood of warm blood, a crimson flood which he fancied he felt coursing over his hands. 20, 30 times the knife went in, and the body quivered. Oh, if he could but deal a blow like that, satisfy his long craving, learn what one experiences, become acquainted with that minute which is longer than a lifetime. In spite of his effort to sleep, the invisible fingers kept his eyes open, and in the darkness the murder scene reappeared in all its sanguinary traits. Then he ceased the struggle and remained a prey to the stubborn vision. He could hear within him the unfettered labor of the brain, the rumble of the whole machine. It came from long ago, from his youth, and yet he had fancied himself cured, for this desire to kill had been dead for months. But since the story of that crime had been told him just now, he had never felt the feeling so intensely. An intolerable warmth ran up his spine, and at the back of the neck he felt a pricking, as if red-hot needles were boring into him. He became afraid of his hands and imprisoned them under him, as if he dreaded some abomination on their part, some act that he was determined not to allow them to commit. Each time the cuckoo clock struck, Jacques counted the strokes. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. He longed for daylight, in the hope that dawn would dispel this nightmare, and now he turned towards the windows, watching the panes of glass. But he could see naught save the vague reflex of the snow. At 4:45 he had heard the through train arrive from Havre with a delay of only 40 minutes, which proved that the line must be clear, and it was not until after 7 that he saw the window panes slowly becoming milky white. At length the darkness in the apartment disappeared, to give place to an uncertain glimmer, in which the furniture looked as if floating. The stove, the cupboard, the sideboard reappeared. He was still unable to close his lids. His eyes seemed determined to see. All of a sudden, before it even became sufficiently light for him to distinguish the object, he had guessed that the knife he had used to cut the cake the previous night lay on the table. He now saw nothing but this knife, a small pointed weapon, and as day grew, all the clear rays from the 2 windows centered upon this thin blade. In terror of what his hands might do, he thrust them farther under him, for he could feel that they were agitated, in open revolt, more powerful than his own will. Would they cease to belong to him, those hands that came from another, bequeathed to him by some ancestor of the days when man strangled animals in the woods? So as not to see the knife, Jacques turned towards Séverine, who was sleeping very calmly in her intense fatigue, with the even respiration of a child. Her mass of unbound black hair made her a somber pillow, and spread over her shoulders. Beneath her chin her throat appeared amidst the curls, a throat of cream-like delicacy, faintly tinted with rose. He gazed at her as if he did not know her, and yet he adored her, carrying her image along with him, impressed on his mind wherever he went. She was ever in his thoughts, even when he was driving his engine, and so much so that on one occasion, when he awoke to reality, as from a dream, it was to find himself going at full speed past a station, in defiance of the signals. But at the sight of that white throat, he was overcome by a sudden inexorable fascination, and with a feeling of horror, of which he still had conscience, he felt the imperious necessity rising within him to take the knife from the table and bury it up to the handle in the flesh of this woman. He heard the thud of the blade entering the throat. He saw the body quake with 3 spasms, then stiffen in the death agony amidst a crimson flood. In the struggle to free himself from these haunting thoughts, he every second lost a little of his will. It seemed to be succumbing to the fixed idea, to be reaching that extremity when a man yields, vanquished, to the impulse of instinct. Everything went wrong. His revolted hands, overcoming his effort to conceal them, became unclasped of themselves and escaped. He then understood that henceforth he was not their master. and that they would go and brutally satisfy themselves if he continued gazing at Séverine. Although it was now broad daylight, the room appeared to him to be full of reddish smoke, as if it was a dawn of icy fog, drowning everything. He shivered with fever. He had taken the knife, and concealed it up to his sleeve, certain of killing one woman, the first he should meet on the pavement outside, when a crumpling of linen, a prolonged sigh, made him turn pale and stop riveted beside the table. It was Séverine waking up. He felt convinced that if he approached her, with that knife in his sleeve, if he only saw her again in all her delicate beauty, there would be an end to that will which kept him firmly standing there close to her. In spite of himself, his hand would rise and bury the knife in her neck. Distracted, he opened the door and fled. It was 8 o'clock when Jacques found himself on the pavement of the Rue d'Amsterdam. The snow had not yet been removed, and the footsteps of the few passers-by could barely be heard. He immediately caught sight of an old woman, but as she happened to be turning the corner of the Rue de Londres, he did not follow her. Being among men, he walked down towards the Place du Havre, grasping the handle of the knife whose blade disappeared up his sleeve. As a girl about 14 left a house opposite, he crossed the road, but only reached the other side to see her enter the shop of a baker next door. His impatience was such that he could not wait, but sought farther on, continuing to descend the street. Since he had quitted the room with his knife, it was no longer he who acted, but the other one. Him who he had so frequently felt stirring in the depths of his being, that unknown party who dated back so very far, who was burning with the hereditary thirst for murder. He had killed in days of yore, and wanted to kill again, and the objects around Jacques were only things in a dream, for he saw them in the light of his fixed idea. His everyday life was as if abolished. He strode along like a somnambulist, without memory of the past, without forethought for the future, a slave to his necessity. His personality was absent from the body, which took its own direction. 2 women who brushed by as they advanced ahead of him caused him to hasten his step, and he had caught them up when a man stopped them. All 3 stood laughing and chatting together. This man being in his way, he began following another woman who went by, looking feeble and gloomy, and presenting a poverty-stricken appearance in her thin shawl. She advanced with short steps, on her way no doubt to some execrated task that was hard and meanly remunerated, for she did not hurry, and her face looked despairingly sad. Nor did he hurry, now that he had found a victim, but waited to select a spot where he could strike her at ease. Probably she perceived him following her, as her eyes turned towards him in unutterable distress, astonished that anybody could wish to have anything to say to her. She had already led him to the middle of the Rue de Havre, where she turned round twice more, each time preventing him plunging the knife which he drew from his sleeve into her throat. Her eyes looked so full of misery, and so supplicating. He would strike her down over there, as she stepped from the pavement. But he abruptly turned aside in pursuit of another woman coming the opposite way, and he acted thus without reason, without will, simply because she happened to be passing at that minute. Jacques followed her towards the station. This young woman was very lively, and walked with sonorous tread. She looked adorably pretty. She could be no more than 20, and was plump and fair, with lovely, merry eyes that laughed at life. Apparently in a great hurry, she did not even notice that a man was following her, but briskly ascended the flight of steps in the Cour de Havre into the Grand Hall, along which she almost ran in her haste to reach the ticket office at the Ceinture line. And as she there asked for a first-class ticket to Auteuil, Jacques took the same. He then accompanied her through the waiting rooms, onto the platform, and seated himself beside her in the compartment she selected. The train at once started. "I have plenty of time," thought he. "I'll kill her in a tunnel." But opposite them, an elderly lady, the only other person there, had just recognized the young woman. "What? Is it you?" she exclaimed. "Where are you off to so early?" The other laughed heartily with a comical gesture of despair. "Only fancy," said she. "One cannot go anywhere without meeting somebody one knows. I hope you will not betray me. Tomorrow is the birthday of my husband, and as soon as he went away to business I set out on my errand. I am going to Auteuil to find a florist who has an orchid which my husband has set his mind on. A surprise, you understand. The elderly lady nodded her head up and down with tender benevolence. "And how is the baby?" she inquired. "The baby?" answered the young mother. "Oh, she is going on beautifully. You know, I weaned her a week ago. You should see her eating her pap. We are all remarkably well. It is perfectly disgraceful." She laughed louder than ever, displaying the white teeth between her ruby lips. And Jacques, who had seated himself on her right, his knife in his fist, hidden under his leg, said to himself that he was in a first-rate position to deal the blow. He had only to raise his arm and turn half round to have her within reach, but in the Batignolles tunnel, the thought of something she wore around her neck stopped him. "There is a knot which will inconvenience me," he reflected. "I want to be quite sure." The two ladies continued chatting gaily together. "So I see you are happy," remarked the older one. "Happy? Ah, if I could only tell you to what extent," replied the other. 2 years ago I was nobody at all. You remember. There was no amusement at the home of my aunt, and I was without a sou of dowry. When he used to call, I trembled. I had become so fond of him. He was so handsome, so wealthy. And he is mine, my husband, and we have baby between us. I assure you it is too delightful." Jacques, in examining the knot of the scarf, perceived a big gold locket underneath, attached to a black velvet band, and he calculated how he would proceed. "I will grasp her by the neck," thought he, "with my left hand, and thrust aside the locket, as I put her head back, to have the throat free." The train stopped and went on again every few minutes, the stations being so close together. Short tunnels followed one another at Courcelles and Neuilly. Presently would do. 1 minute would be sufficient. "Did you go to the seaside last summer?" inquired the old lady. "Yes," answered the other. "To Brittany for 6 weeks in an out-of-the-way corner. A perfect paradise. Then we passed September in Poitou, at the seat of my father-in-law, who owns extensive woods down there." "And you are going to the south for the winter?" said the old lady. "Yes," answered the younger one. "We shall be at Caen about the 15th. The house is taken, a delightful bit of garden facing the sea. We have sent someone down to prepare the place. Neither of us fear the cold, but then the sun is so nice. We shall be back in March. Next year we intend to remain in Paris. After 2 years, when baby is big, we mean to travel. I hardly know what afterwards. It is one constant holiday." She was so overflowing with felicity that, yielding to a feeling of expansion, she turned towards Jacques, towards this unknown individual, to smile at him. In making this movement, the knot of her scarf was displaced, carrying the locket away with it, and revealing the rosy neck with a slight dimple gilded by the shadow. The fingers of Jacques clutched the handle of the knife, at the same time as he formed an irrevocable resolution. "That is the spot where I will deal the blow," said he to himself. "Yes, in the tunnel before reaching Passy." But at the Trocadero station a member of the staff got in, who, knowing Jacques, began to talk about a theft of coal that had been brought home to a driver and his fireman. From that moment everything became confused. Later on he was never able to establish the facts exactly. The laughter continued in such a beam of happiness that he felt as if penetrated and appeased by it. Perhaps he went as far as Auteuil with the two ladies, only he had no recollection of seeing them leave the carriage. In the end he found himself beside the Seine, without knowing how he came there. But he had the distinct remembrance of casting the knife, which had remained in his hand with the blade up his sleeve, from the top of the bank into the river. Then he hardly knew what occurred, being half silly, absent from his being, which the other one had also left along with the knife. He must have wandered about for hours through streets and squares, wherever his body chanced to take him. People and houses filed past very faintly. Doubtless he had gone in somewhere to get food at the end of a room full of customers, for he clearly recalled the white plates. He had also the firm impression that he saw a red broadside on the shutters of a shop. And then all sank into a black chasm, to nothingness, where there was neither time nor space, where he lay inert, perhaps since centuries. When Jacques came to himself, he was in his little room in the Rue Cardanet. He had fallen across his bed in his clothes. Instinct had taken him there, just as a lame dog drags himself to his kennel, or his hole. He remembered neither going upstairs nor going to sleep. He awoke from heavy slumber, scared to suddenly regain self-possession, as if after a long fainting fit. Perhaps he had slept 3 hours, perhaps 3 days. All at once his memory returned. The confession Séverine had made of the murder, and his departure like a feline animal in search of blood. He had been beside himself, but he now had full command of his faculties, and felt astounded at what had taken place against his will. Then the recollection of the young woman awaiting him made him leap to his feet at a bound. He looked at his watch, and saw it was already 4 o'clock, and with a clear head, very calm as if after a copious bleeding, he hastened back to the impasse Amsterdam. Séverine had been wrapped in profound slumber until noon. Then, waking up, surprised not to see Jacques there, she had lit the fire, and, dying of inanition, had made up her mind, at about 2 o'clock, to run down and get something to eat at a neighboring restaurant. When Jacques appeared, she had just come up again, after going on a few errands. "Oh, my darling," she exclaimed as he entered the room. "I was most anxious," and she hung round his neck, looking into his eyes quite close. "What has happened?" she added inquiringly. He placidly removed her fears, without feeling in the least troubled. "Oh, nothing," he replied. "A nasty job. When they once get hold of you, they will never let you go." Then Séverine, lowering her voice, became very humble and fondling. "Only think," said she. "I fancied, an ugly thought that caused me a great deal of pain. Yes, I fancied to myself that perhaps after the confession I made, you would have nothing more to do with me, and I imagined you had gone, never, never to return." Tears filled her eyes, and she burst into sobs, pressing him distractedly in her arms. "Oh, my darling," she continued, "if only you knew how I yearn for kindness. Love me fondly, because you see, it is only your love that can make me forget. Now that I have told you all my trouble, you must not leave me. Oh, I implore you." Jacques felt penetrated by this tenderness. An invincible relaxation softened him little by little, and he stammered out, No, I love you. Do not be afraid." And quite overcome, he also wept, in face of the fatality of that abominable evil which had again taken hold of him, and of which he would never be cured. It was shame and despair without limit. Love me fondly also," he continued. "Oh, with all your strength, for I have as great a need of love as you." She shuddered, and wished to know more. "If you are in grief, you must confide in me," said she. No, he replied. "Not grief. Things that do not exist. Moments of sadness that make me horribly unhappy, without it being even possible to speak of them." They strained one another, mingling their frightfully melancholy trouble. It was infinite suffering without any possible oblivion, and without pardon. They wept, and upon them they felt the blind force of life, made up of struggles and death. "Come," said Jacques, disengaging himself. "It is time to think of leaving. Tonight you will be at Havre." Séverine, with clouded brow and vacant eyes, murmured after a silence, "If I were only free, if my husband were no longer there. Ah, how soon we should forget." He gave a violent gesture, and thinking aloud, he muttered, "Still, we cannot kill him." She gazed at him fixedly, and he started, astonished at what he had said, for such an idea had never entered his mind. But as he wished to kill someone, why not kill this embarrassing man? And as he left her to run to the depot, she again clasped him in her arms and smothered him with kisses. "Oh, my darling," she repeated, "love me fondly. I will love you more and more. We shall be happy, you will see." End of section 15. Section 16. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 16. Chapter 9. During the ensuing days at Havre, Jacques and Séverine, who were alarmed, displayed great prudence. As Roubaud knew all, would he not be on the watch to surprise and wreak vengeance on them in a burst of rage? They recalled his previous angry fits of jealousy, his brutalities of a former porter, when he struck out with his clenched fists, and now, observing him so sour, so mute, with his troubled eyes, they imagined he must be meditating some savage, cunning trick,
some stealthy snare to get them in his clutches. So for the first few months, they were ever on the alert, and in meeting one another took all kinds of precautions. Still, Roubaud absented himself more and more. Perhaps he merely disappeared for the purpose of returning unexpectedly to find them together. But this fear proved groundless. His spells of absence became so prolonged that he was never at home, running off as soon as he became free, and only returning at the precise minute when the service claimed him. During the weeks he was on day duty, he managed to get through his 10 o'clock knife and fork breakfast in 5 minutes, and was not seen again before 11:30. And at 5 o'clock in the evening, when his colleague came down to relieve him, he slipped away again, often to remain out the whole night. He barely allowed himself a few hours' sleep. His behavior was similar during the weeks he did night duty. Free at 5 o'clock in the morning, he no doubt ate and slept in the town, as he did not return until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Notwithstanding this disorderly mode of life, he for a long time maintained exemplary punctuality, being invariably at his post at the exact minute, although he was sometimes so worn out that he could hardly keep on his feet. Still he was there, and conscientiously went through his work. Now came interruptions. Moulon, the other assistant station-master, had twice waited an hour for him, and one morning after breakfast, finding he had not returned, he had even in good fellowship sought him out, to save him from a reprimand. All the duty Roubaud had to perform suffered from this slow course of disorganization. In the daytime he was no longer the same active man who, when a train went off or came in, examined everything with his own eyes, noting down the smallest details in his report to his chief, as hard for himself as for those under him. At night he slept like a top in the great armchair in the office. When awake he seemed still sleeping, going and coming along the platform with hands behind his back, giving orders without emphasis, and without verifying their execution. Nevertheless, the work went on satisfactorily, apart from a slight collision, due to his negligence in sending a passenger train onto a shunting line. His colleagues merely laughed, contenting themselves with saying that he went on the spree. The truth was that Roubaud at present passed all his spare time in a small out-of-the-way room on the first floor of the Café du Commerce, which little by little had become a gambling place. It was there the assistant station-master satisfied that morbid passion for play which had commenced on the morrow of the murder through a chance game at piquet, to increase afterwards and become a firmly rooted habit, owing to the absolute diversion and oblivion it afforded. Henceforth, the gambling mania had a firm grip on him, as if it was the sole gratification in which he found contentment. Not that he had ever been tormented through remorse with a desire to forget, but amidst the upheaval at home, amidst his shipwrecked existence, he had found consolation in the diverting influence of this egotistic pleasure, which he could enjoy alone. Everything was obliterated by this passion which completed his disorganization. Alcohol could not have brought him lighter or swifter moments, so free from every anxiety. He had even released himself from the care of life. He seemed to live with extraordinary but disinterested intensity, without being touched by any of those annoyances that formerly made him burst with rage, and apart from the fatigue of sitting up all night, he enjoyed very good health. He even put on fat, a heavy yellow kind of fat, and his lids hung wearily above his troubled eyes. When he went home with his slow, sleepy gestures, it was to display supreme indifference for everything. On the night that Roubaud returned to his lodgings to take the 300 francs in gold from under the parquetry, he wanted to pay Monsieur Coche, the commissary of police at the station, several successive losses he had made. Coche, who was an old gambler, showed magnificent composure, which rendered him redoubtable. Compelled by his duties to keep up the appearances of an old military man who, having remained bachelor, spent all his time at the café as a quiet, regular customer, he averred that he only played for pleasure, which did not prevent him passing the whole night at cards and pocketing all the money of the others. Rumors had got abroad that, owing to his inexactitude in the discharge of his functions, it had become a question of forcing him to resign. But matters dragged on, and there being so little to do, it seemed unnecessary to exact greater zeal. So he continued to confine himself to appearing for an instant on the platform of the station, where everyone bowed to him. 3 weeks after the payment of the first debt, Roubaud owed nearly another 400 francs to Monsieur Coche. He explained that the legacy to his wife put them quite at their ease, but he added with a laugh that she kept the keys of the safe, which explained his delay in discharging his gambling liabilities. Then, one morning, when alone and tormented, he again raised the piece of parquetry and took a 1,000-franc note from the hiding-place. He trembled in all his limbs. He had not experienced such emotion on the night he helped himself to the gold. Doubtless, in his mind, that was only odd change come across by chance, whereas the theft began with this note. It made his flesh creep when he thought of this sacred money, which he had vowed never to touch. Formerly, he had sworn he would sooner die of hunger, and yet he touched it, and he could not explain how he had got rid of his scruples. Doubtless he had lost a portion of them day by day in the slow fermentation of the murder. At the bottom of the hole he fancied he felt something damp, something flabby and nauseous, which gave him horror. Quickly replacing the piece of parquetry, he once more swore that he would cut off his hand rather than remove it again. His wife had not seen him. He drew a breath of relief, and drank a large glass full of water to compose himself. Now his heart beat with delight at the idea of his debt being paid, and of all this sum he would be able to risk on the gambling table. But when it became a question of changing the note, the vexations of Roubaud began again. Formerly he was brave. He would have given himself up, had he not committed the folly of involving his wife in the business, while now the mere thought of the gendarmes made him shiver. It served him but little to know that the judicial authorities were not in possession of the numbers of the notes that had disappeared, and that the criminal proceedings were at rest, shelved forever, in the cardboard boxes. As soon as he formed the project of going somewhere to ask for change, he was seized with terror. For 5 days he kept the note about him, and got into the habit of constantly touching it, of changing its place, of even keeping it with him at night. He built up some very complicated plans, but always to encounter unforeseen apprehensions. At first he thought of getting rid of it at the station. Why should not a colleague in charge of one of the paying-in offices take it from him? Then, when this struck him as extremely dangerous, he conceived the idea of going to the other end of Havre without his uniform cap to purchase the first thing that entered his head. Only, would not the shopman be astonished to see him offer such a big note in payment of so small a purchase? And he had then made up his mind to present the note at the shop of a tobacconist in the Cours Napoleon, where he went daily. Would this not be the most simple course of all? It was known he had inherited the legacy, and the shopkeeper could not be surprised. He walked to the door, but feeling himself falter, he went down to the Vauban dock to muster up courage. After walking about for half an hour, he returned without yet being able to do as he had decided. But in the evening, at the Café du Commerce, as Monsieur Coche happened to be there, a sudden feeling of bravado made him pull the note from his pocket and beg the hostess to change it. But as she did not happen to have sufficient gold, she had to send a waiter to the tobacco shop. Everyone made fun about the note, which seemed quite new, although dated 10 years back. The commissary of police, taking it in his hand, turned it over and over with the remark that it must certainly have been lying in some out-of-the-way place, which made another person relate an interminable story about a hidden fortune being discovered under the marble top of a chest of drawers. Weeks passed, and this money which Roubaud had in his hands sufficed to send his passion to fever heat. It was not that he played for high stakes, but he was pursued by such constant dismal bad luck that the small daily losses added together totaled up to a large amount. Towards the end of the month he found himself without a sou, besides being a few louis in debt, and so ill that he hardly dared touch a card. Nevertheless, he struggled on, and almost had to take to his bed. The idea of the 9 notes remaining there under the floor of the dining-room preyed on his mind at every minute. He could see them through the wood. He felt them heating the soles of his boots. If he chose, he could take another. But this time he had formerly sworn he would rather thrust his hand in the fire than rummage there again. But one night, when Séverine had gone to bed early, he again raised the piece of parquetry, yielding with rage, and distracted with such grief that his eyes filled with tears. What was the use of resisting thus? It was only needless suffering, for he could see that he would now take all the notes one by one until the last.
Next morning, Severine chanced to notice a chip, quite fresh, at the spot where the treasure lay concealed. Stooping down, she found the trace of a dent. Her husband evidently continued taking money, and she was astonished at the anger that got the better of her, for as a rule she was not grasping, and besides, she also fancied herself resolved to die of hunger rather than touch one of those blood-stained notes. But did they not belong to her as much as to him? Why should he avoid consulting her and dispose of them on the sly? Until dinner-time she was tormented by the desire to be positive, and she would in her turn have taken up the parquetry to look, had she not felt a little cold shiver in her hair at the thought of searching there all alone. Would not the dead rise from this hole? This childish fear made the dining-room seem so unpleasant that she took her work and shut herself up in her bedroom. Then, in the evening, as the two were silently eating the remains of a stew, she again became irritated at seeing him cast involuntary glances at the spot where the money was hidden. "You've been helping yourself to some more?" she said interrogatively. He raised his head in astonishment. "Some more what?" he inquired. "Oh, do not act the innocent," she continued. "You understand very well. But listen. I will not have you do it again because it is no more yours than mine, and it upsets me to know that you touch it." Habitually he avoided quarrels. Their life in common had become the mere obligatory contact of two beings bound one to the other, passing entire days without exchanging a word, and henceforth going and coming like indifferent and solitary strangers. So he refused to give any explanation, and contented himself with shrugging his shoulders. But she became very excited. She meant to finish with the matter, with the question of this money hidden there which had made her suffer since the day of the crime. "I insist on you answering me," she exclaimed. "Dare to say that you have not touched it." "What does it matter to you?" he asked. "It matters to me this much," she replied, "that it makes me ill. Again today I was afraid. I could not remain here. Every time you go to that place I have horrible dreams 3 nights in succession. We never mention the subject. Then remain quiet and do not force me to speak about it." He contemplated her with his great staring eyes and repeated in a weighty tone, "What does it matter to you if I touch it? So long as I do not force you to do so, it is my own business and concerns me alone." She was about to make a violent gesture, which she repressed. Then, quite upset, with a countenance full of suffering and disgust, she exclaimed, "Ah, indeed, I do not understand you. And yet you were an honest man. Yes, you would never have taken a sou from anyone. And what you did might have been forgiven, for you were crazy, and made me the same. But this money, this abominable money, which should not exist for you, and which you are stealing so by so for your pleasure. What has happened? How could you have fallen so low?" He listened to her, and in a moment of lucidity he also felt astonished that he should have arrived at thieving. The phases of the slow demoralization were becoming effaced. He was unable to rejoin what the murder had severed around him. He failed to understand how another existence, how almost a new being had commenced. With his home destroyed, his wife standing aside and hostile, but the unavoidable subject at once became uppermost in his mind. He gave a gesture as if to free himself from troublesome reflections, and growled, "When there is no pleasure at home, one seeks diversion outside, as you no longer love me." "Oh, no, I have no more love for you," she interrupted. He looked at her, gave a blow with his fist on the table, and the blood rushed to his face. "Then leave me alone!" he exclaimed. "Do I interfere with your amusements? Do I sit in judgment on you? There are many things an upright man would do in my place, and which I do not do. To begin with, I ought to kick you out at the door. After that, I should perhaps not steal." She had become quite pale, for she also had often thought that when a man, and particularly a jealous man, is ravaged by some internal evil to the point of allowing his wife a sweetheart, there exists an indication of moral gangrene invading his being, destroying the other scruples, and entirely disorganizing his conscience. But she struggled inwardly, refusing to hold herself responsible, and in an unsteady voice she exclaimed, "I forbid you to touch the money." He had finished eating, and quietly folding up his napkin, he rose, saying in a bantering tone, "If you want to share the cash, let us do so." He was already bending down as if to take up the piece of parquetry, and she had to rush forward to place her foot on it. "No, no," she pleaded. "You know I would prefer death. Do not open it. No, no, not before me." That same night, Séverine had an appointment with Jacques behind the goods station. When she returned home after 12 o'clock, the scene with her husband in the evening recurred to her, and she double-locked herself in her bedroom. Roubaud was on night duty, and she had no anxiety lest he should return home and come to bed, a circumstance that very rarely happened, even when he had his nights to himself. But with bedclothes to her chin, and the lamp turned down, she failed to get sleep. Why had she refused to share? And she found that her ideas of honesty were not so keen as before, at the thought of taking advantage of this money. Had she not accepted the legacy of La Croix de Maufras? Then she could very well take the money also. Now the shivering fit returned. No, no, never. Money she would have taken. What she dared not touch, without fear of literally burning her fingers, was this money stolen from a dead body, this abominable money of the murder. She again recovered calm, and reasoned with herself. If she had taken the money, it would not have been to spend it. On the contrary, she would have hidden it somewhere else, buried it in a place known to her alone, where it would have remained eternally, and at this hour even, half the amount would still be saved from the hands of her husband. He would not enjoy the triumph of having it all. He would not be able to gamble away what belonged to her. When the clock struck 3, she felt mortally sorry that she had refused to share. A thought indeed came to her, still confused, and far from being determined on. Supposing she were to get up and search beneath the parquetry, so that he might have nothing more. Only she was seized with such icy coldness that she would not dream of it. Take all, keep all, without him daring to complain. And this plan, little by little, gained on her, while a will stronger than her resistance arose from the unconscious depths of her being. She would not do it, and yet she abruptly leapt from the bed, for she could not restrain herself. Turning up the lamp, she passed into the dining-room. From that moment Séverine ceased trembling. Her terror left her, and she proceeded calmly, with the slow and precise gestures of a somnambulist. She had to fetch the poker which served to raise the piece of parquetry, and failing to see when the hole was uncovered, she brought the lamp near it. But then, bending forward, motionless, she became riveted to the spot in stupor. The hole was empty. It appeared evident that while she had gone to her appointment with Jacques, Roubaud had returned, tormented by the same desire as herself to take all and keep all, a desire that had come to him before attacking her, and at one stroke he had pocketed all the banknotes that were left. Not a single one remained. She knelt down, but only perceived the watch and chain at the back of the hiding-place, where the gold sparkled in the dust of the joists. Frigid rage kept her there an instant, rigid and half-nude, repeating aloud a score of times over, "Thief! Thief! Thief!" Then, with a furious movement, she grasped the watch, while a great black spider which she had disturbed fled along the plaster. Replacing the piece of parquetry with blows from her heel, she returned to bed, standing the lamp on the night-table. When she had become warm, she looked at the watch which she held in her hand, turning it over and examining it for a long time. The 2 initials of the president, interlaced on the back of the case, interested her. Inside, she read the number of the manufacturer, 2516. It was a very dangerous piece of jewelry to keep, for the judicial authorities knew the number, but in her anger at being unable to save anything but this, she had no fear. She even felt there would be an end to her nightmares, now that the skeleton had disappeared from under the floor. At last she would be able to tread at home in peace, wherever she pleased. So, slipping the watch beneath her pillow, she turned out the lamp and fell asleep. Next day, Jacques, who was free, had to wait until Roubaud had settled down at the Café du Commerce, in accordance with his habit, to run up and lunch with Séverine. Occasionally, when they dared, they treated themselves to these little diversions, and on that day, as she was eating, still all of a tremble, she spoke to him about the money, relating how she had found the hiding-place empty. Her rancor against her husband was not appeased, and the words she had used the previous night came incessantly to her lips. Thief! Thief! Thief!
Then she brought the watch and insisted on giving it to Jacques in spite of his repugnance to take it.
"But you see, my darling," she said, "no one will ever think of searching for the thing at your place. If it remains with me, he will get possession of it, and rather than that should happen, I would let him tear me to pieces. No, he has had too much already. I did not want the money. It gave me horror. I would never have spent a sou of it. But had he the right to take it? Oh, I hate him."
She was in tears, and persisted with so many supplications that Jacques ended by placing the watch in his waistcoat pocket. An hour had passed when Roubaud, who had his own key, opened the door and stepped in. She was at once on her feet, while Roubaud stopped short and Jacques, who was stupefied, remained seated. Séverine, without troubling to give any sort of explanation, advanced towards her husband and passionately repeated, "Thief! Thief! Thief!" Roubaud hesitated for a second. Then, with that shrug of the shoulders which served to brush everything aside now, he entered the bedroom and picked up a notebook connected with the railway which he had forgotten. But she followed him, giving free play to her tongue. "You have been there again," she said. "Dare to deny that you have been there again, and you have taken it all. Thief! Thief! Thief!" He crossed the dining room without a word. It was only at the door that he turned round to embrace her in his leaden glance and say, "Just let me have peace, eh?" He was gone, and the door did not even bang. He appeared not to have seen, and made no allusion to the sweetheart seated there. From that day, Séverine and Jacques enjoyed perfect freedom, without troubling any further about Roubaud. But if the husband ceased to cause them anxiety, it was not the same with the eavesdropping of Madame Lebleu, the neighbor ever on the watch. She certainly had the idea that something irregular was going on. Jacques might well muffle the sound of his footsteps. At each visit he noticed the opposite door imperceptibly come ajar, and an eye staring at him through the chink. It became intolerable. He no longer dared ascend the staircase, for if he ran the risk, she knew he was there, and her ear went to the keyhole, so that it became impossible to take a kiss, or even to converse at liberty. It was then that Séverine, in exasperation, resumed her former campaign against the Lebleus to gain possession of their lodging. It was notorious that an assistant station-master had always lived there, but it was not now for the superb view afforded by the windows opening on the courtyard at the entrance and stretching to the heights of Ingouville that she desired it. Her sole motive, anent which she never breathed a word, was that the lodging had a second entry, a door opening on a back staircase. Jacques could come up and go out that way without Madame Lebleu having even a suspicion of his visits. At last they would be free. The battle was terrible. This question, which had already impassioned all the corridor, began afresh, and became envenomed from hour to hour. Madame Lebleu, in presence of the menace, desperately defended herself, convinced in her own mind that she would die if shut up in the dark lodging at the back, with the view barred by the roofing of the marquee, and as sad as a prison. How could she live in that black hole? She who was accustomed to her beautifully bright room opening on the vast expanse of country, enlivened by the constant coming and going of travelers, and the state of her lower limbs preventing her from going out for a walk. She would never have aught but the zinc roof to gaze upon. She might just as well be killed straight off. Unfortunately, these were mere sentimental reasons, and she was forced to own that she held the lodging from the former assistant station-master, predecessor of Roubaud, who, being a bachelor, had ceded it to her from motives of courtesy, and it appeared that there even existed a letter from her husband undertaking to vacate the rooms should any future assistant station-master claim them. But as the letter had not yet been found, she denied that it had ever been written. In proportion as her case suffered, she became more violent and aggressive. At one moment, she had sought to involve the wife of Moulin, the other assistant station-master, in the business, and so gain her over to her side by saying that this lady had seen men kiss Madame Roubaud on the stairs. Thereupon Moulin became angry, for his wife, a very gentle and insignificant creature, whom no one ever saw, vowed in tears that she had neither seen nor said anything. For a week all this tittle-tattle swept like a tempest, from one end of the corridor to the other. But the cardinal mistake of Madame Lebleu, and the one destined to bring about her defeat, consisted in constantly irritating Mademoiselle Guichon, the office-keeper, by obstinately spying on her. It was a mania on the part of Madame Lebleu, a firm conviction that this spinster was carrying on an intrigue with the station-master,
and her anxiety to surprise them had become a malady, which was all the more intense as she had had her eye on them for 3 years without surprising anything whatever, not even a breath. So Mademoiselle Guichon, furious that she could neither go out nor come in without being watched, now exerted herself to have Madame Lebleu relegated to the back. A lodging would then separate them, and anyhow, she would no longer have her opposite nor be obliged to pass before her door. Moreover, it was evident that Monsieur Dabadie, the station-master, who hitherto had avoided meddling in the struggle, was becoming more and more unfavorable to the Lebleus every day, which was a grave sign. Besides, the situation became complicated by quarrels. Philomène, who now brought her new-laid eggs to Séverine, displayed great insolence every time she ran across Madame Lebleu, and as the latter purposely left her door open so as to annoy everybody, spiteful remarks were continually being exchanged between the two women. This intimacy of Séverine and Philomène having drifted into confidences, the latter had ended by taking messages from Jacques to his sweetheart when he did not dare run upstairs himself. Arriving with her eggs, she altered the appointments, said why he had been obliged to be prudent on the previous evening, and related how long he had stayed at her house in conversation. Jacques, at times, when an obstacle prevented him meeting Séverine, found no displeasure in passing his time in this way at the cottage of Sauvignon, the head of the engine depot. He accompanied Piqueux, his fireman, there, as if for the purpose of distraction, for he dreaded staying a whole evening alone. But when the fireman disappeared to go from one to another of the drinking resorts frequented by sailors, he called on Philomène alone, entrusted her with a message, then seating himself he remained there some time, and she, becoming little by little mixed up in this love affair, began to be smitten. The small hands and polite manners of this sad lover seemed to her delightful. One evening she unbosomed herself to him, complaining of the fireman, an artful fellow, said she, notwithstanding his jovial manner, quite capable of dealing a nasty blow when intoxicated. Jacques noticed that she now paid more attention to her personal appearance, drank less, and kept the house cleaner. Her brother, Sauvignon, having one night overheard a male voice in the room, entered with his hand raised ready to strike, but recognizing the visitor talking to her, he contented himself with uncorking a bottle of cider. Jacques, who was well received, shook off his fainting fits, and apparently amused himself. Philomène, for her part, displayed warmer and warmer friendship for Séverine, and made no secret of her feelings for Madame Lebleu, whom she alluded to everywhere as an old hag. One night, meeting the two sweethearts at the back of her garden, she accompanied them in the dark to the shed, where they usually concealed themselves. "Ah, well," said she, "it is too good of you. As the lodging is yours, I would drag her out of it by the hair of her head. Give her a good hiding." But Jacques was opposed to a scandal. "No, no," he broke in. "Monsieur Dabadie has the matter in hand. It will be better to wait until it can be properly settled." "Before the end of the month," affirmed Séverine. "I mean to sleep in her room, and we shall then be able to see one another whenever we please." Philomène left them to return home, but hidden in the shadow a few paces away, she paused and faced round. She felt considerable emotion at the knowledge that they were together. Still, she was not jealous. She simply felt the need of loving and of being loved in this same way. Jacques became more and more gloomy every day. On 2 occasions when he could have met Séverine, he invented excuses not to do so, and sometimes when he remained late at the cottages of the Sauvignons, it was also for the purpose of avoiding her. Nevertheless, he still loved her. But now the frightful evil had returned. He suffered from terrible swimming in the head. He turned icy cold. In terror he perceived he was no longer himself, and that the animal was there ready to bite. He sought relief in the fatigue of long journeys, soliciting additional work, remaining 12 hours at a stretch erect on his engine, his body racked by the vacillation, his lungs scorched by the wind. His comrades complained of this hard life of a driver, which did for a man, they say, in a score of years. He would have liked to be done for at once. He was never sufficiently tired, nor did he feel so happy as when borne along by L'Olisson, thinking no more, and with eyes only for the signals. On reaching the end of the run, sleep overpowered him before he even had time to wash. Only when he awoke, the torment of the fixed idea returned. He had also endeavored to resume his former affection for L'Olisson. Again he passed hours cleaning it,
extracting from Piqueux that the steel should shine like silver. The inspectors who got up beside him on the way paid him compliments, but he only shook his head in dissatisfaction, for he knew very well that since the stoppage in the snow it was not the same efficient, valiant engine as formerly. Doubtless, in the repairs to the pistons and slide valves, it had lost some of its principal motive power, that mysterious equilibrium due to the hazard of building. This decay caused him suffering, which turned to bitter vexation, and to such a pitch that he pursued his superiors with unreasonable complaints, asking for unnecessary repairs and suggesting improvements that were impracticable. These being refused, he became more gloomy, convinced that l'Olisson was out of order, and that henceforth he could do nothing decent with the engine. His affection, in consequence, became discouraged. What was the good of loving anything, as he would kill all he loved? Séverine had not failed to observe the change, and she was grieved, thinking this sadness due to her, since he knew all. When she perceived him shudder on her neck, avoid her kiss by abruptly drawing back, was it not because he remembered, and she caused him horror? Never had she dared resume the conversation on the subject. She repented of having spoken, and was surprised at the way her confession had burst from her. As if satisfied at present to have him with her at the bottom of this secret, she forgot how long she had felt the need to confide in him. She loved him more passionately since he knew everything. She only lived for Jacques, and her one dream was that he might carry her away and keep her with him. Of the hideous drama she had merely retained the astonishment of being mixed up in it, and she would not even have felt angry with her husband had he not been in her way. But her execration for this man increased in proportion with her passion for the other. Now that her husband was aware of her intrigue and had absolved her, the sweetheart was the master, the one she would follow, and who could dispose of her as he pleased. She had made him give her his portrait, and she took it to bed with her, falling asleep with her lips glued to the image, and she felt very much pained since she saw him unhappy, without being able to exactly understand what caused him such suffering. Nevertheless, they continued to meet outside until they could see one another at her home, in the new Concord lodging. End of section 16. Section 17. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 17. Winter approached its term, and the month of February proved very mild. They prolonged their walks, sauntering for hours over the open ground adjoining the station. Séverine continued to make her trip to Paris every Friday, and now she did not offer her husband the slightest explanation. For the neighbors, the old pretext, a bad knee, sufficed. And she also said that she went to see her wet nurse, Mother Victoire, who was a long time getting through her convalescence at the hospital. Both Séverine and Jacques still took great pleasure in these journeys. He showed himself particularly attentive to his locomotive. She, delighted to see him less gloomy, found amusement in looking out of the window, notwithstanding that she began to know every little hill and clump of trees on the way. From Havre to Motteville were meadows, flat fields separated by green hedges and planted with apple trees. Then as far as Rouen came a stretch of irregular desert land. After Rouen the Seine streamed by. They crossed it at Sotteville, at Oissel, at Pont de l'Arche. Now it constantly reappeared, expanding to great breadth across the vast plains. From Gaillon it was hardly once lost to view. It ran on the left, slackening in speed between its low banks, bordered with poplars and willows. The train, darting along a hillside, abandoned the river at Bonnières to abruptly meet it once more on issuing from the Robois tunnel at Rosny. It seemed like a friendly companion on the journey, and was crossed 3 times again before reaching Paris. As the train sped gaily on its way, Mantes appeared with its belfry amidst the trees, Triel with its white lime kilns, Poissy, which the line severed in twain in the very heart of the town. Next came the 2 green screens of Saint-Germain Forest, the slope of Colombes, bursting with lilac, and they were in the outskirts of Paris. The city could be perceived from the bridge at Asnières, the distant Arc de Triomphe, towering above sordid buildings, bristling with factory chimneys. The engine plunged beneath Batignolles, and the passengers streamed from the carriages onto the platform of the echoing station. Until night, Séverine and Jacques were free, and belonged to one another. On the return journey, it being dark, she closed her eyes, enjoying her happiness over again. But morning and night, each time she passed La Croix de Maufras, she advanced her head, and without discovering herself cast a furtive glance outside the carriage, certain that she would there find Flore, erect before the gate of the level crossing, presenting the flag in its case and embracing the train with her flaming eyes. Since the snowy day when this girl had caught them kissing one another, Jacques had warned Séverine to be careful of her. He was no longer ignorant of that passion of a wild creature wherewith she had pursued him from her earliest years. He felt that she was jealous, and that she possessed virile energy, as well as unbridled and deadly rancor. Moreover, she must be well informed in regard to matters concerning Séverine, for he remembered her allusion to the intimacy of the president with a certain young lady whom no one suspected, and for whom he had found a husband. If she knew this, she must assuredly have penetrated the mystery of the crime. Doubtless she would be talking or writing so as to avenge herself by a denunciation. But days and weeks passed without anything happening. He still found her there, planted rigidly at her post beside the line with her flag. Far away, as soon as she was able to catch sight of the locomotive, he felt the sensation of her burning eyes. She saw him notwithstanding the smoke, and embraced all his frame in her glance, following him in the lightning flash amidst the thunder of the wheels. And the train was scrutinized at the same time, pierced through and through, inspected from the first carriage to the last. She always discovered the other one, the rival, whom she now knew to be there every Friday. And Séverine might well advance her head but a trifle, impelled by the imperious necessity to look. She was seen. Their eyes crossed like rapiers. The train was already far away, devouring space, and one person remained on the ground, powerless to follow it, raging at the happiness it bore along. Flore seemed to be growing. Jacques found her taller at each journey, and felt uneasy at her taking no action, wondering what plan would ripen in the head of this great gloomy girl whose motionless apparition he could not avoid. There was also one of the servants of the company, that head guard Henri d'Auvergne, who inconvenienced Séverine and Jacques. He happened to be in charge of this Friday train, and he displayed importunate amiability towards the young woman. The attentions of Henri became so apparent that Roubaud observed them with the sneering countenance on the mornings when he was on duty at the departure from Havre. The head guard was in the habit of reserving an entire compartment for his wife, and took pains to see she was comfortable there, feeling the foot warmer to make sure the water was hot, and so forth. On one occasion the husband, while continuing a chat with Jacques, attracted his notice to the proceedings of the young man with a wink, as if to inquire whether he permitted that kind of thing. In the family quarrels, Roubaud flatly accused his wife of making love to the pair, and Séverine imagined for an instant that Jacques also had this belief which was the cause of his sadness. In a burst of tears, she protested her innocence, telling him to kill her if she were unfaithful, but he merely laughed, and turning very pale, embraced her, saying he was convinced of her fidelity, and that he sincerely hoped he would never kill anybody. The first evenings of March were frightful, and they were obliged to interrupt their meetings. The trips to Paris, the few hours of freedom sought so far away, were no longer enough for Séverine. She experienced an increasing desire to have Jacques with her, always with her, to live together, without ever leaving one another, and her execration for her husband increased. The mere presence of this man threw her into an unhealthy and intolerable state of excitement. She, so docile, with all the complacence of a tender-hearted woman, became irritated as soon as it was a question of Roubaud flying into a passion at the least opposition he made to her will. On such occasions, the shade of her raven hair seemed to darken the limpid blue of her eyes. She became fierce, accusing him of having so thoroughly spoiled her existence that henceforth it would be impossible to live together. Had not he done it all? If they were no longer as man and wife, if she had a sweetheart, was it not his own fault? His sluggish tranquillity, the look of indifference with which he met her anger, his round shoulders, his enlarged stomach, all that dreadful fat resembling happiness, completed her exasperation. She who suffered, her one thought now was to break with him, to get away, to go and begin life again elsewhere. Oh, could she but commence again, wipe out the past, return to the life she led previous to all these abominations, find herself as she was at 15 and love and be loved, and live as she dreamed of living then. For a week she courted the idea of taking flight. She would leave with Jacques. They would conceal themselves in Belgium, where they would set up housekeeping as a hard-working young couple. But she had not spoken to him on the subject. Obstacles had at once come in the way. Their irregular position, the constant anxiety in which they would find themselves, and particularly the annoyance of leaving her fortune to her husband, the money, la croix de Maufras, by a donation to the survivor of the pair, which is possible in France, and cannot be revoked without the consent of both parties. They had willed everything away, and she found herself in his power, in that legal tutelage of a wife which tied her hands. Rather than leave and abandon even a sou, she would have preferred to die there. One day, when he came up, livid, to say that crossing the line in front of a locomotive, he had felt the buffer graze his elbow, she reflected that if he had been killed, she would have been free. She observed him with her great staring eyes. Why on earth did he not die, since she had ceased to love him, and he was now in the way of everyone? From that moment the dream of Séverine changed. Roubaud had been killed in an accident, and she left with Jacques for America. But they were married. They had sold La Croix de Maufras and realized all the fortune. Behind them they left nothing they were afraid of. If they emigrated, it was to be born again in the arms of one another. Over there naught would exist of the events she wished to forget, and she could imagine she was beginning a new life. As she had made a mistake, she would engage in the experience of happiness again at the commencement. He would find employment. She could undertake something else. They would make their fortune. Perhaps children might come, and there would be a new existence of labor and felicity. As soon as she was alone in bed in the morning, and while engaged on her embroidery in the daytime, she resumed the construction of this castle in the air, modifying, enlarging, ceaselessly adding delightful details to it, and ended by imagining herself overwhelmed with joy and riches. She who formerly went out so rarely had now a passion for going to see the mail steamers put to sea. She ran down to the jetty, leant over the balustrade, followed the smoke of the vessel until it became lost in the haze of the offing, and she fancied herself on deck with Jacques, already far from France, steaming for the paradise of her dreams. One evening in the month of March, Jacques, having taken the risk of going up to see her, related that he had brought one of his old schoolfellows in his train from Paris, who was leaving for New York to bring out a new invention, a machine for making buttons, and as he wanted an engineer as partner, he had offered to take the driver with him. Oh, it was a magnificent enterprise, only requiring the investment of 30,000 francs, a matter of 1,200 pounds, and in which there were perhaps millions to be made. Jacques merely mentioned the subject casually and concluded by saying that he had of course refused the offer. Nevertheless, he felt a bit sorry, for it is hard to turn the back on fortune when it comes to one. Séverine, on her feet, listened to him with vacant eyes. Was not this her dream which was going to be realized? Ah, murmured she at last, we would start tomorrow. He raised his head in surprise and interrupted her with the inquiry, What do you mean by, we would start? Yes, if he were dead, she replied. She had not named Roubaud, but he understood, and gave a vague gesture to say that unfortunately he was not dead. We would set out, she resumed in her slow, deep voice, and we should be so happy over there. I could get the 30,000 francs by selling the property, and I should still have enough to enable us to settle down. You could turn the cash to account. I would arrange a little home where we would love one another with all our might. Oh, it would be so nice, so nice. And she added very low, far from all recollection of the past and only new times ahead of us. He felt deeply affected. Their two hands joined and pressed one another instinctively. Then came a pause, both Séverine and Jacques being wrapped in this hope. It was she who broke the silence. All the same, it would be best for you to see your friend again before his departure, and ask him not to take a partner without letting you know, she suggested. Once more he was surprised. What is the use of that? He inquired. Good heavens, who knows? She answered. The other day with that locomotive. Another second and I was free. One is alive in the morning and dead at night. Is it not true? Looking at him fixedly, she repeated, if only he were dead. "But you don't want me to kill him, do you?" he inquired, trying to smile. Thrice she answered no, but her eyes said yes, those eyes of a tender-hearted woman who had abandoned herself to the inexorable cruelty of her passion. As he had killed another, why should not he be killed himself? This idea had abruptly begun to assert itself as a consequence of the crime, a necessary termination to the difficulty. Kill him and go away. Nothing could be more simple. When he was once dead, everything would be over, and she could begin again. She saw no other solution possible, and her resolution was irrevocably taken. But, not having the courage of her violence, she continued, in slightly wavering tones, to say no. Jacques, standing with his back to the sideboard, still affected to smile. He had just caught sight of the knife lying there. "If you want me to kill him," said he, his smile broadening into a laugh, "you must give me the knife. I already have the watch, and this will help to make me a small museum." "Take the knife," she gravely answered. And when he had put it in his pocket, as if to carry on the joke to the end, he kissed her. "And now good night," he said. "I shall go and see my friend at once and tell him to wait. If it does not rain next Saturday, come and meet me behind the cottage of Sauvignon, eh? Is that understood? And rest assured that we will kill no one. It's only a joke." Nevertheless, in spite of the late hour, Jacques went down towards the port to find the comrade leaving on the morrow. He spoke to him of a legacy he might receive and asked for a fortnight before giving a definite answer. Then, on his way back towards the station by the great dark avenues, he thought the matter over and felt astonished at what he had just done. Had he then resolved to kill Roubaud, since he was disposing of his wife and money? No, indeed. He had come to no decision, and if he took these precautions it was no doubt in case he should decide. But the recollection of Séverine entered his mind, the burning pressure of her hand, her fixed eyes saying yes while her lips said no. She evidently wanted him to kill her husband, but felt very much troubled. What should he do? When Jacques returned to the Rue François Mazaline and lay down in his bed, beside that of Picou, who was snoring, he could not sleep. Do what he would, his brain set to work on this idea of murder, this web of drama that he was arranging, and whose most far-reaching consequences he calculated. He thought. He weighed the reasons for and the reasons against. Summing up calmly, without the least excitement, after reflection, everything was in favor of the crime. Was not Roubaud the sole obstacle to his happiness? With Roubaud dead, he would marry Séverine, whom he adored. Besides, there was the money, a fortune. He would give up his hard handicraft and in his turn become an employer of labor, in that America of which he heard his comrades talk as of a country where engine men shoveled in the gold. His new existence over there would unfold like a dream. A wife who passionately loved him, millions to be earned at once, a grand style of living, unlimited scope for ambition, in fact anything he pleased. And to realize this dream he had only to make a movement, only to suppress a man, the insect, the plant in your way on the path, and which you trample on. He was not even interesting, this man who had now grown fat and heavy, who was plunged in that stupid passion for cards which had destroyed his former energy. Why spare him? There was nothing, absolutely nothing to plead in his favor. Everything condemned him, because in response to each question came the answer that it was to the interest of others he should die. To hesitate would be idiotic and cowardly. Jacques bounded in his bed, starting at a thought, at first vague and then abruptly so piercing that he felt it like a prick in his skull. He who from childhood desired to kill, who was ravaged to the point of torture by the horror of that fixed idea. Why did he not kill Roubaud? Perhaps on this selected victim he would forever assuage his thirst for murder, and in that way he would not only do a good stroke of business, but he would be cured as well. Cured, great God! He became bathed in perspiration. He saw himself with the knife in his hand, striking at the throat of Roubaud as the latter had struck the president, and become satisfied and appeased in proportion as the wound bled upon his hands. He would kill him. He was resolved to do so, for that would give him his cure, as well as the woman he adored and fortune. As he had to kill somebody, since he must kill, he would kill this man, with the knowledge at all events that what he did was done rationally, by interest and logic. 3 o'clock in the morning had just struck when this decision was arrived at, and Jacques endeavored to sleep. He was already dozing off when a violent start brought him up in his bed in a sitting posture, choking. Kill this man. Great God, had he the right? When a fly pestered him, he crushed it with a smack. One day, when a cat got between his legs, he broke its spine by a kick. Without wishing to do so, it is true. But this man, his fellow creature, he had to resume all his reasoning to prove to himself that he had the right to commit murder, the right of the strong who find the weak in their way and devour them. It was he whom the wife of the other one loved at this hour, and she wanted to be free to marry him and bring him what she possessed. When two wolves met in the wood, and a she-wolf was there, did not the stronger rid himself of the other with his fangs? And in ancient times, when men found refuge in the caverns like the wolves, did not the coveted woman belong to that man in the band who could win her in the blood of his rivals? Then, as this was the law of life, it should be obeyed, apart from the scruples invented later on to regulate existence in common. Little by little his right appeared to him absolute, and he felt his resolution affirmed. On the morrow he would select the spot and hour, and make preparations for the deed. Doubtless it would be best to stab Rubard at night on the station premises, during one of his rounds, so as to convey the impression that he had fallen a victim to some thieves he had surprised. He knew a good place, over there behind the coal heaps, if Rubard could only be attracted to the spot. In spite of his desire to sleep, he could not help arranging the scene then, debating in his mind where he would place himself, how he would strike, so as to stretch his victim at his feet, and insensibly, invincibly, as he went into the smallest details, his repugnance returned. Inner protestation gained the upper hand. No, he would not deal the blow. It appeared to him monstrous. A thing that could not be done, impossible. The civilized man within him, influenced by the power acquired through education, by the slowly erected and indestructible edifice of ideas handed down to him, revolted. Kill not. He had taken in that law at the breast, with the milk of generations. His refined brain, furnished with scruples, repelled the thought of murder with horror, as soon as he began to reason about it. Yes, kill by necessity, instinctively, in a fit of passion, but kill deliberately, by calculation and interest. No, he could never do it. Dawn was breaking when Jacques succeeded in dozing off, but his sleep was so light that the debate continued confusedly in his mind, causing him abominable suffering. The ensuing days were the most painful of his existence. He avoided Séverine. Dreading her look, he sent her word not to come to the appointment on the Saturday. But the following Monday he was obliged to meet her, and as he had feared, her great blue eyes, so soft and deep, filled him with anguish. She did not refer to the subject, she did not make a sign, nor say a word to urge him on. Only her eyes were full of the thing, questioning, imploring him. He hardly knew which way to turn to avoid their impatient and reproachful gaze. He always found them fixed on his own eyes, in an expression of astonishment that he could hesitate to be happy. When he kissed her at parting, he abruptly strained her to him, to give her to understand that he had resolved to act, and so indeed he had, until he reached the bottom of the stairs and found himself struggling with his conscience again. When he saw her 2 days later, he was pale with confusion, and had the furtive look of a coward who hesitates in face of a necessary action. She burst into sobs without saying a word, weeping with her arms round his neck, horribly unhappy, and he, quite unhinged, felt the utmost contempt for himself. He must put an end to it. "On Thursday, over there, will you?" she inquired in a low voice. "Yes, on Thursday. I will wait for you," he answered. On that particular Thursday the night was very dark, a starless sky, opaque and heavy, loaded with mist from the sea. Jacques, as usual, arrived the first, and standing behind the cottage of the Sauvagnats, watched for Séverine. But the gloom was so intense, and she hurried along so lightly, that she brushed against him before he caught sight of her, making him start. She was already in his arms, and alarmed at feeling him tremble, she murmured, "Did I frighten you?" No, he replied. "I was expecting you. Let us walk on. No one can see us." And with their arms round the waists of one another, they strolled slowly over the vacant ground. There were but few gas lamps on this side of the depot. In some gloomy quarters there were none at all, whereas they swarmed in the distance, near the station, like a quantity of bright sparks. Jacques and Séverine walked about for a long time without a word. She had rested her head on his shoulder and raised it ever and anon to kiss him on the chin, while he, bending down, returned the kiss on her forehead at the roots of her hair. The grave, solitary stroke of 1 o'clock in the morning had just resounded from the distant churches. If they failed to speak, it was because they felt they were both thinking. They were thinking of nothing but that one subject. It was impossible for them to be together now without finding themselves beset by it. The mental debate continued. What was the use of saying useless words aloud, as it was necessary to act? When she raised herself against him for a caress, she felt the knife, which formed a lump in his pocket. Could it be possible that he had made up his mind? But her thoughts were too much for her, and her lips parted in a murmur that was scarcely audible. Just now he came upstairs. I was wondering what for. Then I saw him take his revolver, which he had forgotten. He is certainly going to make a round. They resumed silence, and it was only 20 paces further on that he, in his turn, remarked, "Last night some thieves took away the lead from here. He will come along presently, for sure." She gave a little shudder. Both became silent, and they walked on more slowly. Then she had a doubt. Was it really the knife that formed the lump in his pocket? Twice she stooped down, knocking against it to get a better idea. Then, being still uncertain, she let her hand drop and felt. It was the knife, sure enough, and Jacques, understanding her thoughts, suddenly strained her to him, stammering into her ear, "He will come, and you shall be free." The murder was decided. They no longer seemed to be walking. It appeared to them that some strange force sent them along just above the ground. Their senses had all at once become extremely acute, particularly the touch, for their hands, resting one on the other, were in pain, and the slightest brush of the lips was like a scratch. They also heard sounds which were lost a moment before. The rumble, the distant puffs of the engines, the muffled shocks, footsteps wandering in the depth of the obscurity, and they could see into the night. They distinguished the black spots of objects, as if a mist had been removed from their eyes. They were able to follow the sharp curves described in the air by a passing bat. They stopped, motionless, at the corner of a heap of coal, ears and eyes on the alert, and with all their beings in a state of tension, they now spoke in whispers. "Did you hear that?" she inquired. "Over there. Somebody calling." "No," he replied. "They're putting a carriage into the coach-house." "But there, someone is walking on our left," said she. "I heard the sound on the gravel." No, he answered. "Rats are running over the coal heaps, and some of the pieces rolled down." Several minutes passed. Suddenly it was she who strained him to her more closely. "There he is," she exclaimed. "Where? I can't see him," said he. "He has turned round the shed of the slow train goods department," she continued. "He is coming straight towards us. Look at his shadow passing along the white wall. Do you think it is? That dark spot? Then he must be alone," he said. "Yes, alone. He is alone," she repeated. And at this decisive moment she passionately threw herself on his neck. She pressed her burning lips to his. It was a prolonged embrace in which she would have wished to convey her own blood to him. How she loved him, and how she execrated the other! Ah, had she but dared, 20 times over she would have done the business herself, to spare him the horror. But her hands were unequal to the effort. She felt herself too feeble. It required the fist of a man, and this kiss, which was without end, was all she could breathe to him of her own courage. A locomotive whistled in the distance, casting to the night a melancholy lamentation of distress. At regular intervals they could hear the loud strokes of a colossal hammer coming from an undeterminable direction. The vapor ascending from the sea sailed across the sky in chaotic confusion, while drifting shreds seemed at moments to extinguish the bright sparks of the gas lamps. When Séverine at length removed her mouth from his, it seemed as if she had ceased to exist, as if all her soul had passed into him. Jacques abruptly opened the knife. But with a stifled oath, he exclaimed, "It's all up! He's off!" And so it was. The moving shadow, after approaching to within 50 paces of them, had just turned to the left, and was retreating with the even step of a night watchman who had no cause for alarm. Then she pushed him. Go on," said she, and they both started. He ahead, she close at his heels. They glided behind the man, hunting him down, careful not to make a noise, Then, as they took a shortcut across a shunting line, they found him 20 paces at the most away. They had to take advantage of every bit of wall for shelter. One false step would have betrayed them. "We shall never reach him," said he, in a hollow voice. "If he attains the box of the pointsman, he will escape." She continued, repeating behind him, "Go on, go on." At this minute, surrounded by the vast flat waste ground plunged in obscurity, amidst the nocturnal desolation of a great railway station, he was resolved to act, as in that solitude which is the natural attendant on assassination. And while he stealthily hastened his steps, he became excited, reasoning with himself, supplying himself with arguments that were to make this murder a wise, legitimate action, logically debated and decided on. It certainly was a right that he would be exercising, the right even of life, as this blood of another was indispensable to his own existence. He had merely to plunge this knife into the man to win happiness. "We shall not get him! We shall not get him!" he repeated furiously, observing the shadow pass beyond the box of the pointsman. "It's all up! There he is, going off!" But Séverine abruptly caught him by the arm with her nervous hand and brought him to a standstill against her. "Look!" she exclaimed. "He's coming back!" Roubaud indeed was retracing his steps. He had gone to the right, then he returned. Perhaps behind him he had felt the vague sensation of the murderers on his track. Nevertheless, he continued to walk at his usual tranquil pace, like a conscientious watchman who will not retire to his quarters without having taken a glance everywhere. Jacques and Séverine, pulled up short in their race, no longer moved. Chance had placed them right at the angle of the heap of coal. They pressed their backs so closely to it that they seemed to form a part of the black mass. There, without a breath, they watched Roubaud advancing towards them. They were barely separated from him by 30 yards. Each stride lessened the distance regularly, as if timed by the inexorable pendulum of destiny. Another 20, another 10 paces, and Jacques would have the man before him. He would raise his arm in such a manner and plunge the knife in the throat of Roubaud, drawing it from right to left, so as to stifle his shriek. The seconds seemed interminable. Such a flood of thoughts ran through the blank in his skull that the measure of time no longer existed. All the reasons that had brought him to this determination filed past once more. He again distinctly saw the murder, the causes and the consequences. Another 5 steps. His resolution, strained fit to break, remained firm. He wanted to kill. He knew why he would kill. But at 2 paces, at 1 pace, came a downfall. Everything gave way within him at a single stroke. No, he would not, he could not kill a defenseless man in this way. Reasoning would never suffice for murder. It required the instinct to bite, the spring that sends the destroyer on the prey, the hunger or passion that makes him tear it to pieces. What matter if conscience were merely made up of ideas transmitted by a slow heredity of justice? He did not feel that he had the right to kill, and do what he would, he was unable to persuade himself that he could take it. Roubaud passed slowly by. His elbow almost grazed the other 2 in the coal. A breath would have betrayed them. But they remained as dead. The arm did not rise. It did not plunge in the knife. No quiver disturbed the dense obscurity, not even a shudder. Roubaud was already far, 10 paces off. But they were still standing there motionless, their backs riveted to the black heap. Both were without breath, in terror of this man, alone and unarmed, who had just brushed past them so peacefully. Jacques, choking with rage and shame, gave a sob. "I cannot do it. I cannot do it," he repeated. He wanted to take Séverine to him again, to press against her, with the desire to be excused and consoled. She escaped without a word. He had stretched out his hands, but only to catch her skirt, which slipped from his fingers, and he heard nothing, save her light, fleeting footsteps. Her sudden disappearance completely undid him, and he pursued her for an instant or 2, but in vain. Was she then so very angry at his weakness? Did she despise him? Prudence prevented him rejoining her. When he found himself alone on this extensive flat land, studded with small yellow flames of gas, he felt overwhelmed with despair, and hastened to leave it, to go and bury his head in his pillow, there to forget the abomination of his existence. It was a matter of 10 days later, towards the end of March, that the Roubauds at last triumphed over the Leblues. The railway company had recognized their appeal, supported by Monsieur Dabadi as just, and the more easily did they arrive at this conclusion as the famous letter from the cashier, undertaking to give up the lodging if a new assistant station-master claimed it, had been found by Mademoiselle Guichon while looking over some old accounts in the archives of the station, and Madame Lebleu, exasperated at her defeat, at once spoke of moving. As they wanted to kill her, she might just as well die now without waiting. For 3 days, this memorable removal kept the corridor in a fever. Little Madame Moulin, herself usually so retiring, whom no one ever saw come in or go out, became implicated in the business by carrying a work-table from one lodging to the other. But it was particularly Philomène who breathed the breath of discord. She had arrived there to assist from the very commencement, doing up packages, jostling the furniture, invading the lodging on the front before the tenant had left. And it was she who pushed her out, amidst the going and coming of the 2 sets of household goods, which had got mixed together in wild confusion in the course of transport. When Philomène had carried off the last chair, the doors banged, but perceiving a stool, which the wife of the cashier had forgotten, she opened again and threw it across the corridor. That was the end. Philomène had reached the point of displaying such excessive zeal for Jacques and all he loved that Picqueux was astonished. Feeling suspicious, he asked her in his nasty, sly manner, with his air of a vindictive drunkard, whether she was now smitten with his driver, warning her that he would settle the account of both of them if he ever caught them together. Her fancy for the young man had increased, and she acted as a sort of servant to him and his sweetheart in the hope of gaining a little of his affection by placing herself between them. Life slowly resumed its monotonous course, while Madame Lebleu, at the back, riveted to her armchair by rheumatism, was dying of spleen, with great tears in her eyes because she could see nothing but the zinc roof of the marquee shutting out the sky. Séverine worked at her interminable bed-covering beside one of the windows on the front. Below she had the lively activity of the courtyard, the constant stream of pedestrians and carriages. The forward spring was already turning the buds of the great trees that lined the pavements green. And beyond, the distant hills of Ingoville displayed their wooded slopes, studded with the white spots of country houses. But she felt astonished to find so little pleasure in the realization of this dream at last to be there in this coveted apartment, with space, daylight, and sun before her, when her charwoman, Mother Simon, grumbled. Furious at finding herself disturbed in her habits, she lost patience, and at times regretted her old hole, as she termed it, where the dirt could not so easily be seen. Roubaud had simply let matters take their course. He did not even seem to be aware that he had changed his abode. He frequently made mistakes, and only perceived his error on finding that his new key would not enter the old lock. He absented himself more and more. The irregularity of his life continued. Nevertheless, at one moment he seemed to brighten up under the influence of a revival of his political ideas. Not that they were very clear or very ardent, but he had at heart that trouble with the sub-prefect, which had almost cost him his position. Now that the Empire, which had met with a severe shock at the general elections, was passing through a terrible crisis, he triumphed, and he repeated that those people would not always be the masters. But a friendly warning from Monsieur Dabadi, who heard about the matter from Mademoiselle Guichon, in whose presence the revolutionary remark had been made, sufficed to calm him. As the corridor was quiet, and everyone lived at peace, now that Madame Lebleu was drooping with sadness, why cause fresh annoyance on the subject of the government? Roubaud simply shrugged his shoulders. He cared not a fig about politics, nor anything else. Growing fatter and fatter day by day, and free from remorse, he moved along with heavy tread and an air of indifference. The feeling of constraint had increased between Séverine and Jacques, since they were able to meet at any time. Nothing now interfered with their happiness. He ran up to see her by the other staircase whenever he pleased, without fear of being spied upon, but the recollection of the thing that had not been realized, of the deed that both had consented to and wished to see done, and which he failed to perform, had created an uneasiness, an insurmountable barrier between them. He, coming with the shame of his weakness, found her on each occasion more depressed, sick at waiting uselessly. Their lips no longer even sought one another, for they had exhausted this semi-felicity. What they desired was complete happiness, the departure, the marriage over there, the other life. One night Jacques found Séverine in tears, and when she perceived him she did not stop, but sobbed louder, hanging round his neck. She had already wept like this, but he had appeased her with an embrace, whereas now, with her to his heart, he felt her ravaged with increasing despair the more he pressed her to him. He was quite unhinged. At last, taking her head between his two hands, and looking at her quite close, into her streaming eyes, he made a vow, thoroughly understanding that if she despaired to this extent, it was because she felt herself a woman, and in her passive gentleness dared not strike with her own hand. "Forgive me," said he. "Wait a little longer. I swear to you that I will do it shortly, as soon as I can." She immediately pressed her lips to his as if to seal this oath, and they enjoyed one of those deep kisses in which they mingled one with the other, in the communion of their flesh.
End of section 17. Section 18. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 18.
Chapter 10. Aunt Faisie died in a final convulsion at 9 o'clock on Thursday evening, and Missard, standing at the bedside, tried in vain to close her lids. The eyes obstinately remained open, the head had become rigid, and was slightly inclined over the shoulder as if looking about the room, while a contraction of the lips seemed to have curled them upward in a jeering smile. A single candle stuck on the corner of a table near her lighted the surroundings, and the trains passing by full speed in ignorance of the corpse being there, made it quiver for a second or two in the vacillating light. Missard, to get rid of Flore, at once sent her off to Donville to appraise the authorities of the decease. She could not be back until 11 o'clock, so that he had 2 hours before him. He first of all quietly cut himself a slice of bread, for he felt hungry, having gone without his dinner on account of the death agony, which seemed interminable, and he ate standing up, going and coming, arranging one thing and another about the room. Fits of coughing brought him to a standstill, bent him double. He was half dead himself. So thin, so puny, with his leaden eyes and discolored hair, that he did not seem likely to enjoy his victory for long. No matter. He had devoured this buxom wife, this tall, handsome woman, as the insect eats down the oak. She was on her back, polished off, reduced to nothing, and he still lasted. But why had she been so obstinate? She had tried to be cunning, so much the worse for her. When a married couple play the game of seeing which shall bury the other, without putting anyone in the secret, it is necessary to keep a sharp lookout. He was proud of his achievement, and chuckled to himself as if it were a good joke. At that instant an express train swept by, enveloping the low habitation in such a gust of tempest that, in spite of his habit, he turned towards the window with a start. Ah, yes, that constant flood, that mass of people coming from every quarter, who knew nothing about what they crushed on the road, and did not care. In such a hurry were they to go to the devil. And turning round again, in the oppressive silence, he met the two wide-open eyes of the corpse, whose steady pupils seemed to follow each of his movements, while the corners of the mouth curled upward in a smile. Missard, so usually phlegmatic, made a slight movement of anger. He thoroughly understood. She was saying to him, "Search! Search!" But surely she could not have taken her 1,000 francs away with her, and now that she no longer existed, he would end by finding them. Ought she not to have given them up willingly? It would have prevented all this annoyance. The eyes followed him everywhere. Search! Search! He now ferreted all over this room, which he had not dared rout out so long as she lived. First of all in the cupboard. He took the keys from under the bolster, upset the shelves loaded with linen, emptied the 2 drawers, pulled them out even to ascertain if they concealed a hiding place. No, nothing. After that he thought of the night table. He unglued the marble top and turned it over, but to no purpose. With a flat rule he probed behind the chimney glass, one of those thin glasses sold in the fairs that was fastened to the wall by a couple of nails, but only to draw out a cobweb black with dust. Search! Search! Then, to escape those wide-open eyes which he felt resting on him, he sank down on all fours, tapping lightly on the tiles with his knuckles, listening whether some resonance would not reveal a hole. Several tiles being loose, he tore them up. There was nothing. Still nothing. When he rose to his feet again, the eyes once more caught him. He wheeled round, wishing to stare straight into the fixed orbs of the dead woman, who from the corners of her curled-up lips seemed to accentuate her terrible laugh. There could be no doubt about it. She was mocking him. Search! Search! He began to feel feverish. A suspicion came upon him, a sacrilegious idea that made his livid countenance grow paler still, and he approached the corpse. What had made him think that she could surely not have taken her 1,000 francs away with her? Perhaps, after all, she was carrying them off. And he had the courage to uncover, to undress and search the body, as she told him to search. He looked beneath her, behind the nape of her neck, everywhere. The bedding was all upset. He buried his arm in the paillasse up to the shoulder, and found nothing. Search! Search! And the head of the dead woman fell back on the pillow, which was all in disorder, with the pupils of her bantering eyes still observing him. As Missard, furious and trembling, tried to arrange the bed, Flore came in, on her return from Donville. "It will be for the day after tomorrow, at 11 o'clock, said she. She spoke of the burial. She understood at a glance what kind of work had made Missard lose his breath during her absence, and she made a gesture of disdainful indifference. "You may just as well give it up," said she. "You'll never find them." Imagining she was also braving him, he advanced towards her with set teeth. "She gave them to you? Or you know where they are?" said he inquiringly. The idea that her mother could have given her 1,000 francs to anyone, even to her daughter, made her shrug her shoulders. "Ah, to blazes gave them," she replied. "Yes, gave them to the earth. Look, there they are, you can search." And with a broad gesture she indicated the entire house, the garden with its well, the meadow way, all the vast country. Yes, somewhere out there at the bottom of a hole, in a place where none would ever find them. Then, while Missard, beside himself with anxiety, began twisting and turning the furniture about again, sounding the walls, without showing any constraint at her presence, the young girl, standing before the window, continued in a subdued voice. "Oh, it is so mild outside. Such a lovely night. I walked quick. The stars make it like broad daylight. Tomorrow, how beautiful it will be at sunrise." Flore remained for an instant at the window with her eyes on the serene country, stirred by this first gentle warmth of April, from which she had just returned thoughtful, and suffering more acutely from her vivified torment. But when she heard Missard leave the apartment and continue his tenacious search in the adjoining rooms, she in her turn approached the bed, seating herself with her eyes on her mother. The candle continued burning at the corner of the table with a long motionless flame. A passing train jolted the house. Flore had resolved to remain there all night, and she sat pondering. First of all, the sight of the dead woman drew her from her fixed idea, from the thing that haunted her, which she had been debating in her mind beneath the stars in the peaceful obscurity, all the way from Donville. Surprise now set her suffering at rest. Why had she not displayed more grief at the death of her mother? And why, at this moment even, did she not shed tears? Indeed, she loved her well, notwithstanding her shyness of a great silent girl who was forever breaking away, beating about the fields as soon as released from duty. 20 times over, during the last crisis which was to kill her mother, she had come and sat there to implore her to call in a doctor, for she guessed what Missard was after, and was in hopes that fear would stop him. But she had never been able to obtain anything more from the invalid than a furious "no." It seemed as if her mother took pride in accepting no assistance in the struggle, certain of the victory in spite of everything, as she carried off the cash. And then Flore ceased to interfere. Beset by her own chagrin, she disappeared, careering hither and thither to forget. Assuredly, this was what barred her heart. When a person has too keen a trouble, there is no room for another. Her mother had gone. She saw her there, destroyed and so pallid, without being able to feel any more sad, notwithstanding her efforts. Call in the gendarmes, denounce Missard. What would be the use of it, as there was about to be a general upheaval? And little by little, invincibly, although her eyes remained fixed on the dead body, she ceased to perceive it. She returned to her own inner vision, occupied entirely by the idea that had planted itself in her brain, alive to nothing but the heavy shock of the trains whose passage told her the time. The approaching thunder of a slow train from Paris could be heard for an instant or two in the distance. When the locomotive at last flew by before the window, with its light, there came a flash, a perfect blaze in the room.
18 minutes past 1, thought Flora. 7 hours more. This morning at 8:16 they will come past.
Every week for months she had been worried by this expectation. She knew that on Friday morning the express driven by Jacques also took Séverine to Paris, and tortured by jealousy she only lived, as it were, to watch them. Oh, that train flying along, and the abominable sensation she felt at being unable to cling on to the last carriage, so as to be also borne away. She fancied that all these wheels were cutting up her heart. She suffered so keenly that one night, having hidden herself, she prepared to write to the judicial authorities, for it would be all over if she could get this woman arrested. But with the pen in her hand, she could never set the matter down. And besides, would the authorities listen to her? All those fine people must be working together. Perhaps they would even put her in prison, as they had done with Caboche. No, she wanted to avenge herself, and she would do so alone, without the assistance of anyone. It was not even a thought of vengeance, as she understood the word, the idea of doing injury to cure herself. She felt the need of finishing with the matter, of upsetting everything as if thunder and lightning had swept the couple away. Being very proud, more solidly built, and handsomer than the other, she felt convinced of her firm right to be loved. And when she went off alone along the paths of this abandoned district, with her heavy helmet of light hair, ever bare, she would have liked to come face to face with that other one, so as to settle their quarrel at the corner of a wood, after the manner of two hostile warrior women. Never yet had a man touched her. She thrashed the males, and that constituted her invincible strength. Therefore she would be victorious. The week before, this idea had suddenly been planted, driven into her head as by the blow of a hammer, come from she knew not where. Kill them, so that they might no longer pass by, no longer go there together. She did not reason, she obeyed the savage instinct of destruction. When a thorn entered her flesh, she plucked it out. She would have cut off her finger. Kill them the first time they passed, and to do that, upset the train. Drag a sleeper across the line. Tear up a rail, smash everything. He on his engine would certainly remain there stretched out. The woman, always in the first carriage so as to be nearer to him, could not escape. As for the others, that constant stream of passengers, she had not even a thought. They did not count. She did not know them. And at every hour she was beset by this idea of destroying the train, of making this huge sacrifice of lives. What she desired was an unique catastrophe, sufficiently great, sufficiently deep in human gore and suffering, for her to bathe therein her enormous heart, swollen with tears. Nevertheless, on the Friday morning she had given way, not having yet decided at what spot nor in what manner she would remove a rail. But the same night, being off duty, she had an idea, and went prowling through the tunnel as far as the Dieppe embranchment. This was one of her walks, this trip through the subterranean passage, a good half-league in length along this vaulted avenue, quite straight, where she felt the emotion of trains with their blinding lights rolling over her. Each time she had a narrow escape of being cut to pieces, and it must have been the peril that attracted her there in a spirit of bravado. But on this particular night, having escaped the vigilance of the watchman and advanced to the middle of the tunnel, keeping to the left so as to make sure that any train coming towards her would pass on her right, she had the imprudence to face about, just to follow the lights of a train on the way to Havre. And when she resumed walking, a false step having made her swing round again, she lost all knowledge of the direction in which the red lights had just disappeared. Notwithstanding her courage, she stopped, still dizzy with the clatter of the wheels, her hands cold, her bare hair starting up in a breath of terror. She now imagined that when another train came along she would not know whether it was an up or a down train. With an effort she endeavored to retain her reason, to remember, to think the matter over. Then, all at once, terror sent her along haphazard, straight before her at a frantic pace. No, she would not be killed before she had killed the other two. Her feet were caught in the rails. She slipped, fell, rose up, and ran faster than before. She became affected with tunnel madness. The walls seemed drawing close to one another to squeeze her. The vaulted roof echoed imaginary sounds, menacing utterances, formidable roars. At every moment she turned her head, fancying she felt the burning steam of an engine on her neck.
Twice the sudden conviction that she had made a mistake, that she would be killed from the end she was fleeing to, made her at a bound change the direction of her flight. And she was tearing onward, when in front of her, in the distance, appeared a star, a round flaming eye increasing in size. But she resisted the intense temptation to again retrace her steps. The eye became a lighted brazier, the mouth of a devouring furnace. Blinded, she sprang to the left at hazard, and the train passed, like a clap of thunder, doing nothing more than beat her cheek with its tempestuous blast of wind. 5 minutes later, she issued from the Molinet end of the tunnel safe and sound. It was then 9 o'clock. A few minutes more and the Paris Express would be there. She immediately continued her excursion at a walking pace to the Dieppe embranchment, a matter of 200 yards or so further on, examining the metals in search of something that might serve her purpose. It so happened that her friend Ozil had just switched a ballast train onto the Dieppe line, which was undergoing repair, and it was standing there. In a sudden flash of enlightenment she conceived a plan. Simply prevent the pointsman from putting the switch-tongue back on the Havre line, so that the express would dash into the ballast train. She felt a friendship for this Ozil since the day she had nearly broken his head with a blow from a stick, and she was fond of paying him unexpected visits like this, running through the tunnel after the fashion of a goat escaped from its mountain. An old soldier, very thin and little talkative, a slave to duty, his eyes ever on the lookout, day and night, he had not yet been guilty of a single act of negligence. Only this wild creature who had beaten him, sturdy as a young man, could make him do what she pleased merely by beckoning to him with her little finger. And so, on this particular night when she approached his box in the dark, calling him outside, he went to her, forgetting everything. She made his head swim as she led him out into the country, relating complicated tales about her mother being ill, and that she would not remain at La Croix de Maufras if she lost her. Her ear caught the roar of the express in the distance, leaving Molinet, approaching at full speed, and when she felt it hard by, she turned round to look. But she had been reckoning without the new connecting apparatus. The locomotive, in passing on to the Dieppe line, had itself just caused the danger signal to be displayed, and the driver was able to stop at a few paces from the ballast train. Ozil, with the shout of a man awakened in a house tumbling down, regained his box at a run, while Flore, stiff and motionless, watched the maneuver necessitated by the accident in the darkness of night. 2 days later, the pointsman, who had been removed, having no suspicion of her duplicity, called to bid her farewell, imploring her to join him as soon as she lost her mother. So her plot came to nothing, and she would have to think of something else. At this moment, under the influence of the recollection she had evoked, the mist of reverie clouding her eyes disappeared, and again she perceived the corpse in the light of the yellow flame of the candle. Her mother was no more. Should she leave and wed Ozil, who wanted her, and would perhaps make her happy? All her being revolted at the idea. No, if she had the cowardice to allow the other two to live and to live herself, she would prefer to tramp the roads, to take a situation as servant, rather than belong to a man she did not love. And a sound to which she was unaccustomed having caused her to listen, she understood that Massard with a mattock was engaged in excavating the beaten earth floor of the kitchen. He was going mad in his search for the hoard. He would have gutted the house. No, she would not remain with this one either. What was she going to do? There came a blast of wind. The walls vibrated, and on the pallid countenance of the corpse passed the reflex of a furnace, conveying a blood-like hue to the open eyes and to the ironic rictus of the lips. It was the last slow train from Paris with its ponderous, sluggish engine. Flore had turned her head and looked at the stars shining in the serenity of this spring night. 10 minutes past 3, she murmured. Another 5 hours and they will pass. She would begin over again. Her suffering was too great. To see them like this each week was more than her strength could bear. Now that she was sure of not having Jacques to herself alone, she preferred that he should no longer exist, that there should be nothing, and the aspect of this lugubrious room, where she sat watching, imbued her with mournful suffering and made her feel an increasing need to annihilate everything. As there remained no one who loved her, the others could go with her mother. As for corpses, there would be more and more still, and they could carry them all away at the same time. Her sister was dead. Her mother was dead. Her love was dead. What could she do? Remain alone? Whether she stayed or left, she would always be alone, while the others would be two together. No, no, let everything go to smash rather than that. Let death, who was there in this room, blow on the line and sweep the people away. Then, with her mind made up after this long debate with herself, she proceeded to think out the best way of putting her design into execution, and she returned to the idea of removing a rail. This would be the surest and most practical plan, and could be easily carried out. She had only to drive away the chairs with a hammer, and then raise the rail from the sleepers. She had the tools. Nobody would see her in this deserted district. A good spot to select would certainly be beyond the cutting, on the way to Barrington at the curve which crossed a dale on an embankment 30 or 35 feet high. There the train would for sure run off the line, and the fall would be terrible. But the calculation of time which then occupied her made her anxious. On the up line, before the Havre Express came by at 8:16, there was only a slow train at 7:55. This would therefore give her 20 minutes to do the work, which was sufficient. Only, between the regular trains, they often dispatched others that were unforeseen, loaded with goods, particularly at moments when quantities of cargo arrived. Then what a useless risk she would be incurring. How could she tell beforehand whether it would be the express that would come to smash there? For a long time she turned the probabilities over in her head. It was still night. The candle continued to burn, bathed in tallow, with a long smutty wick which she had ceased to snuff. Just as a goods train arrived from Rouen, Missard returned. His hands were covered with dirt, for he had been rummaging in the wood-house, and he was out of breath. Distracted at his vain efforts to lay hands on the treasure, he had become so feverish with impotent rage that he renewed his search under the articles of furniture, up the chimney, everywhere. There was no end to the interminable train, with the regular fracas of its great wheels, which at each shock jolted the dead woman in her bed. Missard, stretching out his arm to take down a small picture hanging against the wall, again met the open eyes following his motions, while the lips seemed to move with their laugh. He became livid. He was shivering, and stuttered out in terrific anger. "Yes, yes, search, search! Never mind, I shall find it, even if I have to turn over every stone in the house and every clod of ground in the neighborhood." The black train had passed by in the obscurity with painful slowness, and the dead woman, who had become motionless again, continued looking at her husband so jeeringly, so certain of conquering, that he disappeared a second time, leaving the door open. Flore, wandering in her reflections, had risen and closed the door, so that this man might not return to disturb her mother, and she felt astonished to hear herself saying aloud, 10 minutes beforehand will do. In fact, she would have time in 10 minutes. If no train was signaled 10 minutes before the express, she could set to work. The matter being now settled, certain, her anxiety ceased, and she was very calm. Day broke at about 5 o'clock, a fresh dawn of pure limpidity. In spite of the slightly sharp cold, she set the window wide open, and the delicious morning air entered the lugubrious room, full of smoke and an odor of the dead. The sun was still below the horizon, behind a hillock crowned by trees, but it appeared with a rosy tint, streaming over the slopes, pouring into the deep roads amidst the lively gaiety of the earth at each new spring. She had not been mistaken on the previous evening. It would be fine on that particular morning, one of those days of youth and radiant health on which one delights in life. How lovely it would be to set out along the goat paths at her own free will, in this deserted country among the continuous hills cut up by narrow dales. And when she turned round, facing the room, she was surprised to see the candle looking almost as if gone out, and with naught but a pale tear forming a spot in the broad daylight. The dead woman seemed now to be gazing on the line where the trains continued crossing one another, without even noticing this wan glimmer of a taper beside the corpse. It was not until daylight that Flora resumed duty, and she only quitted the room for the slow train from Paris at 6:12. Missard, at 6 o'clock, had also relieved his colleague, the night signalman. It was at the sound of his horn that she had come and placed herself before the gate, the flag in her hand. She followed the train an instant with her eyes. "Another 2 hours," thought she aloud. Her mother had no further need of anybody, and henceforth she experienced invincible repugnance to return to the room. It was all over. She had kissed her, and now she could dispose of her own existence and the lives of others. Usually, between the trains, she escaped and disappeared. But on this particular morning a feeling of interest seemed to keep her at her post near the gate on a bench, a simple plank that happened to be beside the line. The sun was ascending on the horizon. A warm shower of gold fell into the pier air, and she did not move but sat there wrapped in this sweetness, in the midst of the vast country all thrilling with the sap of April. For a moment she watched Missard in his wooden hut on the other side of the line. He was visibly agitated, not having had his customary sleep. He went out, went in, worked his apparatus with a nervous hand, casting constant glances towards the house, as if his spirit had remained there and was still searching. Then she forgot him, was unaware even of him being there. She was all expectant, absorbed, her lips speechless, her face rigid, her eyes fixed on the end of the line in the direction of Barrington, and over there in the gaiety of the sun, a vision must have risen up for her, on which the stubborn savageness of her look obstinately dwelt. Minutes slipped away, but Flore did not move. At last, at 7:55, when Missard, with a couple of blasts from his horn, signaled the slow train from Havre on the up line, she rose, closed the gate, and planted herself before it, her flag in her fist. The train was already fading away in the distance, after sending a tremor through the ground, and it could be heard plunging into the tunnel, where the sound ceased. She had not gone back to the bench, but remained on her feet, again counting each minute. If no goods train was signaled within 10 minutes, she would run over there beyond the cutting and remove a rail. She was very calm, only her chest felt a little tight under the enormous weight of the deed. But at this moment, the thought that Jacques and Séverine were approaching, that they would pass by again if she did not stop them, sufficed to make her inexorably blind and deaf in her resolution, without even giving the matter any further consideration. It was the irrevocable, the blow from the paw of the she-wolf that breaks the back of the prey on the way. In the egotism of her vengeance, she saw only the two mutilated bodies, without troubling about the crowd, that stream of unknown people who had been filing past before her for years. There would be dead bodies, blood. The sun would perhaps be obscured by them, that sun whose tender gaiety irritated her. 2 minutes more. 1 minute more, and she would be starting. Indeed, she was starting, when some heavy jolting on the Becourt road stopped her. A cart, no doubt a stone dray. The carter would ask her to let him through. She would have to open the gate, engage in conversation, and remain there. It would be impossible for her to act, and she would miss her chance. With an enraged gesture of indifference, she ran off, leaving her post, abandoning the carter with his dray to do the best he could. But the lash of a whip cracked in the matutinal air, and a voice cried out gaily, "Hey, Flore!" It was Caboche. She stopped short, in her first spring, before the gate itself. "What's up?" he continued. "Are you still asleep with this beautiful sun shining? Quick, let me get through before the express." She was completely undone. It was all over. The other two would proceed to their happiness without her being able to find any means to crush them here. And as she slowly opened the old half-rotten gate, whose ironwork grated in its rust, she looked about her furiously for an object, something she could cast across the line, and she was in such despair that she would have stretched her own self there had she thought her bones hard enough to send the engine off the metals. But her glance had just fallen on the dray, a heavy, low conveyance, loaded with 2 blocks of stone, which 5 strong horses found difficulty in drawing. These 2 enormous masses, high and broad, a colossal lump fit to bar the line, stood there before her, and abruptly a look of covetousness came into her eyes, accompanied by a mad desire to take and place them on the rails. The gate was wide open. The 5 steaming, panting cattle were there waiting. "What is the matter with you this morning?" resumed Caboche. "You look quite funny." Then Flore spoke. "My mother died last night," said she. He uttered a friendly exclamation of grief, and putting down his whip, took both her hands and pressed them in his own. "Oh, my poor Flore," he sighed. "It is only what one might have expected for a long time, but it is hard all the same. Then she is there. I will go and look at her, for we should have ended by agreeing, but for this misfortune." He walked slowly with her to the house, but on the threshold he cast a glance towards his horses. In one sentence, she set his mind at rest. "There is no fear of them moving," she said. "And besides, the express is a long way off." She lied. Her experienced ear had just caught, in the gentle rustle of the country, the sound of the express leaving Barrington Station. Another 5 minutes, and it would be there. It would issue from the cutting at 100 yards from the level crossing. While the quarryman stood in the room of the dead woman, feeling very much affected, with his thoughts averting to Louisette and oblivious of everything else, Flore remained outside, in front of the window, listening to the distant regular puffing of the engine as it approached nearer and nearer. Suddenly she remembered Missard. He would see her. He would prevent her. And she felt a pang in the chest when, turning round, she could not perceive him in his box. But she discovered him on the other side of the house, digging up the ground at the foot of the masonry round the well, unable to overcome his searching mania, and doubtless all at once taken with the conviction that the hoard must be there. Entirely absorbed by his blind, sullen passion, he searched. And this was her last excitation. Events themselves urged her on. One of the horses began to neigh, while the locomotive, at the other end of the cutting, puffed very loudly, like a person hastening along in a hurry. "I'll go and keep them quiet," said Flore to Caboche. "Don't be afraid." She sprang forward, grasped the leader of the team by the bit, and pulled with all her strapping strength of a wrestler. The horses strained. For an instant the dray, heavy with its enormous load, oscillated without advancing. But as if she had harnessed herself to it like an extra animal, it at last moved and came across the line. It was right on the rails as the express, 100 yards away, issued from the cutting. Then, to stop the dray, lest it should pass over, she arrested the further progress of the team with a sudden jerk requiring a superhuman effort that made her joints crack. She who, it will be remembered, had her legend, of whom people related extraordinary feats of strength, the truck shooting down an incline which she had brought to a standstill as it ran, the cart she had pushed across the metals and thus saved from a train. She accomplished this action now. In her iron grip she held back those 5 horses, rearing and neighing with the instinct of peril. Barely 10 seconds passed, but they were seconds of inconceivable terror. The 2 colossal stones seemed to bar the view. The locomotive came gliding along with its pale brass and glittering steel, arriving at its smooth, fulminating pace in the golden beams of the beautiful morning. The inevitable was there. Nothing in the world could now prevent the smash, and the interval seemed interminable. Missard, who had bounded back to his box, yelled with his arms in the air, shaking his fists in the senseless determination to warn the driver and stop the train. Caboche, who had quitted the house at the sound of the wheels and the neighing of the horses, rushed forward, also yelling, to make the animals go on. But Flore, who had flung herself on one side, restrained him, which saved his life. He fancied that she had not been strong enough to master the horses, that it was they who had dragged her along, and he taxed himself with carelessness, sobbing in a splutter of despairing terror, while she, motionless, standing at her full height, her eyes like live coal and wide open, looked on. At the same moment, as the front of the engine was about to touch the blocks of stone, when there remained perhaps only 3 feet to run, during this inappreciable time, she distinctly saw Jacques, with his hand on the reversing wheel. He had turned towards her, and their eyes met in a gaze that she found inordinately long. On that particular morning, Jacques had smiled at Séverine when she came down onto the platform at Havre for the express. What was the use of spoiling his life with nightmares? Why not take advantage of the happy days when they came? All would perhaps come right in the end, and resolved to enjoy himself on this day at all events, he was making plans in his head, dreaming of taking her to lunch at a restaurant. And so, as she cast him a sorrowful glance because there was not a first-class carriage at the end of the train, and she was forced to find a seat a long way off him at the end, he wished to console her by smiling merrily. They would arrive together, and make up for being separated. Indeed, after leaning over the rail to see her enter a compartment right at the extremity of the train, he had pushed his good humor so far as to joke with the head guard, Henri de Vergne, whom he knew to be in love with her. The preceding week he fancied he had noticed that the guard was becoming bold, and that she encouraged him by way of diversion, requiring relief from the atrocious existence she had formed for herself. And Jacques inquired of Henri who it was he had been sending kisses to in the air on the previous evening, when hiding behind one of the elms in the entrance yard. This elicited a loud laugh from Picou, engaged in making up the fire of l'Olisson, which was smoking and all ready to set out. The express ran from Havre to Barrington at its regular speed and without incident. It was Henri who first signaled the dray across the line from his lookout at the top of his box on issuing from the cutting. The van next to the tender was crammed with luggage, for the train carried a large number of passengers who had landed from a mail boat the previous evening. The head guard, very badly off for space, in the midst of this huge pile of trunks and portmanteaux, swaying to and fro in the vibration, had been standing at his desk classing way-bills, and the small bottle of ink, suspended from a nail, never ceased swinging from side to side. After passing the stations where he put out luggage, he had 4 or 5 minutes' writing to do. 2 travelers had got down at Barrington, and he had just got his papers in order when, ascending and seating himself in his lookout, he cast a glance back and front along the line in accordance with his custom. It was his habit to pass all his spare time seated in this glazed sentry box on the watch. The tender hid the driver, but thanks to his elevated position he could often see further and sooner than the latter. And so whilst the train was still bending round in the cutting, he perceived the obstacle ahead. His astonishment was such that in his terror he lost command of his limbs, and for an instant even doubted what he saw. A few seconds were in consequence lost. The train was already out of the cutting, and a loud cry arose from the engine when he made up his mind to pull the cord of the alarm bell dangling in front of him. Jacques, at this supreme moment, with his hand on the reversing wheel, was looking without seeing, in a minute of absent-mindedness. He was thinking of confused and distant matters from which the image of Séverine even had faded. The violent swinging and riot of the bell, the yells of Picou behind him, brought him back to reality. Picou, who had raised the rod of the ashpan, being dissatisfied with the draught, had caught sight of the scene on ahead as he leant over the rail to make sure of the speed. And Jacques, pale as death, saw and understood everything: the stone dray across the line, the engine tearing along, the frightful shock. And he witnessed it all with such penetrating distinctness that he could even distinguish the grain in the 2 stones, while he already felt the concussion of the smash in his bones. He had violently turned round the reversing wheel, closed the regulator, tightened the brake. He had reversed the engine, and was hanging unconsciously with one hand to the whistle handle, in the furious but impotent determination to give warning, to have the colossal barricade in front removed. But in the middle of this terrible scream of distress that rent the air, l'Olisson refused to obey. It continued its course in spite of all, barely slackening in speed. Since it had lost its power of starting off smoothly and its excellent vaporization in the snowstorm, it was no longer the docile engine of former days. It had now become whimsical and intractable, like an old woman with her chest ruined by a chill. It panted, resisted the brake, and still went on, in the ponderous obstinacy of its huge mass. Picou, maddened with fright, sprang off. Jacques waited, inflexible, at his post, with the fingers of his right hand clutching the reversing wheel, and those of his left resting on the whistle handle, unaware of what he was doing. And l'Olisson, smoking, puffing amidst this piercing screech that never ceased, dashed against the stone dray with the enormous weight of the 13 carriages it dragged behind it. Then, 80 feet distant, beside the line, where they stood riveted in terror, Missard and Caboche with their arms in the air, Flore with her eyes starting from her head, witnessed this frightful scene.
End of section 18. Section 19. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 19.
The front part of the train rising up almost perpendicularly, 7 carriages ascending one on top of the other, to fall back with an abominable crash in a confused downfall of wreckage. The first 3 carriages were reduced to atoms. The 4 others formed a mountain, an entanglement of staved-in roofs, broken wheels, doors, chains, buffers, interspersed with pieces of glass, and what had been heard particularly was the pounding of the machine against the stones, a heavy crash terminating in a cry of agony. L'Olisson, ripped open, toppled over to the left, on the other side of the stone dray, while the stones, split asunder, flew about in splinters as in the explosion of a mine, and 4 out of the 5 horses, bowled over and dragged along the ground, were killed on the spot. The back half of the train, comprising 6 carriages, remained intact. They had come to a standstill without even leaving the metals. Cries arose from the wreckage, appeals in words that were drowned by inarticulate howls like those of wild beasts.
"Help! Help! Oh my God, I am dying! Help! Help!"
In the midst of the riot and confusion of the smash, nothing could be heard or seen distinctly. Lawley-Son, thrown over on the side, the underpart rent open, was losing steam in rumbling puffs, similar to a furious rattle in the throat of a giant, at places where taps had been torn away and where pipes had burst. An inexhaustible white cloud of vapor rolled round and round just on a level with the ground, while the embers, red as blood, fallen from the firebox, added their black smoke. The chimney, in the violence of the shock, had entered the ground. At the place where it had stood, the frame was broken, bending the two frame plates, and with the wheels in the air similar to a monstrous steed, torn open by some formidable rip of a horn, Lawley-Son displayed its twisted connecting rods, its broken cylinders, its slide valves and their eccentrics flattened out. One huge, frightful wound, gaping in the open air, whence vitality continued issuing with the fracas of enraged despair. Beside the locomotive lay the horse which had not been killed at once, with its two forehoofs cut off and its belly ripped up. By its erect head, the neck stiffened in a spasm of atrocious pain. He could be perceived rattling the death agony with a terrible neigh, which failed to reach the ear in the thunder of the agonizing engine. The cries were stifled, unheard, lost, wafted away.
"Save me! Kill me! I am suffering too atrociously! Kill me at once!"
In this deafening tumult and blinding smoke, the doors of the carriages remaining intact opened, and a swarm of bewildered travelers sprang out, falling down on the line. They struggled with feet and fists to rise again. Then, as soon as they found themselves on firm ground with the open country before them, they fled as fast as they could run, clearing the hedge, cutting across country, ceding to the sole instinct of getting far away from the danger, very, very far. Howling women and men disappeared in the depths of the woods. Séverine, trampled underfoot, with her hair about her back and her gown in shreds, at last got free, but she did not flee. Running towards the roaring engine, she found herself face to face with Piqueux.
Jacques, he is safe, is he not?"
she inquired. The fireman, who by a miracle had not even sprained a joint, was hurrying in the same direction, his heart swelling with pity at the idea of his driver being beneath that heap of wreckage. They had journeyed, they had suffered so much together in the continual fatigue of the high winds, and their engine, their poor engine, the good friend so cherished by both, which lay there on its back, losing its last breath of steam.
"I jumped off,"
he stammered.
"and know nothing at all. Come on, quick!"
Beside the line they ran up against Flore, who had been watching them advancing towards her. Stupefied at the act she had committed, at the massacre she had accomplished, she had not yet moved. It was all over, and it was well. Her only feeling was one of relief at having performed a necessity, without the least thought of pity for the pain of the other victims, whom she did not even notice. But when she recognized Séverine, her eyes opened immeasurably wide, and a cloud of frightful suffering darkened her pale countenance.
What? This woman lived when she was certainly dead?
This piercing grief at her assassinated love, at this stab which she had given herself right in the heart, abruptly revealed to her all the abomination of her crime. She had done this. She had killed him. She had killed all these people. A loud cry lacerated her throat. She twisted her arms. She ran madly forward, exclaiming,
"Jacques! Oh, Jacques! He is there! He was thrown backward. I saw him. Jacques! Jacques!"
she called. The death rattle of Lawley-Son had become subdued. It had taken the form of a hoarse moan which grew weaker and weaker, and the increasing clamor of the wounded could now be heard in tones more and more heartrending. The smoke remained thick. The enormous heap of wreckage, whence issued the voices of the tortured and terrified beings, seemed enveloped in a black cloud of dust that remained motionless in the sun. What could be done? Where commence? How could these wretched victims be reached?
"Jacques!"
Flore continued calling.
"I tell you he looked at me," she added, "and that he was thrown off, there, under the tender. Come along quickly, help me!"
Caboche and Missard had just picked up Henri, the head guard, who at the last second had also leapt from the train. He had dislocated his ankle, and they seated him on the ground against the hedge, where half-stunned and mute he watched the rescue of the passengers without appearing to suffer.
"Caboche, come help me!"
cried Flore.
I tell you, Jacques is under there!"
The quarryman did not hear her. He ran to the assistance of the other wounded, and carried away a young woman whose legs were dangling down broken. It was Séverine who rushed forward to answer the appeal of Flore.
"Jacques? Jacques?" said she inquiringly. "Where is he? I will help you. That's it, help me, you!"
Their hands met. Together they tugged at a broken wheel, but the delicate fingers of Séverine could do nothing, while the other with her sturdy fists broke through the obstacles. "Be careful," said Picqueux, who also began to assist in the work. And he sharply stopped Séverine just as she was going to tread on an arm cut off at the shoulder, which was still clothed in a blue cloth sleeve. She started back in horror, and yet she did not recognize the sleeve. It was an unknown arm that had rolled there from a body they would doubtless find elsewhere. This gave her such a fit of trembling that she seemed as if paralyzed, standing weeping, watching the others working, incapable of even removing the splinters of glass which cut her hands. Then the rescue of the dying, the search for the dead proved full of anguish and danger, for the live coal had set the pieces of wood alight, and to put a stop to this commencement of a fire, it became necessary to throw shovels of earth over them. While someone ran to Barenton to ask for assistance and a telegram left for Rouen, the removal of the wreckage proceeded as briskly as possible, everyone putting a hand to the work with great courage. Many of the runaways had returned, ashamed of their panic, but the relief party had to advance with infinite precautions, the transfer of each bit of wreckage requiring the utmost care, for fears were entertained lest the heap might perchance collapse and finish off the poor wretches in its midst. Some of the wounded emerged from the pile, still buried up to their chests, crushed as if in a vice, and howling. The rescuers labored a quarter of an hour to deliver one victim as white as a sheet, who, far from complaining, said he felt no pain, and had nothing the matter with him, but when he had been extricated, he was found to be without his legs, and expired immediately, having neither seen nor felt the horrible mutilation in his fit of fright. An entire family were dragged from a second-class compartment that had caught fire, the father and mother wounded in the knees, the grandmother with a broken arm, but neither did they feel their injuries. They were sobbing and calling their little girl who had disappeared in the smash, a fair-headed mite, barely 3 years old, who was discovered safe and sound under a strip of roofing with a merry smiling face. Another little girl, drenched in blood and with her poor tiny hands crushed, had been carried aside pending the discovery of her parents. She remained alone and unknown, breathing with such difficulty that she could not utter a word, but her face was convulsed into an expression of ineffable terror as soon as anyone approached her. The shock having twisted the iron fittings of the carriage doors, it was found impossible to open them, and it became necessary to enter the compartments through the broken glass. 4 corpses had already been taken out and placed side by side along the line. About 10 wounded extended on the ground were waiting near the dead bodies, there being no doctor to dress their wounds and no assistance of any kind. The clearance of the wreckage had barely commenced, and a new victim was found under each bit of lumber, while the heap, streaming and palpitating with this human butchery, never seemed to decrease.
"But I tell you that Jacques is under there,"
cried Flore, relieving herself by obstinately repeating this expression, which she uttered without reason, as the lamentation of her despair.
"He is calling. There, listen," she added.
The tender lay buried beneath the carriages, which, after running one atop of the other, had then tumbled over, and in fact, since the locomotive had been making less noise, a heavy masculine voice could be distinguished roaring in the midst of the pile. As the work advanced, the clamor of these agonizing tones became more subdued, but they revealed such atrocious pain that the rescue party, unable to bear them any longer, gave way and called out themselves. Then, at last, when the excavators reached the victim whose legs they had liberated, and whom they were dragging towards them, the roar of suffering ceased. The man was dead.
"No," said Flore. "It is not Jacques. He is lower down. He is underneath."
And with her arms of a warrior woman, she raised the wheels and cast them to a distance. She twirled the zinc of the roofs, broke the doors, tore away the bits of chain, and as soon as she came to a corpse or a person who was wounded, she called for someone to remove the body, determined not to slacken for a second in her maddening search. Caboche, Picqueux, and Missard worked behind her, while Séverine, enfeebled by standing so long on her feet, had just seated herself on the bench of a shattered carriage. But Missard, gentle and indifferent, again overcome by his sluggishness, anxious to avoid too much fatigue, was always ready to carry away the bodies, and both he and Fleur looked at the corpses as if they hoped to recognize them from among the multitude of thousands and thousands of faces who in 10 years had filed past before their eyes at full steam, leaving only the confused recollection of a crowd conveyed there and borne away in a flash. No, it was still that unknown wave of the advancing world, as anonymous in brutal accidental death as in that hasty life which brought it tearing past them onward to the future. And they could not name, they could give no information about the heads, furrowed with horror, of these poor creatures struck down on their road, trampled underfoot, similar to those soldiers whose bodies filled the trenches in opposing the charge of an enemy ascending to the assault. Nevertheless, Fleur fancied she had found one person to whom she had spoken on the day the train was blocked in the snow, that American whose profile she had at last come to know familiarly, without being aware of his name or anything about him or his. Missard carried him along with the other dead bodies, come no one knew whence, bound for no one knew where, and stopped there. Then came a heart-rending scene. In a first-class compartment turned topsy-turvy, they had just discovered a young couple, doubtless newly married, thrown one upon the other in such an unfortunate position that the woman who was uppermost crushed the man, and could not make a movement to relieve him. He was choking. He already had the death rattle in his throat, while she, in terror, with her mouth free, her heart rent asunder at the thought that she was killing him, distractedly implored the relief party to make haste, and when they had discovered both, it was she who all at once breathed her last, a blow from one of the buffers having ripped open her side, and the man, coming to himself again, clamored with grief, kneeling beside the dead body whose eyes remained full of tears. A dozen corpses and about 30 wounded passengers had now been removed. The workers were setting the tender free. Fleur paused ever and anon, thrusting her head among the splintered wood, the twisted iron, searching ardently with her eyes to see if she could perceive the driver. Suddenly she uttered a loud cry.
"I can see him!" she exclaimed. "He is under here! Look! There is his arm, with his blue woolen jacket. He doesn't move, he doesn't breathe!"
And rising from her recumbent position, she swore like a man.
"Be quick!" she shouted with an oath. "Get him out from there!"
She made a fruitless effort with both hands to tear away a plank belonging to one of the carriages, which other pieces of wreckage prevented coming towards her. So, running off, she returned with the hatchet that served to chop the wood at home, and brandishing it as a woodcutter wields his axe in the middle of an oak-tree forest, she fell upon the plank with a volley of furious blows. The men, standing aside, allowed her to do as she would, while shouting to her to be careful. But Jacques was the only wounded person there, and he lay sheltered under an entanglement of axle-trees and wheels. Moreover, she paid no attention to what was said. Her spirit being fairly roused, certain of herself, she proceeded with irresistible determination. Each stroke battered down the wood, cut through an obstacle. With her fair hair streaming free, her bodice torn open, displaying her bare arms, she resembled some terrible reaper cleaving a way through the destruction she had wrought. The final blow falling upon an axle-tree broke the iron of the hatchet in two. Then, assisted by the others, she put aside the wheels which had protected the young man from being crushed to death, and she was the first to seize him and bear him away in her arms.
"Jacques! Jacques!" she cried. "He is alive, he is breathing. Ah, great God, he lives! I knew I saw him fall and that he was there."
Séverine, who was distracted, followed her. Between them they laid him down at the foot of the hedge beside Henri, who continued gazing, stupefied, as if not understanding where he was nor what went on around him. Picqueux, who had approached, remained standing before his driver, quite unhinged at seeing him in this deplorable state, while the two women, now kneeling down, one to the right, the other to the left, supported the head of the poor fellow, watching in anguish for the slightest shiver on his face. At length Jacques opened his lids. His troubled look fell upon Fleur and Séverine, one after the other, but he did not appear to recognize them. They failed to arouse his interest, but his eyes having encountered the expiring locomotive a few feet away, first of all assumed a wild expression, then, settling on the object, vacillated with increasing emotion. He recognized L'Aulisson well, and the sight brought everything back to him. The 2 blocks of stone across the rails, the abominable shock, the crushing sensation he had experienced at the same moment within both the engine and himself,
and from which he had emerged alive while the locomotive had assuredly come to an end. It was not the fault of the engine if it had been intractable, for it had always felt the effects of the accident in the snow, without counting that age makes limbs heavy and joints stiff, which is as applicable to machinery as to living creatures. And so, overwhelmed with grief at seeing L'Alissonne direfully wounded in the last throes of death, he readily forgave. Poor L'Alissonne had but few minutes more. It was becoming cold. The live coal in the firebox was turning into cinders. The steam that had escaped in such violence from its open flanks was exhausting itself with the low moan of a weeping child. The locomotive, always so bright, now lay on its back in a black bed of coal, soiled with earth and foam. It had met with the tragic end of a costly animal struck down in the public street. At one moment, it had been possible to perceive its mechanism at work through its shattered plates, the pistons beating like twin hearts, the steam circulating in the slide valves as the blood of its veins. But the connecting rods merely moved in a jerky fashion after the manner of convulsive human arms, and constituted the final efforts of life. Its spirit was ebbing away along with the power that gave it life, that huge breath whereof it could not absolutely free itself. The eviscerated giantess sank lower still, passing little by little into very gentle slumber, and ended by emitting not a sound. L'Alissonne was dead, and the heap of iron, steel, and copper lying there, this pounded colossal mass with the barrel ripped asunder, the scattered limbs, the interior mechanism smashed, exposed to broad daylight, displayed the frightfully mournful aspect of some enormous human corpse, of a whole world that had lived, and from which life had just been torn in anguish. Then Jacques, understanding that L'Alissonne was no more, closed his eyes, desiring to die also. Moreover, he was so weak that he fancied himself borne away in the final little puff of the engine. And tears, trickling from his closed lids, drenched his cheeks. This was too much for Picqueux, who had remained there motionless with a lump in his throat. Their dear friend had gone, and here was his driver wishing to follow. So the happy family of three was at an end. All over those journeys of hundreds of leagues they made together without exchanging a word, and yet all three understanding one another so well that they had no need to make even a sign to comprehend. Ah, poor L'Alissonne, as gentle as strong, so beautiful when sparkling in the sun. And Picqueux, who nevertheless had not been drinking, burst into violent sobs, unable to master the hiccoughs that agitated his huge frame. Séverine and Flore were also in despair at this fresh fainting fit of Jacques. The latter of the two women, running home, returned with camphorated spirit, and began to friction him for the sake of doing something, but amidst their anguish they were exasperated by the interminable death agony of the horse who had his 2 forehoofs cut off, the only survivor of the team of 5. He lay close to them, uttering a constant neigh, a cry that sounded almost human. It was so shrill and so expressive of frightful pain that 2 of the wounded gained by the contagion also began howling like animals. Never had a death cry rent the air in such a deep, ever-memorable complaint. It made the blood run icy cold. The torture became atrocious. Voices trembling with pity and anger inveighed against it, beseeching the rescue party to put an end to the misery of this wretched horse, who was in such terrible suffering and whose endless death rattle, now that the engine had expired, continued like the final lamentation of the catastrophe. Then Picqueux, still sobbing, picked up the hatchet with the shattered steel head, and at a single blow, right in front of the skull, poleaxed him. Silence now fell on the scene of the massacre. Assistance came at last, after waiting a couple of hours. In the shock of the collision, the carriages had all been thrown to the left, so that the down line could be cleared in a few hours. A train from Rouen, consisting of 3 carriages and a pilot engine, had just brought the chief secretary to the prefect and the imperial procurator, along with some engineers and doctors of the company. Quite a swarm of active, busy personages, while Monsieur Bessières, the station master at Barenton, was already attacking the wreckage with a gang of workmen. Extraordinary bustle and excitement prevailed in this out-of-the-way place, usually so silent and deserted. The travelers who had issued from the accident safe and sound had not yet lost the frenzy of their panic, which asserted itself in a febrile necessity to keep on the move. Some, terrified at the idea of again seating themselves in a railway carriage, endeavored to hire vehicles, Others, seeing it was impossible to find even a wheelbarrow, already became anxious about eating and sleeping. Everybody wished to send off telegrams, and several people sent out for Barrington on foot, taking messages with them. While the representatives of the government, assisted by the servants of the railway company, commenced an inquiry, the doctors hastily proceeded to dress the wounds of the injured. Many had lost consciousness and lay in pools of blood. Others, tortured by tweezers and needles, murmured in feeble voices. Altogether there were 15 passengers killed and 32 seriously hurt. The corpses remained in a row on the ground at the foot of the hedge, with their faces to the sky pending identification. No one, save a little substitute, a fair and rosy young man full of zeal, troubled about them, and he searched their pockets to see if he could find any papers, visiting cards or letters, which would enable him to ticket each of them with a name and address. Meanwhile, a gaping crowd had gathered about him, for although there was no house within a league around, a number of idlers had arrived, no one could say whence, some 30 men, women, and children, who simply stood in the way without lending any assistance. And the black dust, the veil of smoke and vapor that had enveloped everything having dispersed, the radiant April morning burst triumphant upon the scene of massacre, bathing the dead and dying, the ripped-up Lawley-Saw, and the pile of wreckage in gentle, gay streams of bright sun, while the gang of workmen engaged in clearing the line reminded one of ants repairing the damage done to their hill by the feet of a thoughtless passer-by. Jacques continued unconscious, and Severine, stopping a doctor as he came along, besought his assistance. The latter examined the young man without discovering any visible wound, but fearing internal lesions on account of the thin streaks of blood that appeared between his lips, he declined to express a formal opinion, but advised that Jacques should be removed as speedily and with as little jolting as possible and put to bed. Jacques, at the touch of hands passing over him, had again opened his eyes with a suppressed ejaculation of pain. This time he recognized Severine, and stammered in a wandering manner, "Take me away! Take me away!" Flore bent forward, and Jacques, moving his head, recognized her also. His eyes at once took the terrified expression of a child, and he turned back towards Severine, shrinking from the other with a look of hatred and horror. "Take me away, immediately, immediately," said he. Then Severine, troubling no more about Flore than if she had not been present, inquired in a most affectionate tone, "Will you let me take you to La Croix de Maufras? It is just opposite, and if you consent, we shall be at home there." And still agitated, with his eyes fixed on the other, he acquiesced. "Anywhere you please, immediately," said he. Flore, who remained motionless, turned as pale as death at his look of terrified execration, and so in this carnage of innocent people she had not succeeded in killing them, neither the one nor the other. The woman had come out of it without a scratch, and now he would perhaps escape. She had only succeeded in throwing them together all alone in this solitary house. She saw them comfortable there, the sweetheart recovered, convalescent, the girl full of attention, recompensed for her vigils by continual caresses, both prolonging the honeymoon of the catastrophe in absolute liberty and far from the world. She turned icy cold, and cast her eyes on the dead she had slaughtered to no purpose. At this moment, Flore, in the glance she had given to the butchery, perceived Missard and Caboche, who were being questioned by some gentlemen, the judicial authorities assuredly. In fact, the imperial procurator and the chief secretary to the prefect were endeavoring to ascertain how this stone dray had got across the line. Missard maintained that he had not left his post, while at the same time he was unable to give any precise information as to what had happened. He really knew nothing, so he pretended he had been busy with his apparatus and had his back turned. Caboche, who had not yet recovered his composure, related a long confused story about how he had committed the imprudence of leaving his team in order to take a look at the corpse of the dead woman, how the horses had moved on alone, and how the young girl had been unable to stop them. Embroiling himself, he began again without succeeding in making himself understood. A mad desire for liberty again caused the frozen blood of Flore to flow warm. She wished for freedom of action, freedom to reflect and come to a decision of her own accord, having never required the assistance of anyone to get into the right path. What was the good of waiting to be annoyed with questions, perhaps to be arrested? For, apart from the crime, there had been neglect of duty, and she would be held responsible. Nevertheless, she remained where she was, feeling unable to quit the spot so long as Jacques stayed there. Séverine had so begged and prayed of Picqueux to procure a stretcher that he at last secured one, and returned from his errand with a comrade to carry off the injured driver. The doctor had persuaded the young woman to allow Henri, the head guard, to be accommodated at her house also. He merely seemed to be suffering from swimming in the head, as if momentarily struck senseless by the shock. He would be removed after the other one. As Séverine bent forward to unbutton the collar of Jacques, which was troubling him, she kissed him openly on the eyes, wishing to give him courage to support being moved. "Never mind," she murmured. "We shall be happy." He returned her kiss, smiling, and to Flore this was the supreme rent that tore him from her forever. It seemed to her that her blood also was now flowing from an incurable wound. She fled when they carried him away. But in passing before the low habitation, she perceived the death chamber through the window, with the pale spot formed by the candle burning in broad daylight beside the body of her mother. During the accident, the corpse of the dead woman had remained alone, with the head half turned aside, the eyes wide open, the mouth twisted, as if she were watching all these people whom she did not know being crushed to death. Flore dashed away, and immediately turning the corner formed by the Donville road, struck out to the left among the bushes. She was familiar with every innermost corner of the district, and she could now defy the gendarmes to catch her, should they happen to be in pursuit. So she abruptly ceased running, continuing at a slow walk towards a hiding place, an excavation above the tunnel, where she loved to conceal herself on days when she felt sad. Raising her eyes, she saw by the sun that it was noon. When she was in her den, she stretched herself on the hard rock, and remained motionless with her hands clasped behind her neck, reflecting. It was not until then that she felt a frightful void within her. A sensation of being dead gradually numbed her limbs. This was not remorse at having uselessly slaughtered all these people, for it required an effort on her part to experience regret and horror at what she had done. No, but she was now certain that Jacques had seen her holding back the horses, and she had just understood, as she noticed him shrink away, that he felt the same terrified repulsion for her as one has for monsters. He would never forget. However, when you miss doing away with other people, you must not commit the same blunder with yourself. By and by she would put an end to her existence. She had no other hope. She felt the absolute necessity of resorting to this extremity since she had been there, recovering calm and reasoning. Her fatigue and complete prostration alone prevented her rising to seek a weapon and die there and then. And yet, from the midst of the invincible somnolence that settled on her, again came the love of life, a craving for felicity, a final dream of being happy also. Considering she had left the other two to the bliss of living freely together, why not await night, to run off and join Ozil, who adored her, and would very well know how to defend her? Then her thoughts became gentle and confused, and she fell into a sound sleep, free from dreams. When Flore awoke, night had completely set in. Not knowing where she was, she felt about her, and at once remembered everything, on touching the naked rock whereon she lay. Then the implacable necessity presented itself like a thunderbolt. She must die. It seemed as if that cowardly sensation of gentleness, that faltering when life seemed still possible, had vanished with the fatigue. No, death alone was good. She could not live in the midst of all this blood, with her tattered heart, and execrated by the only man she cared for, who belonged to another. Now that she had the strength, she must die. Flore rose and left the hole in the rocks. She did not hesitate, for instinct had just told her where she should go. Looking towards the stars, she could see it was close on 9 o'clock. As she reached the railway, a train flew by at full speed on the down line, which seemed to give her pleasure. All would be well. Evidently they had cleared this line, whereas the other, no doubt, was still blocked, for the trains did not seem to be running. Now she followed the hedge amidst the deadly silence of the wild surroundings. There was no hurry. There would be no train before the Paris express, and that would not be there until 9:25. She continued her walk in the dense darkness very calmly, and at short strides as if she had been making one of her usual excursions by the deserted pathways of the neighborhood. Nevertheless, before coming to the tunnel, she made her way through the hedge, and advanced along the metals themselves, at her dawdling gait, walking to meet the express. She had to keep her wits about her, so as not to be seen by the watchman, as was her custom each time she ran over on a visit to Ozil, and in the tunnel she continued walking, still advancing. But it was not as on the last occasion. She was no longer afraid, should she turn round, of losing the exact notion of the direction she wished to take. The tunnel folly was not beating in her skull, obliterating all idea of time and space, amidst the thunder of the sounds crashing beneath the vault. What mattered it to her? She did not reason. She did not even think. She had but one fixed resolution, to walk before her until she met the train, and then to still walk on, straight to the lantern, as soon as she should see it flaming in the night. Nevertheless, Fleur felt astonished, for she fancied she had been going along thus for hours. What a distance it was, this death that she desired. The idea that she would not encounter it, that she would walk leagues and leagues without striking against it, caused her momentary despair. Her feet were becoming weary. Would she then be obliged to sit down and wait for death, to lie across the rails? But this struck her as unworthy. With the instinct of a virgin and warrior woman, she wished to walk on to the end, to die erect. And this thought aroused her energy. She gave another spurt forward, and in the far distance perceived the light of the express, looking like a little star, twinkling and alone, in the midst of an inky sky. The train was not yet beneath the vault. No sound announced its coming. Nothing was visible but this very bright, gay light, increasing little by little in volume. Drawn up to her full, tall height, in all the suppleness of her build, evenly balanced on her strong lower limbs, she now advanced at a long stride, but without running, as if going to meet a friend to whom she wished to spare a part of the distance separating them. But the train had just entered the tunnel. The frightful roar approached, shaking the ground with a tempestuous blast, while the star had become an enormous eye, ever expanding, bursting out as if from its orbit of gloom. Then, under the empire of an inexplicable sentiment, perhaps to die quite alone, she emptied her pockets without pausing in her heroic, obstinate march, and placed quite a little pile of articles beside the line. A pocket handkerchief, some keys, some string, a couple of knives. She even removed the fichu tied round her neck, leaving her bodice unhooked and torn half open. The eye changed into a brazier, into the mouth of an oven vomiting fire. The breath of the monster already reached her, damp and warm in the roll of thunder that became more and more deafening. And she continued to walk on, going straight towards the furnace so as not to miss the engine, fascinated like some night insect attracted by a flame. And in the frightful shock, in the embrace, she still drew herself up, as if stirred by the final revolt of a wrestler woman. She sought to clasp the giant and lay him low. Her head went full into the lantern, which was extinguished. It was more than an hour afterwards that a party came to pick up the corpse of Fleur. The driver had distinctly seen the tall, pale-faced figure of this girl advancing towards the engine, with all the strange aspect of a terrifying apparition, in the deluge of vivid light that streamed upon her. And when the lantern abruptly went out, and the train rolled along with its peal of thunder in dense obscurity, he shuddered as he felt death pass by. On issuing from the tunnel, he did his best to inform the watchman of the accident, by shouting to him. But only at Barrington could he relate that somebody had just been cut in two down the line. It was certainly a woman, for female hair, mingled with bits of skull, still remained sticking to the broken glass of the lamp. And when the men sent to look for the body discovered it, they started to find it so white as marble. It was lying on the upline, thrown there by the violence of the shock, the head all pulp, the limbs without a scratch, and half bare, displaying admirable beauty in their purity and strength. The men wrapped up the corpse in silence. They had recognized it. She had certainly done away with herself in a fit of craziness to escape the terrible responsibility weighing on her. At midnight the corpse of Fleur rested in the little low habitation beside that of her mother. A mattress had been spread on the ground, and a candle lighted between the two bodies. The great fixed eyes of Aunt Phaisy, whose head remained inclined on her shoulder, and whose twisted mouth still bore its hideous grin, seemed now to be gazing at her daughter, while all around in the solitude, amid the profound silence, could be heard the grim labor, the panting efforts of Missard, who had resumed his search.
and at the prescribed intervals the trains flew by, crossing one another on the two lines, the traffic having just been completely restored. They passed inexorably and indifferently with their all-powerful mechanism, ignorant of these dramas and these crimes. What mattered the unknown of the multitude fallen on the road, crushed beneath the wheels? The dead had been removed, the blood washed away, and the trains started off again for yonder, towards the future. End of section 19. Section 20. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 20.
Chapter 11. The scene shifted to the bedroom at La Croix de Maufras. The room hung in red damask, with the two high windows looking on the railway line a few yards away. From the bedstead, an old four-poster facing the windows, the trains could be seen passing, and not an object had been removed, not a piece of furniture disturbed for years. Séverine had the wounded Jacques, who was unconscious, carried up to this apartment, while Henri de Vergne was left in a smaller bedroom on the ground floor. For herself, she kept a room close to the one occupied by Jacques, and only separated from it by the landing. A couple of hours sufficed to make everything sufficiently comfortable, for the house had remained fully set up, and even linen was stowed away in the cupboards. Séverine, with an apron over her gown, found herself transformed into a lady nurse. She had simply telegraphed to Roubaud not to expect her, and she would no doubt remain at the house a short time, attending to the wounded she had put up there. On the following day the doctor announced that he thought he could answer for Jacques. Indeed, he hoped to put him on his feet again in a week. His case proved a perfect miracle, for he had barely received some slight internal injury, but the doctor insisted on the greatest care being taken of him, and on absolute rest. So when the invalid opened his eyes, Séverine, who watched over him as over a child, begged him to be good and to obey her in everything. Still very weak, he promised with a nod. He was in possession of all his faculties. He recognized the room which she had described on the night of her confession. He was lying on the bed. There were the windows through which, without even raising his head, he could see the trains flash past, suddenly shaking the whole house, and he felt by the surroundings that this house was just as he had so often seen it, when he went by on his engine. He saw it again now in his mind, set down aslant beside the line, in its distress and abandonment, with its closed shutters. The aspect had become more lamentable and dubious since it had been for sale, with the immense board adding to the melancholy appearance of the garden overgrown with briars. He recalled the frightful sadness he had felt each time he passed the place, the uneasiness with which it haunted him, as if it stood at this spot to be the calamity of his existence. And now, as he lay so weak in this room, he seemed to understand it all. There could be no other solution to the matter. He was assuredly going to die there. As soon as Séverine perceived he was in a condition to understand her, she hastened to set his mind at ease in regard to a subject which she fancied might be worrying him, whispering in his ear as she drew up the bedclothes, "You need not be anxious. I emptied your pockets and took the watch." He gazed at her with wide-open eyes, making an effort to remember. "The watch! Ah, yes, the watch," he murmured. "They might have searched you," she resumed, "and I have hidden it among my own things. Don't be afraid." He thanked her with a pressure of the hand. Turning his head, he caught sight of the knife lying on the table. This had also been found in one of his pockets, but there was no need to conceal it, for it was just like many another knife. The following day, Jacques already found himself stronger, and began to hope he would not die there. He experienced real pleasure when he noticed the presence of Caboche, who did all he could to make himself useful, and was at great pains to avoid making a noise on the floor with his heavy, giant-like tread. The quarryman had not quitted Séverine since the accident, and it seemed as if he was also under the influence of an ardent desire to show his devotedness. He abandoned his own occupation and came every morning to assist in the housework, serving her with canine-like fidelity, and with eyes ever fixed on her own. As he remarked, she was a splendid woman, in spite of her slim appearance. One might well do something for her, considering she did so much for others, and the two sweethearts became so accustomed to him that they did not trouble if he happened to surprise them talking affectionately to one another, or even kissing, when he chanced to pass discreetly through the apartment, making as little as he could of his burly frame. What astonished Jacques was the frequent absence of Séverine from the room. On the first day, in obedience to the orders of the doctor,
She had said nothing about Henri being below, feeling that the idea of absolute solitude would act as a sort of soothing draught on her patient. "We are alone, are we not?" he inquired. "Yes, my darling, alone, all alone," she answered. "You can sleep in peace." But she disappeared at every moment, and the next day he overheard footsteps and whispering on the ground floor. Then on the following day he distinguished a lot of stifled merriment, bursts of clear laughter, 2 fresh youthful voices that never ceased. "What is it? Who is there?" he asked. "So we are not alone?" "Well, no, my darling," she replied. "Down below, just under your room, is another injured man to whom I have given hospitality." "Ah!" he exclaimed. "Who is it?" "Henri, you know, the head guard," said she. "Henri, ah!" he exclaimed again. "And this morning," she continued, "his 2 sisters arrived. It is they that you hear. They laugh at everything. As he is much better, they are going back again tonight, on account of their father who cannot do without them, and Henri is to remain 2 or 3 days longer to get quite well. Just fancy, he leapt from the train without breaking a single bone. Only he was like an idiot. But his reason has returned." Jacques made no remark, but he fixed such a penetrating look on her that she added, "You understand, eh? If he was not there, people might gossip about us 2. So long as I am not alone with you, my husband can say nothing, and I have a good pretext for remaining here. You understand?" "Yes, yes," he replied. "That is all right." And Jacques until evening listened to the laughter of the little Dauvergnes, which he recollected having heard in Paris, ascending in the same manner from the lower floor into the room where Séverine had made her confession to him. With darkness came silence, and he could only distinguish the light footsteps of Séverine going from him to the other wounded man. The door below closed, and the house fell into profound silence. Feeling thirsty, he had to knock twice on the floor with a chair for her to come up to him. When she arrived, she was all smiles and very assiduous, explaining that she could not get away before because it was necessary to keep a compress of cold water on the head of Henri. On the 4th day, Jacques was able to get up and pass a couple of hours in an armchair before the window. By bending forward a little, he could see the strip of garden enclosed by a low wall and invaded by briars with their pale bloom, a slice of which had been taken by the railway. And he remembered the night when he stood on tiptoe to look over the wall. He again saw the rather large piece of ground at the back of the house, shut in by a hedge only, the hedge he had gone through to run up against Flore, seated at the entrance to the dilapidated greenhouse, cutting up stolen cord with scissors. Ah, that abominable night, full of the terror of his complaint! That Flore, with the tall, supple stature of a fair warrior woman, her flaming eyes fixed straight on his, was ever present since the recollection of it all returned to him more and more distinctly. At first he had not opened his lips respecting the accident, and no one about him alluded to it, out of prudence. But every detail came back to him, and he pieced it all together again. He thought of nothing else. And his mind was so continuously occupied with the subject that now at the window his sole occupation consisted in looking for traces of the collision, in watching for the actors in the catastrophe. How was it that he did not see Flore there at her post as gatekeeper with her flag in her fist? He dared not ask the question, and this increased the uneasiness he felt in this lugubrious dwelling, which seemed to him to be peopled with spectres. Nevertheless, one morning when Caboche was there assisting Séverine, he ended by making up his mind. "And where is Flore?" he inquired. "Is she ill?" The quarryman, taken unawares, misunderstood a gesture the young woman made, and thinking she was telling him to speak out, he answered, "Poor Flore is dead." Jacques looked at them, shuddering, and it then became necessary to tell him all. Together they related to him the suicide of the young girl, how she had been cut in 2 in the tunnel. The burial of the mother had been delayed until the evening, so that her daughter might be carried away at the same time, and they now slept side by side in the little cemetery at Donville, where they had gone to join the first who had made the journey, the younger sister, that gentle but unfortunate Louisette, 3 miserable creatures among those who fall on the road, who are crushed and disappear, as if swept away by the terrible blast of those passing trains. "Dead? Great God!" repeated Jacques very lowly. "My poor Aunt Phaisy, and Flore, and Louisette." At the last name, Caboche, who was assisting Séverine to push the bed, instinctively raised his eyes to her, troubled at the recollection of his tender feelings for another in presence of the budding passion which he felt had gained him. He, a soft-hearted creature of limited intelligence, was without defense, like an affectionate dog who is conquered by the first caress. But Séverine, who knew all about his tragic love episode, remained grave, looking at him with sympathetic eyes, so that he felt very much touched, and his hand having unintentionally grazed her hand as he was passing her the pillows, he felt like suffocating, and it was in a stammering voice that he replied to the next question Jacques put to him. "Did they accuse her, then, of causing the accident?" asked the latter. "Oh, no. Only, it was her fault, you understand," answered Caboche. In disjointed sentences he related all he knew. For his own part, he had seen nothing as he was in the house when the horses moved on to drag the stone dray across the line. This indeed was what caused him silent remorse. The judicial gentleman had harshly reproached him with leaving his team. The frightful misfortune would not have occurred had he remained with them. The inquiry, therefore, resulted in showing that there had been simple negligence on the part of Flore, and as she had punished herself atrociously, nothing further was done. The company did not even remove Missard, who, with his air of humility and deference, had got out of the scrape by accusing the dead girl. She always did as she liked. He had to leave his box at every minute to close the gate. The company, for their part, were compelled to recognize that on this particular morning he had performed his duty perfectly, and in the interval that would elapse before he married again, they had just authorized him to take as gatekeeper an old woman of the neighborhood, named Declus, formerly a servant at an inn, who lived on money she had economized in her younger days. When Caboche left the room, Jacques detained Séverine by a glance. He looked extremely pale. "You know very well that it was Flore who pulled on the horses, and barred the line with the blocks of stone," said he. Séverine, in her turn, grew pallid. "Darling, what on earth are you saying?" she answered. "You are getting feverish. You must go to bed again." No, I am not wandering. Do you hear? I saw her as I see you," he continued. "She held the cattle, and with her firm fist prevented the dray advancing." On hearing this, Séverine, losing her legs, sank down on a chair opposite him. "Good heavens! Good heavens!" she exclaimed. "It strikes terror into one. It is monstrous. I shall never be able to get any sleep." "Of course," he resumed, "the thing is clear. She attempted to kill us both in the general slaughter. She had been making me advances for a long time, and she was jealous. Coupled with this, she was half off her head, and had all manner of rum ideas. Only think, such a number of murders at one stroke. Quite a multitude plunged in gore. Ah, the wretch!" His eyes grew wide open. A nervous twitch drew down his lip, and he held his tongue. They remained looking at one another for fully a minute without speaking. Then, tearing himself from the abominable vision that had risen up between them, he continued in a lower tone. "Ah, she is dead. So that is why her ghost is here. Since I recovered consciousness, she seems to be always present. Again this morning, I turned round thinking her at the head of my bed. Still she is dead, and we are alive. Let us hope she will not avenge herself now." Séverine shuddered. Hold your tongue, said she. "You will drive me crazy." She left the room, and he heard her go downstairs to the other invalid. Jacques, who had remained at the window, was again lost in the contemplation of the line, of the small habitation of the gatekeeper with its great well, of the signal box, that wooden hut where Missard seemed to be dozing over his regular monotonous work. Jacques became absorbed by these things now for hours, as if poring over some problem he could not solve, and the solution of which nevertheless concerned his safety. He never felt tired of watching Missard, that puny creature, gentle and pallid, everlastingly disturbed by a nasty little cough, who had poisoned his wife, who had got the better of that strapping woman, like a rodent insect obstinately pursuing its passion. He could certainly not have had any other idea in his head for years, day and night, during the 12 interminable hours he remained on duty. At each electric tinkle, announcing a train, he blew the horn. Then, when the train had passed and he had blocked the line, he pressed an electric knob to warn the next signalman of its arrival, afterwards touching a second knob to open the line at the preceding signal box. These simple mechanical movements had in the end entered into his vegetative life as bodily habits. Untutored and obtuse, he never read anything, but between the calls of his apparatus remained with his arms hanging down beside him, and his eyes gazing vaguely into space. Being almost always seated in his box, he had no other diversion than that of dawdling as long as possible over his lunch. When this was finished, he fell into his doltishness again with the skull quite empty, without a thought. And he was particularly tormented with terrible drowsiness, sometimes sleeping with his eyes open. At night time, if he wished to avoid giving way to this irresistible torpor, he had to get up and walk with unsteady legs like a drunken man. And it was thus that the struggle with his wife, that secret combat as to who should have the concealed 1,000 francs after the death of the other, must for months and months have been the sole reflection in the benumbed brain of this solitary being. When he blew his horn, when he maneuvered his signals, watching in automatic fashion over the safety of so many lives, he thought of the poison, and when he waited with idle arms, his eyes moving from side to side with sleep, he still thought of it. Of nothing did he think but that. He would kill her. He would search. It was he who would have the money. At present, Jacques was astonished to find Missard had not changed. It was possible, then, to kill without any trouble, and life continue as before. After the feverishness, attending the first rummages for the money-bag, he had just resumed his usual indifference, the cunning, gentle manner of a feeble being who shunned a shock. As a matter of fact, he might well have put an end to his wife, but she triumphed notwithstanding, for he was beaten. He had turned the house upside down without discovering anything, not a centime, and his looks alone, those anxious ferreting looks, revealed on his sallow countenance how busy was his mind. Everlastingly he saw the wide-open eyes of the dead woman, the hideous smile on her lips, which seemed to repeat, "Search! Search!" He sought. He could not give his brain 1 minute of rest now. It worked incessantly in quest of the spot where the treasure was buried, thinking over the possible hiding places, rejecting those where he had already rummaged, bursting into feverish excitement as soon as he imagined a new one, and then burning with such haste that he abandoned everything to run off there to no purpose. This in the end became an intolerable torment, an avenging torture, a sort of cerebral insomnia which kept him awake, stupid and reflecting in spite of himself, in the tic-tac of the pendulum of his fixed idea. When he blew his horn, once for the down trains, twice for the up trains, he sought. When he answered the ringing, when he pressed the knobs of his apparatus, closing, opening the line, he sought. He sought, bewilderingly, ceaselessly. In the daytime, during the long period of waiting, heavy with idleness. At night, tormented with sleep, as if exiled to the other end of the world, in the silence of the great black country. And the woman, Duclos, who at present looked after the gate, actuated by the desire to become his wife, showed him every possible attention, and was alarmed to see that he never closed his eyes. One night, Jacques, who began to take a few steps in his room, had got up and approaching the window saw a lantern moving to and fro at the house of Missard. Assuredly the man was searching, but the following night, the convalescent being again on the lookout, was astounded to recognize a great dark form, which proved none other than Caboche, who was standing in the road beneath the window of the adjoining room where Séverine slept. And this sight, without him being able to understand why it should be so, instead of irritating him, filled him with commiseration and sadness. Another unfortunate fellow, this great brute, planted there like a bewildered, faithful animal. In truth, Séverine, who was so slim and not handsome, when examined in detail, must possess a very powerful charm with her raven hair and deep blue eyes for even savages, giants of limited intelligence, to be so smitten with her as to pass the night at her door like little trembling youths. He recalled certain things that he had noticed. The eagerness of the quarrymen to assist her, and the look of servility with which he offered his help. Yes, Caboche was certainly in love with her. And Jacques, having kept his eye on him, the next day noticed him furtively pick up a hairpin that had fallen from her hair as she made the bed, and keep it in his closed hand so as not to restore it. Jacques thought of his own torment, of all he had suffered through his love, of all the trouble and fright, returning with health. 2 more days passed. The week was coming to an end, and the injured men, as the doctor had foreseen, would be able to resume duty. One morning, the driver, being at the window, saw a brand-new engine pass with his fireman, Piqueux, who greeted him with his hand as if calling him. But he was in no hurry. An awakening of passion detained him there.
a sort of anxious expectation as to what would happen next. That same day, in the lower part of the house, he again heard fresh youthful laughter, a gaiety of grown-up girls, filling the sad habitation with all the racket of a ladies' school in the playground. He recognized the voices of the little Tavernias, but he did not say a word on the subject to Séverine, who absented herself nearly the entire day, unable to remain with him for 5 minutes at a time. In the evening, the house having fallen into death-like silence, and as Séverine, looking grave and slightly pale, loitered in his room, he looked at her fixedly and remarked inquiringly, "So he has gone? His sisters have taken him away?" She briefly answered, "Yes." "And we are at last alone? Quite alone?" he continued. "Yes, quite alone," said she. "Tomorrow we shall have to quit one another. I shall return to Havre. We have been camping long enough in this desert." He continued looking at her in a smiling but constrained manner, and at length made up his mind to speak. "You are sorry he has gone, eh?" he inquired. And as she started and wished to protest, he interrupted her. "I am not seeking a quarrel with you," he said. "You know well enough that I am not jealous. One day you told me to kill you if you were unfaithful to me, did you not? I do not look like a man who is going to kill his sweetheart. But really, you were always below. It was impossible to have you to myself for a minute. It recalled to my mind a remark your husband one day made, that you would be as likely as not to listen to that young fellow without taking any pleasure in the experiment, simply to begin something new." She ceased defending herself and slowly repeated twice over, "To begin something new. To begin something new." Then, in an outburst of irresistible frankness, she continued, "Well, listen. What you say is true. We two can tell one another everything. We are bound closely enough together. This man has pursued me for months, and when I found him below, he spoke to me again. He repeated that he loved me to distraction, and in a manner so thoroughly imbued with gratitude for the care I had taken of him, with such gentle tenderness that, it is true, I for a moment dreamed of loving him also, of beginning something new, something better, something very sweet. Yes, something without pleasure, perhaps, but which would have given me calm." She paused and hesitated before continuing. "For the road in front of us two," she resumed, "is now barred. We shall advance no further. Our dream of leaving France, the hope of wealth and happiness over there in America, all the felicity that depended on you, is impossible, because you were unable to do the thing. Oh, I am not making you any reproach. It is better that it was not done, but I want to make you understand that with you I have nothing to hope for. Tomorrow will be like yesterday, the same annoyances, the same torments." He allowed her to speak, and only questioned her when he saw her silent. "So that is why you gave way to the other?" he suggested. She had taken a few steps in the room, and returning, she shrugged her shoulders. "No, I did not give way to him," said she. "I tell you so simply, and I am sure you believe me, because henceforth there is no reason why we should lie to one another. He kissed my hand, but he did not kiss my lips, and that I swear. He expects to meet me at Paris later on, because seeing him so miserable I did not wish to drive him to despair." She was right. Jacques believed her. He saw she was not telling untruths. And his old feeling of anguish began again in the rekindling flame of their passion. That frightful trouble of the growing mania at the thought that he was now shut up alone with her, far from the world. Wishing to escape, he exclaimed, "But then the other one, for there is another one, this Caboche." Abruptly turning round, she went back to him, and said, "Ah, so you noticed him. So you know that too. Yes, it is a fact. There is also this one. I cannot imagine what has come to them all. Caboche has never said a word to me, but I can see he is beside himself when he observes us kissing, and when I address you affectionately he goes off to whimper in out-of-the-way corners. And then he robs me of all sorts of things, my own private belongings. Gloves and even pocket handkerchiefs disappear, and he carries them over there to his cavern as if they were treasures. Only you need not imagine that I am likely to fall in love with this savage. He is too coarse. He would frighten me to death. Moreover, his love is passive. No, no, when those great brutes are timid, they die of love, without seeking to gratify their passion. You might leave me a month in his keeping, and he would not touch me with the tips of his fingers, no more than he touched Louisette.
I can answer for that now." At this remembrance they looked at one another, and silence ensued. Past events came to their minds. Their meeting before the examining magistrate at Rouen, then their first trip to Paris, so full of charm, and their love-making at Havre, and all that followed, good and terrible. She drew nearer to him, coming so close that he felt the warmth of her breath. "No, no," she resumed. "Still less with that one than with the other. With nobody, in fact, do you understand? And do you want to know why? Ah, I feel it at this hour. I am sure I make no mistake. It is because you have taken entire possession of me. There is no other word. Yes, taken, as one takes an object with both hands and walks off with it. Before I knew you, I belonged to no one. I am now yours, and shall remain yours, even against your own wish, even if I do not desire to do so myself. I cannot explain this to you. It was to that end that we met. Ah, it is you alone that I love. I can love no one but you." She put forward her arms to have him to herself, to rest her head on his shoulder, her mouth on his lips, but he grasped her hands. He held her back aghast, terrified at the sensation of the old shiver ascending his limbs, with the blood beating on his brain. Then came the buzzing in the ears, the strokes of a hammer, the clamor of a multitude, as in his former severe attacks. For some time past he had been almost unable to kiss her in broad daylight, or even by the flame of a candle, in terror lest he should go mad if he saw her. And a lamp stood there lighting them both up brilliantly. If he trembled as he did, if he felt himself going crazy, it must be because he perceived the white rotundity of her bosom through her open dressing-gown. "Our existence may well be barred," she continued. "Let it be. Although I can hope for nothing more from you, although I know that tomorrow will bring us the same worries and the same torments, I do not care. I have nothing to do but let my life drag along and suffer with you. We shall return to Havre, and things may go on as they will, so long as I have an hour in your company from time to time." Jacques, in the fury of madness, excited by her caresses, and having no weapon, had already stretched out both his hands to strangle her, when she, turning round, extinguished the lamp of her own accord. Then, seating herself, she said, "Oh, my darling, if you could only have done it, how happy we should have been over there. No, no, I am not asking you to do what you cannot do. Only I'm so sorry our dream has not been realized. I was afraid just now. I do not know how it is, but it seems as if something menaces me. It is no doubt childishness, but at every moment I turn round as though something was there ready to strike me. And I have only you, my darling, to defend me. All my joy depends on you. It is for you alone that I live." Without answering, he strained her to him, putting into this pressure what he did not say. His emotion, his sincere desire to be good to her, the violent love she had never ceased to inspire in him, and yet he had again wanted to kill her that very night. For if she had not turned round and extinguished the lamp, he would have strangled her. That was certain. Never would he be cured. The attacks came back by the hazard of circumstances without him even being able to discover or discuss the causes. Thus, why did he wish to kill her on that night, when he found her faithful and imbued with a more expansive and confiding passion? Was it because the more she loved him, the more he wished to make her his, even to destroying her in the terrifying gloom of male egotism? Did he want to have possession of her, dead as the earth? "Tell me, my darling," she murmured, "why am I afraid? Do you know of anything threatening me?" "No, no," answered Jacques. "Rest assured that there is nothing threatening you." "But at moments," said she, "all my body is in a tremble. Behind me lurks a constant danger which I do not see, but which I feel very distinctly. How is it that I am afraid?" "No, no," he repeated. "There is no cause for alarm. I love you, and will allow no one to do you any harm. See how nice it is to be as we are, one in body and soul." A delicious silence followed, which was broken by Séverine. "Ah, my darling," she resumed in her low, caressing whisper, "if we could only always be as we are now, you know we would sell this house and set out with the money to join your friend in America, who is still expecting you. I never pass a day without making plans for our life over there. But you cannot do it, I know. If I speak to you on the subject, it is not to annoy you. It is because it comes from my heart in spite of myself."
Jacques abruptly took the same decision he had so often taken before, to kill Roubaud in order that he might not kill her. On this occasion, as previously, he fancied he possessed the absolutely firm will to do so. "I could not before," he murmured in response, "but I might be able to now. Did I not make you a promise that I would?" She feebly remonstrated.
"No, do not promise. I implore you," said she. "It makes us sick afterwards, when you have lost courage. And then it is horrible. It must not be done. No, no, it must not be done."
"Yes," answered Jacques, "it must. On the contrary, as you know, it is because it is necessary that I shall find the strength to do it. I wanted to speak to you on the subject, and we will talk about it now, as we are here alone, and so quiet that one could hear a pin drop." She had already become resigned, and she was sighing, her heart swelling, beating with violent throbs.
Oh dear, she murmured. "So long as the thing was not to be, I wanted it done. But now that it becomes serious, I shall not be able to exist."
This weighty resolution caused another silence. Around them they felt the desert, the desolation of the savage district. Suddenly she resumed her low murmur.
"We must have him here. Yes, I could send for him on some pretext, which I do not know. We can settle that later on. Then you will be waiting for him in concealment, do you see? And then the thing will go on by itself, for we are sure not to be disturbed here. That is what we must do, eh?"
With docility he answered, "Yes, yes." But she, lost in reflection, weighed every detail, and little by little, as the plan developed in her head, she discussed and improved it.
"Only, my darling," she went on, "it would be foolish not to take our precautions. If we are to be arrested on the morrow, I prefer to remain as we are. Look here. I have read this somewhere. I have forgotten where. In a novel, for sure. The best thing would be to make believe that he committed suicide. For some time back he has been very peculiar, not quite right in his head, and so gloomy that no one would be surprised to suddenly learn that he came here and killed himself. But then we must arrange matters in such a way that the idea of suicide will seem probable. Is it not so?"
"Without a doubt," he replied. After a pause, Séverine, who had been thinking, resumed.
Something to hide the trace. I say, here is an idea that has just struck me. Supposing he got that knife in his throat. We should only have to carry him together over there and lay him across the line. Do you understand? We could place him with his neck on a rail, so that he would be decapitated by the first train that passed. After that they could make their investigations. With his head and neck crushed, there would no longer be a hole. Nothing. Do you agree? Answer." "Yes, I agree," said he. "It is capital."
Both became animated. She was almost gay, and quite proud of her faculty of imagination.
"But, my darling," she continued, "I have just been thinking. There is something more. If you remain here with me, the suggestion of suicide will certainly be viewed with suspicion. You must go away, do you understand? You will leave tomorrow, openly in the presence of Caboche and Missard, so that the fact of your departure may be well established. You will take the train at Barrington, and leave it at Rouen, on some pretense or other. Then, as soon as it is dark, you will return, and I will let you in the back way. It is only 4 leagues, and you can be here in less than 3 hours. This time everything is settled, and if you like, it is agreed."
"Yes," he answered, "I am willing, and it is agreed." It was now he who reflected, and there came a long silence. All at once she broke out.
"Yes, but what about the pretext for bringing him here? In any case, he could only take the 8 o'clock at night train, after coming off duty, and would not get here before 10 o'clock, which is all the better. Hi, that person who wishes to see the house, with a view to purchasing it, of whom Missard spoke to me and who is coming the day after tomorrow morning. That will do. I will send my husband a wire the first thing, to say his presence is absolutely necessary. He will be here tomorrow night. You will leave in the afternoon, and will be able to get back before he arrives. It will be dark, no moon, nothing to interfere with us, Everything dovetails in perfectly." "Yes," said he approvingly. "Perfectly."
End of section 20. Section 21. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 21. When they at last went to sleep, it was not daylight, but a streak of dawn began to whiten the gloom that had hidden them from one another as if both had been wrapped in a black mantle. He slept like a top until 10 o'clock, without a dream. And when he opened his eyes, he was alone. Séverine was dressing in her own apartment on the other side of the landing. A sheet of clear sun entered through the window of the room occupied by Jacques, showing up the red curtains of the bedstead, the red paper on the walls, all that red with which the place was flaming, while the house tottered in the thunder of a train that had just sped past. It must have been this train that awakened him. Bedazzled by the glare of light, he looked at the sun, at the streaming crimson surroundings amidst which he found himself. Then he recollected. The matter was settled. It was the next night that he would kill, when this great sun had disappeared. The day passed as had been arranged by Séverine and Jacques. Before breakfast, she requested Massard to take the telegram for her husband to Donville, and at about 3 o'clock, as Caboche was there, Jacques openly made his preparations for departure. As he was leaving to catch the 4:15 train from Barentin, Caboche, having nothing to do, feeling himself drawn to the other by his secret passion, happy to find in the sweetheart something in common with the woman he was in love with himself, accompanied the driver to the station. Jacques reached Rouen at 4:40, and getting down, found accommodation at a small inn near the railway kept by a woman from the same neighborhood as himself. He spoke of looking up his comrades on the morrow, before proceeding to Paris to resume duty. But he said he felt very tired, having presumed too much on his strength, and at 6 o'clock he went off to bed, in a room he had taken on the ground floor, which had a window opening on a deserted alley. 10 minutes later, he was on the road to La Croix de Maufras, having got out of this window without being seen, and taken good care to close the shutters, so as to be able to secretly return the same way. It was not until 9:15 that Jacques found himself before the solitary house, standing aslant beside the line, in the distress of its abandonment. The night was very dark. Not a glimmer could be distinguished on the hermetically closed front, and Jacques again felt that painful blow in his heart, that feeling of frightful sadness which seemed like the presentiment of the evil that awaited him there. As had been arranged with Séverine, he threw 3 small pebbles against a shutter of the red room. Then he went to the back of the house, where a door at last silently opened. Having closed it behind him, he followed the light footsteps that went feeling their way up the staircase. But when he reached the bedroom, and by the light of a large lamp burning on the corner of a table perceived the bed in disorder, the clothes of the young woman thrown on a chair, and herself in a dressing gown with her volume of hair arranged for the night coiled on the top of her head, leaving her neck bare, he stood motionless with surprise. "What?" he exclaimed. "You had gone to bed?" "Of course," she answered. "That is much better. An idea struck me. You see, when he arrives and I go down, as I am to open the door to him, he will have still less cause to be distrustful. I shall tell him I have a headache. Missard already knows I am not well, and this will permit me to affirm that I never left this room when they find him tomorrow, down there on the line." But Jacques shuddered, and lost his temper. "No, no," said he. "Dress yourself. You must be up. You cannot remain as you are." She was astonished, and began to laugh. "But why, my darling?" she inquired. "Do not be anxious. I can assure you I do not feel at all cold. Just see how warm I am." She advanced towards him in a caressing manner to take him by the shoulders, and in raising her arms displayed her bosom through the dressing gown she had neglected to fasten and the nightdress that had come undone. But as he drew back in increasing irritation, she became docile. "Do not be angry," said she. "I will get between the sheets again, and then you will have no reason to be afraid that I shall catch cold." When she was in bed, with the clothes up to her chin, he seemed more calm, and she continued talking quietly, explaining how she had arranged everything in her head. "As soon as he knocks," she said, "I shall go down and open the door. First of all, I had the idea of letting him come up here, where you would be in waiting for him. But to get his body below again would have caused complications. And besides, this room has a parquetry floor, whereas the vestibule is tiled, and I shall easily be able to wash it if there should be any spots.
Just before you came, as I was undressing, I thought of a novel I had read in which the author relates that one man, to kill another, stripped himself. Do you understand? A wash afterwards, and the clothes are free from any spots. What do you say, supposing we were to do the same?"
He looked at her in bewilderment, but she had her gentle face, her clear eyes of a little girl, and was simply thinking of arranging the plan perfectly in order to ensure success. All this passed through his head, but her suggestion, the idea of being bespattered with the blood of the murder, brought on his abominable shiver which shook him to the bones. "No, no," he answered. "Do you wish us to act like savages? Why not devour his heart as well? How you must hate him!" Her face suddenly became clouded. This remark took her from her thoughts of prudent preparation to reveal to her the horror of the deed. Her eyes filled with tears, and she said, "I have suffered too much for the last few months to have much affection for him. I have repeated 100 times over, anything rather than remain another week with this man. But you are right. It is frightful to come to that. We really must want to be happy together. Anyhow, we will go down without a light. You will stand behind the door, and when I have opened, and he has come in, you will do what you like. If I interfere, it is only to help you. It is so that you may not have all the trouble yourself. I am arranging the thing as well as I can." He went to the table where he saw the knife, the weapon that had already been used by the husband, and which she had evidently placed there so that he might strike him in his turn with it. The wide-open blade shone beneath the lamp. Jacques took it up and examined it. She watched him, but said nothing. As he held the weapon in his hand, there was no need to speak to him about it, and she only opened her lips when he had laid it down again on the table. "Listen, my darling," she continued. "I am not urging you on to it, am I? There is still time. Go away if you do not feel you can do it." But he became obstinate, and with a violent gesture exclaimed, "Do you take me for a coward? This time it is settled. I have sworn." At that moment, the house was set rocking by the thunder of a train which passed like a thunderbolt, and so close to the room that it seemed to go through it in its roar. And Jacques added, "There is his train, the through train to Paris. He got down at Barrington and will be here in half an hour." Neither Jacques nor Séverine made any further remark for some time. In their minds they saw this man advancing through the night along the narrow paths. Jacques had begun to walk up and down the room, as if counting the steps of the other whom each stride brought a little nearer. Another, and at the last one he would be in ambush behind the vestibule door, and would drive the knife into his neck the moment he entered. Séverine, still with the bedclothes up to her chin, lying on her back, with her great eyes motionless, watched him going and coming, her mind lulled by the cadence of his walk, which reached her like the echo of distant footsteps over there. They came without pause, one after the other, and nothing would now stop them. When the sufficient number had been taken, she would spring out of bed and go down to open the door, with bare feet and without a light. "Is it you, my dear? Come in, I went to bed," she would say, and he would not even answer. He would sink down in the obscurity with his throat gashed open. Again a train went by, one on the down line this time, the slow train which passed La Croix de Maufras 5 minutes after the other. Jacques stopped in his walk, surprised. Only 5 minutes had expired. How long the half-hour would be! He experienced the necessity of keeping on the move, and resumed striding from one end of the room to the other. He began to feel anxious, and was already communing with himself. Would he be able to do it? He was familiar with the progress of the phenomenon within him, from having followed it on more than 10 different occasions. First of all, a certainty, an absolute resolution to kill, then a weight in the hollow of the chest, a chill in feet and hands, and all at once the loss of vigor, the impotence of the will to act upon the muscles which had become inert. In order to gain energy by reasoning, he repeated what he had said to himself so often. It was in his interest to suppress this man, the fortune awaiting him in America, the possession of the woman he loved. The worst of it was that on finding the latter so scantily clothed a few moments before, he verily believed the enterprise would again come to naught. For as soon as the old shiver returned, he ceased to have command over himself. For an instant he had trembled in presence of the temptation which became too great, she offering herself, and the open knife lying there.
But now he felt strong, girded for the effort. He could do it. And he continued waiting for the man, striding up and down the apartment from door to window, passing at each turn beside the bed which he would not look at. Séverine continued to lie still in that bed, with her head motionless on the pillow. She now watched him come and go in a seesaw motion of the eyes. She also felt anxious, agitated with the fear that this night his courage again would fail him. Polish off this business and begin anew. That was all she wanted. She was entirely for the one who held her, and heartless for the other whom she had never cared for. They were getting rid of him because he was in the way. Nothing could be more natural. And she had to reflect, to be touched by the abomination of the crime. As soon as the vision of blood and the horrible complications disappeared, she resumed her smiling serenity with her innocent, tender, and docile face. Nevertheless, she who thought she knew Jacques was astonished at what she observed. He had his round head of a handsome young man, his curly hair, his coal-black mustache, his brown eyes sparkling with gold, but his lower jaw advanced so prominently, with a sort of biting expression, that it disfigured him. He had just now looked at her as he passed, as if in spite of himself, and the brilliancy of his eyes became deadened with a ruddy cloud, while at the same time he started backward in a recoil of all his frame. Why did he avoid her? Could it be because he was losing his courage once more? Latterly, ignorant of the constant danger of death threatening her while in his company, she had attributed her instinctive fright, for which there was no apparent cause, to the presentiment of an approaching rupture. The conviction abruptly took firm hold of her, that if presently he found himself unable to strike, he would flee, never to return. After that she made up her mind that he would kill, and that she would know how to give him strength, should he need it. At this moment another train passed, an interminably long goods train, whose extensive string of trucks seemed to be rolling on forever in the oppressive silence that reigned in the apartment, and leaning on her elbow she waited until this tempestuous disturbance became lost in the depth of the slumbering country. "Another quarter of an hour," said Jacques aloud. "He has passed Becourt Wood, and is halfway. Ah, how long it is to wait!" But as he returned towards the window, he found Séverine standing in front of the bed. "Suppose we go down with the lamp," she suggested. "You can see the spot where you will place yourself. I will show you how I shall open the door, and the movement you will have to make." He drew back, trembling. "No, no," he exclaimed. "No lamp." "But just listen," she continued. "We will hide it afterwards. You see, we must form an idea of the position." "No, no," he repeated. "Get into bed again." Instead of obeying, she advanced towards him with the invincible, despotic smile of the woman who knows herself to be all-powerful. When she held him in her arms, he would give way, he would do as she desired, and she continued talking in a caressing voice to conquer him. "Come, my darling," she said. "What is the matter with you? One would think you were afraid of me. As soon as I approach, you seem to avoid me. But if you only knew how much I need to lean on you at this time, to feel you there, that we are absolutely of the same mind for ever and ever. Do you understand?" She at last made him retreat with his back to the table, and he could not flee any farther. He looked at her in the bright light of the lamp. Never had he seen her as she was then, with the front of her nightdress in disorder, and her hair coiled up so high that her neck was quite bare. He was choking, struggling, already in a fury, quite giddy with the flood of blood that rushed to his head, at the same moment as the abominable shiver fell upon him, and he remembered that the knife was there behind him, on the table. He instinctively felt it there. He had only to stretch out his hand. By an effort he still managed to stammer, "Go back to bed. I implore you." But she continued to approach until she came close to him. "Kiss me," she exclaimed. "Kiss me with all the love you feel for me. That will give us courage. Ah, yes, courage. We are in need of it. We must love in a different way to others, stronger than others to do what we are about to do. Kiss me with all your heart, with all your soul." He no longer breathed. He felt as if he was being strangled. The clamor of a multitude in his brain prevented him from hearing, while biting fire behind the ears burned holes in his head, gained his arms, his legs, drove him from his own body, in the frantic rush of that other one, the invading brute. His hands were about to escape from his control in the frenzy excited by this feminine semi-nudity. the bare bosom pressing against his clothes, the neck so white, so delicate, extended in irresistible temptation, at last plunged him into a state of furious giddiness, overpowering, tearing away, annihilating his will. "Kiss me, my darling," she repeated, "while we have still a minute left. He will be here, you know. He might knock from one moment to another now, if he has walked quick. As you will not go downstairs to arrange matters beforehand, do not fail to bear this in mind. I shall let him in. You will be behind the door, and do not wait. Do it at once. Oh, at once! To get it over. I love you so fondly. We shall be so happy. He is nothing but a wicked man, who makes me suffer, and who is the sole obstacle to our happiness. Kiss me, oh, so hard, so hard. Kiss me as if you were going to devour me, so that nothing may remain of me beyond yourself." Jacques, feeling behind him with his right hand, had secured the knife without turning round, and for a moment he remained in the same position, tightening his grasp on the weapon. Could the feeling that had come over him be a return of that thirst to avenge those very ancient offenses, the exact recollection of which escaped him? That rancor amassed from male to male since the first deception in the depths of the caverns? He fixed his wild eyes on Séverine. He now only required to lay her dead on her back, like a prey torn from others. The gate of terror opened on the dark sexual chasm. Love, even unto death. Destroy, to have more absolute possession. Kiss me, she pleaded. She presented her submissive face in imploring tenderness, displaying her bare neck at the part where it voluptuously met the bosom. And he, seeing her white skin as in a burst of flame, raised his fist armed with the knife. But she perceived the flash of the blade and started back, gasping in surprise and terror.
Jacques! Jacques! She cried. Me? Good God, why?
With set teeth, and answering not a word, he pursued her. A brief struggle brought her again beside the bed. She shrank from him, haggard, without defense, her nightdress in shreds.
Why, good God, why?
She continued asking. His fist came down, and the knife stuck the inquiry in her throat. In striking, he twisted the blade round in a frightful compulsion of the hand which satisfied itself. It was the same blow as President Grandmorin had received, inflicted at the same place, and with the same fury. Did she shriek? He never knew. The Paris express flew by at this moment with such violence and rapidity that it shook the floor, and Séverine was dead, as if struck down in this tempestuous blast. Jacques, standing motionless, now looked at her, stretched at his feet before the bed. The riot of the train was dying away in the distance as he gazed upon her in the oppressive silence of the red bedroom. On the ground, amidst those red hangings, those red curtains, she bled profusely. A crimson stream trickled down between her breasts, spreading over the abdomen to one of the lower limbs, whence it fell in great drops upon the floor. Her nightdress, rent half asunder, was drenched with it. He could never have believed she had so much blood. But what retained him there, haunted, was the abominable look of terror that the face of this pretty, gentle, docile woman took in death. The black hair stood on end as a helmet of horror, dark as night. The blue eyes, immeasurably wide open, were still inquiring, aghast, terrified at the mystery. Why? Why had he murdered her? And she had just been reduced to nothing, carried off in the fatality of murder, a creature irresponsible, whom life had rolled from vice into blood, and who had remained tender and innocent notwithstanding, for she had never understood. Jacques was astonished. He heard the sniffing of animals, the grunting of wild boars, the roaring of lions, and he became calm. It was himself breathing. At last, he had gratified his thirst. He had killed. Yes, he had done that. He felt elevated by ungovernable joy, by intense delight at the full satisfaction of his everlasting desire. He experienced surprising pride, an aggrandizement of his male sovereignty. He had slaughtered the woman. He possessed her as he had so long desired to possess her, entirely to the point of destroying her. She had ceased to belong. She never would belong any more to anybody. And a bitter recollection recurred to him, that of the other murdered victim, the corpse of President Grandmorin, which he had seen on that terrible night 500 yards from the house. This delicate body before him, so white, striped with red, was the same human shred, the broken puppet, the limp rag that a knife makes of a creature. Yes, that was it. He had killed. And he had this thing on the ground. She had just been hurled down like the other, but on her back. The left arm doubled under her right side, twisted, half torn from her shoulder. Was it not on the night when the body of the president was found that with heart beating fit to burst he had sworn to dare in his turn in a prurience for murder which exasperated him like a concupiscence at the sight of the slaughtered man? Ah, if he could only have the pluck, satisfy himself, drive in the knife. This had germinated and developed within him obscurely. For a year, not an hour had gone by without him having advanced towards the inevitable result, even with his arms about the neck of his woman, and amidst her kisses. The secret work was approaching its termination, and the two murders had become united. Did not the one show the logic of the other? The clatter of a house falling down, a jolting of the floor drew Jacques from his gaping contemplation of the dead woman. Were the doors flying into splinters? Had people arrived to arrest him? He looked around, but only to find dull, silent solitude. Ah, yes, another train, but the man who would be knocking at the door below, the man whom he wished to kill. He had completely forgotten him. If he regretted nothing, he already judged himself an idiot. What had happened? The woman he loved, who loved him passionately, was lying on the floor with her throat cut, while the husband, the obstacle to his happiness, was still alive, and still advancing step by step in the obscurity. He had been unable to wait for this man, who for months had been so sparing of the scruples of his education, and of the ideas of humanity slowly acquired and transmitted. With contempt for his own interest, he had just been carried away by the heredity of violence, by that craving to commit murder, which in the primitive forests threw animal upon animal. Does anyone kill as the result of reasoning? People only kill by an impulse of blood and nerves, the necessity to live, the joy of being strong. He now merely experienced the lassitude of one satiated. Then he became scared and endeavored to understand, but without finding anything else than astonishment at the bitter sadness of the irreparable as a result of his gratified passion. The sight of the unfortunate creature, who still gazed at him with her look of terrified interrogation, became atrocious. Wishing to turn away his eyes, he abruptly felt the sensation of another white form rising up at the foot of the bed. Could this be the double of the murdered woman? Then he recognized Flore. She had already returned, while he had the fever after the accident. Doubtless she was triumphant at this moment at being avenged. He turned icy cold with terror. He asked himself what he could be thinking of to loiter thus in this room. He had killed. He was gorged, satiated, intoxicated with the dreadful wine of crime. Stumbling against the knife, which had remained on the ground, he fled, rolling down the stairs. He opened the front door giving on the perron, as if the small one would not have been sufficiently wide, and dashed out into the pitch-dark night where his furious gallop became lost. He never turned round. The dubious-looking house, set down aslant at the edge of the line, remained open and desolate behind him, in its abandonment of death. Caboche, that night as on the others, had found his way through the hedge, and was prowling under the window of Séverine. He knew very well that Roubaud was expected, and was not astonished at the light filtering through a chink in one of the shutters. But this man bounding from the top of the steps, this frantic gallop like that of an animal tearing away into the country, struck him dumbfounded with surprise. It was already too late to pursue the fugitive, and the quarryman remained bewildered, full of uneasiness and hesitation before the open door, gaping upon the black hole formed by the vestibule. What had occurred? Should he enter? The heavy silence, the absolute stillness of the lamp continued burning in the upper room, giving him pangs of anguish. At last, making up his mind, he groped his way upstairs. Before the door of the red bedroom, which had also been left open, he stopped. In the placid light, he seemed to perceive in the distance a heap of petticoats lying at the foot of the bedstead. No doubt Séverine was undressed. He called gently to her, feeling alarmed, while his veins began throbbing violently. Then he caught sight of the blood, and understood. With a terrible cry that came from his lacerated heart, he sprang forward. Great God! It was she! Assassinated! Struck down there in her pitiful nudity. He thought her still rattling,
and felt such despair, such painful shame at seeing her quite nude in her agony, that he lifted her in a fraternal transport in his open arms, and placing her on the bed, drew the sheet over her. But in this clasp, the only tenderness between them, he covered his chest and both his hands with blood. He was streaming with her gore. And at this moment he saw that Roubaud and Missard were there. Finding all the doors open, they also had just decided to come upstairs. The husband arrived late, having stopped to talk with the gatekeeper, who had then accompanied him, continuing the conversation on the way. Both in stupefaction turned their eyes on Caboche, whose hands were dripping with blood like those of a butcher. "The same stroke as for the president," said Missard at last, while he examined the wound. Roubaud wagged his head up and down without answering, unable to take his eyes off Séverine, off that look of abominable terror, with the hair standing on end above the forehead, and the blue eyes immeasurably wide open, inquiring, "Why?" End of section 21. Section 22 of The Monomaniac by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 22. Chapter 12. 3 months later, on a warm June night, Jacques was driving the Havre Express that had left Paris at 6:30. His engine, number 608, was quite new, and he began to know it thoroughly. It was not easy to handle, being restive and capricious after the manner of those young nags which require to be broken in by hard work before they take kindly to harness. He often swore at it, and regretted L'Olisson. Moreover, he had to watch this new locomotive very closely, and to constantly keep his hand on the reversing wheel. But on this particular night the sky was so delightfully serene that he felt inclined to be indulgent, and allowed the engine to travel along as it would, while he found enjoyment in inhaling great draughts of fresh air. Never had he been blessed with such splendid health. He was untroubled with remorse, and presented the appearance of a man relieved of anxiety, and who was perfectly tranquil and happy. He, who as a rule never spoke on the journey, began to joke with Piqueux, whom the management had left with him as fireman. "What has come to you?" he inquired. "You've got your eyes about you like a man who has been drinking nothing but water." Piqueux, in fact, contrary to his habit, seemed to have taken nothing and to be very gloomy. "It is necessary to have your eyes about you," he answered in a harsh voice, "when you want to see what is going on." Jacques looked at him in distrust, like a man who has not a clear conscience. The week before, he had been making love to the sweetheart of his comrade, that terrible Philomène, who for some time past had been purring round him like a lean, amorous cat. He had no affection for her, but wanted to ascertain whether he was cured, now that he had satisfied his frightful craving. Could he make love to this one without plunging a knife into her throat? On 2 occasions when he had been out with her, he had felt nothing. No uncomfortable feeling, no shiver. His great joy, his appeased and smiling manner, must be due, without his being aware of it, to the happiness he experienced at being like any other man. Piqueux, having opened the firebox of the engine to throw in coal, Jacques stopped him. "No, no," said he. "Do not make up too much fire. It is going along very well." The fireman, in a grumbling tone, uttered some abusive remarks about the locomotive in reply, and Jacques, so as not to get angry, avoided answering him. But he felt that the former cordial understanding of the three no longer existed, for the good friendship between him, his comrade, and the engine had vanished with the destruction of L'Olisson. They now quarreled about trifles, about a nut screwed up too tight, about a shovel of coal carelessly laid on the bars, and he determined to be more prudent in regard to Philomène, not wishing to come to open warfare on the narrow footplate, which afforded him and his firemen standing room as they were borne onward. So long as Piqueux played the part of an obedient dog devoted to such a point that he was ready to strangle an enemy in gratitude for the kind treatment he received, for being permitted to take his little naps, and to polish off the remains in the provision basket, the pair lived like brothers, silent in the daily danger, and indeed having no need of words to understand one another. But it would become a pandemonium if they ceased to agree, pent up side by side and swayed to and fro in the oscillation of the engine while struggling together. It so happened that the preceding week the company had been compelled to separate the driver and the fireman on the Cherbourg Express, because having been set at variance by a woman, the driver had taken to bullying his fireman, who no longer obeyed him. From words they went to blows until regular stand-up fights occurred on the journey, without a thought for the long tail of passengers rolling along behind them full speed. Picou opened the firebox twice more and threw on coal in disobedience to orders, thereby seeking no doubt a quarrel. But Jacques, with an air of having all his attention centered on his driving, feigned not to notice him, merely taking the precaution to turn the wheel of the injector on each occasion to reduce the pressure. It was so mild. The gentle fresh breeze as they cut through space was so pleasant on this warm July night. At 11:05, when the express reached Havre, the two men polished up the engine with an appearance of being on the same good terms as formerly. As they left the depot to go to bed, in Rue François Mazaline, they heard a voice calling them. "Why are you in such a hurry to be off? Step in for a minute." It was Philomène, who from the doorstep of the cottage of her brother must have been looking out for Jacques. She had made a movement of lively annoyance on perceiving Picou, and if she determined to hail them together, it was for the pleasure of enjoying a chat with her new friend in spite of having to support the presence of the other. "Just leave us alone, will you?" growled Picou. "Go to blazes, we're sleepy." "How amiable he is," gaily resumed Philomène. "But Monsieur Jacques is not like you. He'll take a dram. Will you not, Monsieur Jacques?" The driver was going to refuse out of prudence when the fireman abruptly accepted, influenced by the idea of watching them, and so making quite sure of their feelings towards one another. Entering the kitchen, they seated themselves at the table, on which Philomène placed glasses and a bottle of brandy, saying in a low tone, "Try not to make too much noise, because my brother is asleep upstairs, and he is not very pleased when I receive friends." Then, as she filled their glasses, she immediately added, "By the way, you know that Mother Lebleu pegged out this morning?" "Oh, as to that, I said so. It will kill her, I said, if they put her in that lodging on the back, a regular prison. Still, she lasted 4 months, chewing the cud of bitterness because she could see nothing but zinc. And what gave her the finishing stroke, when she found it impossible to move from her armchair, was assuredly the knowledge that she would never more be able to keep watch on Mademoiselle Guichon and Monsieur Dabadie. It was a habit she had got. Yes, she was enraged at never having been able to catch them, and she died of it." Philomène paused to toss off a thimbleful of brandy and resumed with a laugh. "Of course there is something going on between them, only they are too sharp. It is quite a puzzle. All the same, I think little Madame Boulogne saw them one night. But there is no fear of her talking, she is too stupid, and besides, her husband, the assistant station-master—" Again she broke off to exclaim, "I say, is it next week that the Rubard case comes on for trial at Rouen?" Until then, Jacques and Picou had listened to her without putting in a word. The latter simply thought her very talkative. Never had she exerted her conversational powers to such an extent with him, and he kept his eyes on her, becoming little by little heated by jealousy at seeing her so excited in the presence of his chief. "Yes," answered the driver, in a perfectly tranquil manner. "I received the summons." Philomène drew nearer to him, delighted at being able to graze his elbow. "So have I," she said. "I am a witness. Ah, Monsieur Jacques, when I was questioned about you, for you know the examining magistrate wished to ascertain the real truth in regard to your acquaintance with this poor lady. Yes, when he questioned me, I said to him, 'But, monsieur, he adored her. It is impossible that he can have done her any harm. Is not that right? I had seen you together and was in a fit position to speak.' 'Oh,' said the young man with a gesture of indifference, 'I was not anxious. I could say hour for hour how I passed my time. If the company have kept me, it is because there is not the slightest thing they can reproach me with.' A pause followed, and all three slowly drank their brandy. 'It makes one shudder,' continued Philomène. 'Just fancy that ferocious brute Caboche, whom they arrested, still covered with the blood of that poor lady. What an idiot a man must be to kill a woman because he is in love with her, as if that would help him when the woman no longer existed. And what I shall never forget so long as I live was when Monsieur Coche, over there on the platform, came and arrested Monsieur Rubard as well. I was there. You know this did not happen until a week afterwards, when Monsieur Rubard, the day following the burial of his wife, resumed his duty with an air of perfect tranquillity. So then Monsieur Coche tapped him on the shoulder, saying he had orders to take him to prison. What do you think of that, those two who never left one another, who gambled together night after night till daybreak? But when you are a commissary of police, you must take even your father and mother to the guillotine if it is your duty to do so. Monsieur Coche does not care a fig. I caught sight of him at the Café du Commerce a little while ago, shuffling the cards, without troubling any more about his friend than the great mogul.
Picou, clenching his teeth, struck his fist on the table and exclaimed with a violent oath, "If I were in the place of that rhubarb, I'd—" Then, breaking off and turning to Jacques, he added, "What? You make love to his wife, another man kills her, and they take him off to the assizes. No, it's enough to make one burst with rage." "But, you great donkey," said Philomene, "it is because they accuse him of having urged the other to rid him of his wife. Yes, in connection with money matters or something else. It appears that the watch belonging to President Gromeran was found in the hut of Caboche. You remember the gentleman who was murdered in a railway carriage 18 months ago? Then they hooked that nasty job onto the one of the other day, and made a long story of it, as black as ink. I cannot explain it all to you, but it was in the newspaper where it filled at least 2 columns. Jacques, who was absent-minded, did not even seem to be listening. "What is the use of puzzling our brains about it?" he murmured. "What does it matter to us? If the judicial authorities do not know what they are doing, how can we expect to know?" Then, with eyes lost in space and pallid cheeks, he murmured, "In all this, there is only that poor girl who excites pity. Ah, the poor, poor girl." "As for me," concluded Picou, "if anyone took it into his head to interfere with my wench, I should begin by strangling them both. After that they might cut off my head. I should not care a straw." Another silence ensued. Philomene, who was filling up the glasses a second time, affected to shrug her shoulders and chuckle. But in reality, she felt quite upset, and gave Picou a searching look sideways. He had neglected his personal appearance considerably, and looked very dirty and ragged since Mother Victoire, as a result of her accident, had become impotent, and had been obliged to relinquish her post at the station to enter an almshouse. She was no longer there, tolerant and maternal, to slip pieces of silver into his pocket, to mend his clothes, so that the other one at Havre might not accuse her of keeping their man untidy, and Philomene, bewitched by the smart, clean look of Jacques, put on an expression of disgust. "Do you mean that you would strangle your Paris wench?" she inquired in bravado. "There is no fear of anybody carrying her off." "That one or another," he growled. But she was already touching glasses in a joking vein. "Look here, to your health," she exclaimed, "and bring your linen to me so that I may have it washed and mended, for really you no longer do honor to either of us. To your health, Monsieur Jacques." The latter started as if disturbed in a dream. Notwithstanding the complete absence of remorse and the feeling of relief and physical comfort in which he had been living since the murder, Séverine sometimes passed before his eyes as now, moving his gentle inner self to tears. And he touched glasses, remarking precipitately to hide his trouble, "You know that we are going to war?" "Can it be possible?" exclaimed Philomene. "Who with?" "Why, the Prussians," answered Jacques. "Yes, on account of one of their princes who wishes to be king of Spain. Yesterday in the chamber they were occupied with nothing else." Then she was in despair. "Ah, well, that's a nice thing," said she. "They bothered us enough with their elections, their plebiscite, and their riots at Paris. I say, if they do fight, will they take away all the men?" "Oh, as to us, we are shunted. They cannot disorganize the railways. Only we shall have a warm time on account of the transport of troops and provisions. Anyhow, if it happens, everyone will have to do his duty." Thereupon he rose, noticing that she was becoming too familiar, and that Picou perceived it. Indeed, the face of the latter had become crimson, and he was already clenching his fists. "It is time for bed," said Jacques. "Let us be off." "Yes, that will be the better thing to do," stammered the fireman. He had grasped the arm of Philomene and squeezed it, fit to break it. Restraining a cry of agony, she contented herself with whispering in the ear of the driver, while the other finished his glass in a fury. "Be on your guard. He is a regular brute when he has been drinking." But heavy footsteps could now be heard coming downstairs, and Philomene looked scared. "It is my brother," said she. "Slip out quick, slip out quick." The 2 men were not 20 paces from the house when they heard slaps followed by yells. Philomene was being abominably chastised, like a little girl caught in the act, with her nose in the jam pot. The driver stopped, ready to run to her assistance, but the fireman held him back. "What are you going to do?" he inquired. "It is no business of yours." Ah, the slut! If he could only beat her to death! On reaching the Rue François Mazaline, Jacques and Picou went to bed without exchanging a word. The 2 bedsteads almost touched in the small room, and for a long time the men remained awake with their eyes open, listening to the breathing of one another.
It was on the Monday that the Roubade trial was to commence at Rouen. This case proved a triumph for the examining magistrate, Denizet, for there was no lack of praise in the judicial world as to the way in which he had brought the complicated and obscure business to a satisfactory issue. It was a masterpiece of clever analysis, said they, a logical substitution for the truth. In a word, a genuine creation. First of all, Monsieur Denizet had caused Caboche to be arrested as soon as he had visited the house at La Croix-de-Maufras, a few hours after the murder of Séverine. Everything pointed openly to this man as author of the crime. The blood trickling down him, the overwhelming evidence of Roubade and Missard, who related how they had surprised him, alone with the corpse, and in a state of bewilderment. Questioned, pressed, to say in what manner and for what purpose he found himself in this room, the quarryman stammered out a story, which appeared so silly and so like the usual run of such stories, that the examining magistrate received it with a shrug of the shoulders. He had been expecting this story, which was always the same, the tale of an imaginary murderer, the invented culprit, whom the real culprit pretended he had heard fleeing across the dark country. This bugbear must be a long way off, must he not, if he should still happen to be running? Besides, on Caboche being asked what he was doing in front of the house at such a time, he became troubled, refused to answer, and ended by saying he was walking about. This was childish. How could anyone believe in the existence of this mysterious unknown who came and committed a murder and then ran off, leaving all the doors wide open without having searched a single article of furniture or carried even a pocket handkerchief away with him? Where did he come from? Why had he killed? Nevertheless, the examining magistrate, having heard at the commencement of the inquiry of the intimacy between the victim and Jacques, took measures to ascertain how the latter had passed his time on the day of the murder. But apart from the accused acknowledging that he had accompanied Jacques to Barenton to catch the 4:14 train in the afternoon, the innkeeper at Rouen took her solemn oath that the young man who had gone to bed immediately after his dinner did not leave his room until the next morning at about 7 o'clock. And moreover, a lover does not slaughter without any reason a sweetheart whom he adores and with whom he has never had the slightest quarrel. It would be absurd. No, only one murderer was possible. A murderer who was evident, the liberated convict found there red-handed, with the knife at his feet, that brute beast who had related a rigmarole to the representative of justice fit to send him off to sleep. But when Monsieur Denizet reached this point, he for a moment felt embarrassed, notwithstanding his conviction and his scent, which, said he, gave him better information than proofs. In a first search made at the hovel of the accused, on the outskirts of the forest of Becourt, absolutely nothing had been found. It having been impossible to prove robbery, it became necessary to discover another motive for the crime. All at once, in the hazard of an examination, Missard put him on the track, by relating that he had one night seen Caboche scale the wall of the property to look through the window of the room occupied by Madame Roubade, who was going to bed. Jacques, on being questioned in his turn, quietly related what he knew: the mute adoration of the quarryman for the wife of the assistant station-master, his ardent desire to be of service to her, ever running after her as if fastened to her apron strings. No room, therefore, remained for doubt. Bestial passion alone had urged him to the crime. Everything became quite clear. The man returning by the door to which he might have a key, leaving it open in his excitement, then the struggle which had brought about the murder. Nevertheless, one final objection to this theory occurred to the examining magistrate. It appeared singular that the man, aware of the imminent arrival of the husband, should have chosen the very hour when Roubade might surprise him. But on careful consideration this circumstance turned against the accused, and completely overwhelmed him by establishing that he must have acted under the influence of a supreme crisis, driven crazy by the thought that if he failed to take advantage of the time when Séverine was still alone, he would lose her forever, as she would be leaving on the morrow. From that moment the conviction of the examining magistrate was complete and unalterable. Harassed by interrogations, taken and retaken through the skein of clever questions, careless of the traps laid for him, Caboche obstinately abided by his first version. He was passing along the road, breathing the fresh night air, when an individual brushed against him as he tore headlong away. The fugitive dashed by him so rapidly in the obscurity that he could not even say which way he fled. Then, seized with anxiety, and having cast a glance at the house, he perceived that the door stood wide open, and he ended by making up his mind to enter and go upstairs. There he found the dead woman, who was still warm, and who looked at him with her great eyes. In lifting her on the bed, thinking her still alive, he covered himself with blood. That was all he knew, and he repeated the same tale, never varying in a single detail, with an air of confining himself to a story arranged beforehand. When an effort was made to make him say something more, he looked wild and remained silent, after the fashion of a man of limited intelligence who did not understand. The first time Monsieur Denizet addressed questions to him on the subject of his intense passion for the deceased, he became very red, like some lad reproached with his first love affair, and he resisted the accusation of having thought of becoming intimate with this lady, as if it was something very wicked and unavowable, a delicate and also a mysterious matter, buried in the innermost recess of his heart, and which he was not called upon to unbosom to anyone. No, he did not love her. He never desired any intimacy with her. They would never make him speak of what seemed to him a profanation, now that she was dead. But this obstinacy in denying a fact that several of the witnesses affirmed turned against him. Naturally, according to the theory of the prosecution, it was in his interest to conceal his furious passion. And when the examining magistrate, assembling all the proofs, sought to tear the truth from him by striking a decisive blow, accusing him point-blank of murder and rape, he flew into a mad rage of protestation. He do that? He who respected as a saint? The gendarmes who were called in had to put restraint on him, while he, with great oaths, talked of strangling the whole show. The examining magistrate put him down as a most dangerous, cunning scoundrel, but whose violence broke out in spite of all, and proved a sufficient avowal of the crimes he denied. Each time the murder was brought up, Caboche flew into a fury, shouting that it was the other one, the mysterious fugitive, who had committed the crime. The inquiry had gone so far when Monsieur Denizet, by chance, made a discovery which suddenly transformed the case and gave it 10 times more importance. He scented out the truth, as he remarked. Influenced by a sort of presentiment, he searched the hovel occupied by Caboche a second time himself, and behind a beam came upon a hiding place where he found ladies' gloves and pocket handkerchiefs, while beneath them lay a gold watch, which he recognized with great delight. This was the watch belonging to President Grandmorin, which the examining magistrate had so ardently endeavored to trace formerly. It was a strong watch with 2 initials entwined, and inside the case it bore the number of the maker, 2516. The whole business stood out illuminated. As in a flash of lightning, the past became connected with the present, and when he had joined the chain of facts together again, their logic enchanted him. But the consequences would stretch so far that without alluding to the watch, he at first questioned Caboche about the gloves and pocket handkerchiefs. The accused for an instant had the avowal ready on the lips. Yes, he adored her to such an extent as to kiss the gowns she had worn, to pick up and steal behind her anything she happened to let fall, bits of laces, hooks, pins. Then a feeling of shame and invincible modesty made him silent. When the judge, making up his mind, thrust the watch before his eyes, he looked at it bewildered. He remembered perfectly. He had been surprised to find the watch tied up in the corner of a pocket handkerchief that he had taken from under a bolster and carried away with him as a prize. Then it had remained in his hut, while he racked his brain thinking how he could return it. Only what would be the use of relating all this? He would have to own to the other thefts, those odds and ends, the linen that smelt so nice and of which he felt so ashamed. Already everything he said was disbelieved. Besides, his power of understanding began to fail him. His simple mind became confused, and what went on around him commenced to take the aspect of a horrible dream. He no longer flew into a rage when accused of murder, but looked as if he had lost his senses, repeating in answer to every question put to him that he did not know. In regard to the gloves and handkerchiefs, he did not know. In regard to the watch, he did not know. The examining magistrate plagued him to death. He had only to leave him in peace and guillotine him at once. The following day, Monsieur Denizet had Roubaud arrested. Strong in his almighty power, he had issued the warrant in one of those moments of inspiration, when he put faith in the genius of his perspicacity, and even before he had sufficiently serious charge against the assistant station-master. In spite of the many obscure points that still remained, he guessed this man to be the pivot, the source of the double crime. And he triumphed at once when he seized a document making everything over to the survivor of the two, which Roubaud and Séverine had executed before Maître Colon, notary at Havre, a week after coming into possession of La Croix de Maufras. From that time the whole business became clear to his mind, with a certainty of reasoning, a strength of evidence which conveyed to the framework of the prosecution such indestructible solidity that the truth itself would have seemed less true, less logical, and tainted with more imagination. Roubaud was a coward, who on 2 occasions, not daring to kill with his own hand, had made use of this violent brute Cabouche. The first time, being impatient to inherit from President Grand-Marin the terms of whose will he knew, and aware, moreover, of the rancor of the quarrymen for this gentleman, he had pushed him into the coupé at Rouen, after arming him with a knife. Then, when the 10,000 francs had been shared, the 2 accomplices would perhaps have met again, had not murder engendered murder. And it was here the examining magistrate displayed that deep knowledge of criminal psychology which was so much admired, for he now declared that he had never ceased to keep an eye on Cabouche, his conviction being that the first murder would mathematically bring about another. 18 months had sufficed for this. The Roubauds were at 6s and 7s. The husband had lost the 5,000 francs at cards, while the wife had come to the point of taking a sweetheart to amuse herself. Doubtless she refused to sell La Croix de Maufras, in fear lest he should squander the money. Perhaps in their continual quarrels, she threatened to give him up to justice. In any case, the evidence of numerous persons established the absolute disunion of the couple, and here at last appeared the distant consequence of the first crime. Cabouche now comes forward again with his brutish instincts, and the husband, in the background, arms this man with the knife, to definitely ensure possession of this accursed house, which had already cost 1 human life for himself. That was the truth, the appalling truth. Everything led up to it. The watch discovered in the hut of the quarryman, and particularly the 2 corpses, both struck with the same identical blow in the throat, by the same hand, with the same weapon. That knife picked up in the room. Nevertheless, the prosecution had a doubt on this point. The wound of the president appeared to have been inflicted by a sharper and smaller blade. Roubaud, in the drowsy, heavy manner now peculiar to him, at first answered yes or no to the questions of M. Denizet. He did not seem surprised at his arrest, for in the slow disorganization of his being, everything had become indifferent to him. To get him to talk, the examining magistrate gave him a warder who never left him. With this man he played cards from morning to night, and was perfectly happy. Besides, he was convinced of the guilt of Cabouche, who alone could be the murderer. Interrogated as to Jacques, he shrugged his shoulders with a laugh, thereby showing that he was aware of the intimacy that had existed between the driver and Séverine. But when M. Denizet, after sounding him, ended by developing his system, inciting him, confounding him with his complicity, endeavoring to wrench an avowal from him, he, in his confusion at finding himself discovered, became remarkably circumspect. What was this that was being related to him? It was no longer he, it was the quarryman who had killed the president, just as he had killed Séverine. Yet in both instances he, Roubaud, was the guilty one, because the other had struck on his account and in his place. This complicated legend stupefied and filled him with distrust. Assuredly, this must be a trap. The lie was advanced, to force him to confess his part in the first crime. From the moment of his arrest, he felt convinced that the old business was coming to the surface again. Confronted with Cabouche, he declared he did not know him. Only, when he repeated he had found him red with blood before the corpse, the quarryman flew into a rage, and a violent scene, full of extreme confusion, ensued, embroiling matters more than ever. 3 days passed, and the examining magistrate plied the prisoners with question upon question, convinced that they had arrived at an understanding to play the farce of being hostile to one another. Roubaud, who felt very weary, had made up his mind to refrain from answering. But all at once, in a moment of impatience, eager to end the business, he gave way to a secret impulse that had been troubling him for months, and burst out with the truth. The whole truth. Nothing but the truth. It so happened that on this particular day M. Denizet was exerting his cunning to the utmost. Seated at his writing table, veiling his eyes with their heavy lids, while his mobile lips grew thin in an effort of sagacity, he had been exhausting himself for an hour in endeavoring by clever artifices to ensnare this incrassated prisoner, covered with unhealthy yellow fat, whom he considered remarkably crafty, notwithstanding his ponderous frame, and he thought he had tracked him step by step, enlaced him on all sides, caught him in the trap at last, when Roubaud, with the gesture of a man driven to extremities, exclaimed that he had had enough of the business, and that he preferred to confess so that he might be tormented no further. as there appeared to be a desire to make him out guilty in spite of all, let it at least be for something he had really done. But as he unfolded his story, his wife led astray by Grand Morin, his jealous rage on hearing of this abomination, and how he had killed, and why he had taken the 10,000 francs, the eyelids of the examining magistrate rose to the accompaniment of a frown of doubt, while irresistible incredulity, professional incredulity, caused his lips to distend in a jeering pout. He smiled outright when Roubaud came to the end. The rascal was cleverer than he had thought. To take the first crime for himself, make it a purely passionate crime, free himself from all premeditation of theft, particularly of any complicity in the murder of Séverine, was certainly a hardy maneuver, which gave proof of unusual intelligence and determination. Only the thing did not hold together. "Come, Roubaud," said Monsieur Denizet, "you must not take us for children. So you pretend that you were jealous, and that it was in a transport of jealousy that you committed the murder?" "Certainly," answered the other. "And if we admit what you relate," resumed the examining magistrate, "you knew nothing about the intimacy of your wife with the president at the time you married her. Does that appear likely? In your case, everything tends to prove, on the contrary, that the speculation was suggested to you, discussed, and accepted. You are given a young girl, brought up like a young lady. She receives a marriage portion. Her protector becomes your protector. You know that he leaves you a country house in his will, and you pretend you had no suspicion, absolutely none at all. Get along with you. You knew everything, otherwise your marriage would be incomprehensible. Besides, the verification of one simple fact will suffice to confound you. You are not jealous. Dare to say again that you are jealous." "I say the truth," answered Roubaud. "I killed him in a fit of jealous rage." "Then," said the examining magistrate, "after killing the president on account of an intimacy that dated back some time, which was of a vague nature, and which, for that matter, you invent, explain to me how it was that you allowed your wife to have a sweetheart. Yes, that strapping fellow, Jacques Lantier. Everybody has spoken to me about this acquaintance. You yourself have not attempted to conceal from me that you were aware of it. You freely allowed them to do what they pleased. Why?" Roubaud, overcome and with troubled eyes, looked fixedly into space without finding an explanation, and ended by stammering, "I do not know. I killed the other. I did not kill this one." "Then," concluded the examining magistrate, "do not tell me again that you are a jealous man who avenges himself, and I do not advise you to repeat this romance to the gentlemen of the jury, for they would only shrug their shoulders. Believe me, change your system. Truth alone can save you." Henceforth, the more Roubaud stubbornly told this truth, the greater liar he was proved to be. Besides, everything went against him, and to such a point that his previous examination, on the occasion of the first inquiry in connection with the Grand Morin murder, which should have served to support his new version of the crime, because he had denounced Caboche, became on the contrary the proof of a remarkably clever understanding between them. The examining magistrate refined the psychology of the affair with a veritable passion for his calling. Never, said he, had he penetrated so thoroughly to the bottom of human nature, and it was by divination rather than observation, for he flattered himself he belonged to the school of far-seeing and fascinating judges, those who have the power of upsetting a man by a glance. Besides, proofs were no longer wanting, and conjointly formed a crushing charge. Henceforth, the prosecution were in possession of a solid basis to work upon, and the certainty of the guilt of the prisoners burst forth in dazzling brightness like the light of the sun. And what added to the glory of Monsieur Denizet was the way in which he brought out the double crime in one lump, after having patiently pieced it all together in the most profound secrecy. Since the noisy success of the plebiscite, the country continued in a state of feverish agitation, similar to that vertigo which precedes and ushers in great catastrophes. Among the society of this expiring empire, in political circles, and particularly in the press, a feeling of unceasing anxiety was manifest, coupled with an exaltation in which joy even took the form of sickly violence. So when it was ascertained, after the murder of a woman in the solitude of that isolated house at La Croix de Maufras, with what a stroke of genius the examining magistrate at Rouen had just disinterred the old case of Grand Morin and connected it with the new crime, the news was hailed by an explosion of triumph among the newspapers intimately connected with the government. From time to time, there still appeared all sorts of jokes in the opposition news sheets about that legendary assassin who remained undiscovered, an invention of the police put forward to conceal the turpitude of certain high and mighty personages who found themselves involved. The response was about to be decisive. The murderer and his accomplice had been arrested. The memory of President Grand-Marin would stand out intact. Then the bickering began again, and the excitement at Paris and Rouen increased from day to day. Apart from this hideous romance which haunted the imagination of everyone, people became impassioned with the idea that, as the irrefutable truth had at length been discovered, the state would be consolidated thereby. Monsieur Denizet, summoned to Paris, presented himself at the private residence of Monsieur Camille Lamotte in the Rue de Rocher. He found the chief secretary to the Minister of Justice on his feet in the center of his severe-looking study, with a face more emaciated and fatigued than on the former occasion, for he was on the decline, and a prey to sadness, notwithstanding his skepticism. It seemed as if he felt a presentiment that the downfall of the regime he served was about to happen in the full splendor of its apotheosis. For the 2 previous days, he had been the victim of an inner struggle. He had not yet been able to decide what use he would make of the letter from Séverine to the president, which he still had by him. This letter would upset all the system of the prosecution, by bringing irrefutable proof to bear upon the version put forward by Roubaud. But on the previous evening the emperor had told him that this time he insisted on justice being done, apart from any influence whatsoever, even if his government suffered thereby. This was simply a straightforward utterance, or maybe the result of a superstitious idea that a single act of injustice after the acclamation of the country might change its destiny. And if the chief secretary had no conscientious scruples, having reduced the things of this world to a mere matter of mechanism, he nevertheless felt troubled at the command he had received, and was asking himself whether he ought to love his master to the point of disobeying him. Monsieur Denizet at once burst into an exclamation of triumph. "Well," said he, "my scent did not deceive me. It was Caboche who murdered the president. Only there was some truth, I acknowledge, in the other clue, and I felt myself that the case against Roubaud looked suspicious. Anyhow, we have them both now." Monsieur Camille Lamotte fixed his pale eyes on him. "So all the facts in the bundle of papers sent me," he said, "are proved, and you are absolutely convinced?" "Oh, absolutely," answered Monsieur Denizet without the slightest hesitation. "The evidence forms a perfect chain. I do not remember a single case in which the crime followed a more logical course, and one more easy to determine in advance." "But Roubaud protests," observed Monsieur Camille Lamotte. "He takes the first murder on his own shoulders. He relates a tale about his wife having been led astray, and how he, mad with jealousy, killed his victim in a fit of blind rage. The opposition newspapers relate all this. Oh, yes, they relate it as gossip, without daring to put faith in it. Jealous, this Roubaud who facilitates the meetings of his wife and her sweetheart. Ah, he may repeat this story at the assize court, but he will not succeed in raising the scandal he desires. Why not give some proof? But he produces nothing. It is true that he speaks of a letter he made his wife write, and which should have been found among the papers of the president. You, sir, sorted those papers, I believe, and you would have come across it, would you not?" Monsieur Camille Lamotte did not reply. It was a fact that the scandal would finally be buried. End of section 22. Section 23. Of the Monomaniac, by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 23. By allowing the examining magistrate to proceed with his system, the memory of the president would be freed from an abominable taint, and the empire would benefit by this noisy rehabilitation of one of its creatures. Besides, as this Roubaud acknowledged himself guilty, what mattered it for the purpose of justice whether he was condemned for one version or the other? It was true that there remained Caboche, but if this man had nothing to do with the first murder, he appeared to be really the author of the second. Then justice itself was but a final illusion. Is not the idea of wishing to be just a snare, when truth is clouded in such dense obscurity? It would be much better to be wise and prop up this society on the wane than threaten ruin. "That is so, is it not?" inquired Monsieur Denizet. "You did not find this letter?" Again Monsieur Camille Lamotte raised his eyes to him, and being himself master of the position, he took on his own conscience the remorse that had disturbed the emperor, and quietly answered, "I found absolutely nothing." Then, all smiles and with great affability, he showered congratulations on the examining magistrate. Barely a slight pleat at the corners of his mouth indicated an expression of invincible irony. Never had an inquiry been conducted with so much penetration, and it was decided in the proper quarter that he should be summoned to Paris as counselor after the vacation. And in this manner Monsieur Camille Lamotte conducted his visitor to the landing. "You alone have seen clearly through the whole business," said he, in conclusion, "and your perspicacity is really admirable. From the moment truth speaks, nothing can stop it, neither personal interest nor even state policy. Proceed. Let the case take its course, whatever the consequences may be." "That is absolutely the duty of the magistracy," added Monsieur Denizet, who bowed and took his departure, beaming with delight. When Monsieur Camille Lamotte was alone, he first of all lighted a candle. Then he went and took the note, written by Séverine, from the drawer where he had placed it. The candle was burning very high. He unfolded the letter, wishing to read the 2 lines, and the remembrance came back to him of this delicate criminal with blue eyes, who had formerly stirred him with such tender sympathy. Now she was dead, and he saw her again in tragedy. Who knew the secret she must have carried away with her? Certainly truth and justice were illusions, and as he approached the letter to the flame, and it caught alight, he felt very sad, as if he had the presentiment of misfortune. What was the good of destroying this proof, of loading his conscience with this action if the empire was destined to be swept away, like the pinch of black ash fallen from his fingers? Monsieur Denizet concluded the inquiry in less than a week. He found the Western Railway Company extremely willing to give him assistance. All the papers he desired, as well as all the evidence likely to be useful, were placed at his disposal, for the company also had the keenest desire to see the end of this deplorable scandal connected with one of its staff, which, ascending through the complicated machinery of its organization, had threatened to disturb even its board of directors. It became necessary to remove the mortified limb with all speed, and so M. Dabadie, Moulin, and others from Havre again filed through the room of the examining magistrate, giving the most disastrous details in regard to the bad conduct of Roubaud. Next came M. Bessières, the station-master at Barenton, as well as several of the servants of the company at Rouen, whose evidence proved of decisive importance in respect to the first murder. Then M. Vandorp, the station-master at Paris, Missard, the signalman, and the head guard, Henri de Vergne, the 2 last being particularly affirmative concerning the complacent conjugal easiness of the accused. Henri, whom Séverine looked after at La Croix de Maufras, even ventured to relate that one night, while still weak, he believed he heard Roubaud and Caboche concerting together under the window. This went a long way towards explaining matters, and upset the system of the 2 accused, who pretended they were unknown to one another. The entire staff of the company raised a cry of reprobation. Everyone pitied the unfortunate victims, that poor young woman, for whose shortcomings there was so much excuse, that upright old gentleman, whose memory was now cleared of the ugly stories which had been circulated respecting him. But it was in the Grand Morin family particularly that this new trial had aroused the passions again, and if Monsieur Denizet still met with powerful support from this quarter, he had to struggle to maintain the integrity of his system. The Lachenays chaunted victory, for, exasperated at the legacy of La Croix de Maufras, bleeding with avarice, they had never ceased insisting on the guilt of Roubaud. So when the case came to the surface again, the only thing they saw in it was an opportunity to attack the will. And as there existed but one way of obtaining the revocation of the legacy, that of depriving Séverine under a judgment of forfeiture by reason of ingratitude, they accepted, in part, the version of Roubaud, namely, that his wife was an accomplice who had assisted him to kill the president, although not out of vengeance for an imaginary infamy, but for the purpose of robbing him. The examining magistrate therefore entered into a conflict with them, particularly with Berthe, who showed herself very bitter against her old friend, the murdered woman, whom she charged abominably, while he defended her with heat, flying into a temper when anyone touched his masterpiece, that edifice of logic so well erected, as he proudly said himself, that if one piece were removed it would all tumble down. In this connection a very lively scene occurred in his private room, between the Lachenays and Madame Bonnehon. The latter, who on the former occasion had supported the Roubauds, had found herself compelled to abandon the husband, but she continued to stand up for his wife, by reason of a sort of tender complicity, being very tolerant in regard to beauty and matters of the heart, and she was quite agitated with this tragic romance bespattered with blood. She spoke out very plainly, and was full of disdain for money. Was her niece not ashamed to return to this question of the legacy?
To pronounce Séverine guilty would be to accept the pretended confession of Roubaud in its entirety, and taint the memory of the president afresh. Had not the inquiry so ingeniously established the truth, it would have been necessary to invent it, for the honor of the family, and she spoke rather bitterly about Rohanet's society, which made such a fuss anent the matter, that society she no longer reigned over now that age had come, and she was losing even her opulent blonde beauty of a goddess of ripe years. Yes, again on the previous evening at the house of Madame Lebuc, the wife of the councillor, that tall, elegant brunette who had dethroned her, the guests whispered broad anecdotes together, the adventure of Louis VII, and everything public malignity could invent. At this moment, Monsieur Denizet intervened to inform her that Monsieur Lebuc would sit as assessor at the coming assizes, and the Lachenais, who felt uneasy, held their tongues with an air of giving in. But Madame Bonneton allayed their alarm, remarking that she was certain justice would be done. The assizes would be presided over by her old friend Monsieur de Bazet, whose rheumatism only permitted him the recollection of the past in the matter of gallantry, and the second assessor would be Monsieur Chalmette, the father of the young substitute who was under her protection. She therefore had no anxiety, although a melancholy smile played on her lips when she mentioned this gentleman, whose son had latterly been noticed as a visitor at the house of Madame Lebuc, where she herself had sent him, so that there might be no impediment to his future. When the famous trial at last began, the rumor of approaching war and the agitation that spread all over France prevented a good deal of the reverberation that the proceedings would otherwise have occasioned. Rouen, nevertheless, was for 3 days in a high state of fever. A regular crush occurred at the entrance to the court, and the reserved seats were invaded by ladies of the town. Never had the ancient palace of the Dukes of Normandy accommodated such an affluence of people since it had been fitted up as a palace of justice. The trial took place in the last days of June. The afternoons were warm and sunny, and the bright light lit up the 10 stained-glass windows, bathing in luminosity the oak woodwork, the white stone crucifix which stood out at the end of the room against the red hangings sprinkled with bees, as well as the celebrated ceiling of the time of Louis XII, with its carved squares gilded in very old and softly toned gold. The public were already stifling before the proceedings commenced. Women stood on tiptoe to see the various incriminating articles lying spread out on the table. The watch belonging to Grandmorin, the blood-stained nightdress of Séverine, and the knife that had served for the 2 murders. The gentleman defending Caboche, an advocate from Paris, was also a center of interest. In the jury box sat 12 stout and grave Rouennais buttoned up in their frock coats, and when the judges entered, there was so much pushing among the public who were standing that the president at once had to threaten that he would have the court cleared. At last the case was called on and the jury sworn. Reading over the names of the witnesses caused another stir among the crowd who were burning with curiosity. At those of Madame Bonneton and Monsieur de Lachenais, the heads swayed from side to side, but Jacques particularly impassioned the ladies, who followed him with their eyes. As soon as the accused were brought in, each between 2 gendarmes, the public never ceased looking at them, and criticizing their appearance, found that they both looked low and ferocious, like a couple of bandits. Roubaud in his dark jacket, with a necktie arranged after the manner of a person neglectful of his appearance, caused surprise by his prematurely old manner, and his stupid-looking face bursting with fat. As to Caboche, he was as everyone expected to find him. Wearing a long blue blouse, he seemed the very type of an assassin, with enormous fists and a carnivorous jaw, just one of those fellows whom you would not care to knock up against at the corner of a wood on a dark night. The examination of the prisoner confirmed this bad impression, and some of his replies aroused violent murmurs. To all the questions addressed to him by the president, Caboche answered that he did not know. He did not know how it was that the watch had got to his hut. He did not know why he had allowed the real assassin to run away. He persevered in his story of this mysterious unknown whose flight he had heard in the impenetrable darkness. Questioned as to his bestial passion for his unfortunate victim, he began stammering in such a sudden violent fit of anger that the 2 gendarmes seized him by the arms. No, no, he did not love her. He did not want her. All these tales were falsehoods. The mere thought would have been an infamy. She who was a lady, whereas he had been in prison, and lived like a savage. Then, when he became calm, he fell into doleful silence, confining himself to monosyllables, indifferent to the verdict and sentence that might ensue. Roubaud, in the same way, kept to what the accusation called his system. He related how and why he had killed Grand Morin and denied all participation in the murder of his wife. But he did so in broken and almost incoherent phrases, with sudden failures of memory, and with eyes so troubled and a voice so thick that at times he seemed to search for and invent the details. But as the president urged him on, pointing out the absurdities in his narrative, he ended by shrugging his shoulders and refused to answer. What was the use of speaking the truth, since lies were logic? This attitude of aggressive disdain for the bench did him the utmost injury. Everyone also observed the profound unconcern of the two accused for one another, which seemed to be a proof that they had come to an understanding beforehand, and carried it out with extraordinary strength of will. They pretended they were strangers and even accused each other solely for the purpose of embarrassing the bench. When the examination of the two prisoners came to an end, the case was already tried. So cleverly had the president put his questions. Roubaud and Caboche had fallen head over ears into the traps set for them, whilst appearing to deliver themselves up. A few witnesses of no importance were also heard on that day. Towards 5 o'clock the heat had become so unbearable that 2 ladies fainted. Great sensation was caused on the morrow by the examination of certain other witnesses. Madame Bonneton had a genuine success of superiority in tact. The members of the staff of the railway company, Monsieur Vandorp, Monsieur Bessières, Monsieur Dabadie, and particularly Monsieur Coche, were listened to with interest. The commissary of police proved extremely prolix, relating how he knew Roubaud very well from having frequently played a game with him at the Café du Commerce. Henri d'Auvergne repeated his overwhelming testimony respecting his conviction of having in his feverish drowsiness overheard the 2 prisoners concerting together in low voices. Questioned as to Séverine, he displayed great discretion, giving it to be understood that he had been in love with her, but finding that she had a sweetheart, he had loyally effaced himself. So when this same sweetheart, Jacques Lantier, at length came forward, a buzz ascended from the crowd. Some people stood up to get a better view of him, and even the jury bestirred themselves in a movement of deep attention. Jacques, who was very calm, leant with both hands on the iron bar in front of him, in the attitude he usually took when driving his engine. His appearance in court, which should have troubled him profoundly, left him absolute lucidity of mind. It seemed as if the case did not concern him in any way. He was about to give his testimony as a stranger and an innocent man. Since the crime he had not felt a single shiver, nor did he even think of these matters, which were banished from his recollection. His organs were in a state of equilibrium, and his health was perfect. Here again, at this bar, he experienced neither remorse nor scruple, being absolutely unconscious. He immediately cast a clear glance at Roubaud and Caboche. He knew the first to be guilty, but he gave him a slight nod, without reflecting that everybody was aware at present that he had been the sweetheart of his wife. Then he smiled at the other, the innocent man, whose place in the dock he should have occupied, a good brute at the bottom, in spite of his look of a bandit, a strapping fellow whom he had seen at work, and whose hand he had grasped. Jacques gave his evidence with perfect ease, answering in short, clear sentences the questions that were put to him by the president, who, after interrogating him at length about his intimacy with the victim, made him relate his departure from La Croix de Maufras a few hours before the murder, how he had gone to take the train at Barrington, and how he had slept at Rouen. Caboche and Roubaud listened to him, confirming his answers by their attitude. At this moment, an unspeakable feeling of sadness took possession of these 3 men. Death-like silence reigned in the room, and the jury experienced an emotion occasioned they knew not by what, which caused a lump to rise in their throats. It was truth that was passing mute. In reply to a question of the president, who desired to know what Jacques thought of the unknown figure who, according to the story of the quarryman, had vanished in the obscurity, he contented himself by shaking his head, as if he did not wish to overload a prisoner. An incident then occurred which completely upset the public. Tears welled in the eyes of Jacques and overflowing trickled down his cheeks. Séverine, as he had already seen her once before, had just risen up before him, that wretched murdered woman, whose image he had carried away with him, with her blue eyes, immoderately wide open, and her black hair standing on end on her forehead like a helmet of terror. He still adored her, and seized with immense pity, he wept abundant tears, unconscious of his crime, forgetful of being amidst this crowd. Some of the ladies, affected by this display of tenderness, began to sob. The grief of the sweetheart while the husband remained unmoved was considered extremely touching,
The president having inquired of the defense whether they desired to ask the witness any questions, the advocates thanked him and answered no, while the prisoners, whose countenances bore a doltish expression, followed Jacques with their eyes as he returned to his seat amidst the general sympathy of the public. The third day of the trial was entirely taken up by the address of the imperial procurator and the pleadings of the advocates on behalf of the accused. First of all, the president delivered his summing up of the case, in the course of which, under an appearance of absolute impartiality, the charge of the prosecution was aggravated. The imperial procurator who followed did not seem to be in the enjoyment of all his powers. He usually displayed more conviction, a deeper eloquence. This was attributed to the heat, which was really most oppressive. The advocate from Paris who pleaded for Caboche, on the contrary, afforded great pleasure without convincing his hearers, while the eminent member of the Rouen bar, who defended Roubaud, also made the most he could of a bad case. The imperial procurator, who felt fatigued, did not even reply. When the jury retired to their room, it was only 6 o'clock. Broad daylight still entered the court by the 6 windows, and a final ray lit up the arms of the towns of Normandy, decorating the imposts. A loud sound of voices rose to the old gilded ceiling, and the swaying of an impatient crowd shook the iron grating that separated the reserved seats from the public standing up. But silence was restored as soon as the jury returned. The verdict, which was guilty, admitted extenuating circumstances, and the 2 men were sentenced to hard labor for life. The result caused great surprise. The public streamed out of court in a tumult, and a few shrill whistles were heard as at the theater. That same evening, throughout Rouen, the sentence gave rise to endless comments. According to general opinion, it was a blow for Madame Bonneton and the Lachenais. Nothing short of a death sentence, it appeared, would have satisfied the family, and adverse interests must certainly have made themselves felt. People already spoke in an undertone of Madame Lebuc, 3 or 4 of whose faithful slaves were on the jury. No doubt there had been nothing incorrect in the attitude of her husband as assessor. And yet an impression seemed to prevail that neither M. Chaumet, the other assessor, nor even M. Debazet, the president, felt themselves such absolute masters of the proceedings as they would have wished. Perhaps it was simply that the jury, full of scruples, in according extenuating circumstances, had ceded to that uneasy feeling of doubt that had for a moment swept through the room, the silent flight of melancholy truth. After all, the case remained a triumph for M. Denizet, the examining magistrate, whose masterpiece nothing could impair. The family lost a good deal of sympathy when a rumor got abroad that M. de Lachenais, contrary to all idea of jurisprudence, spoke of bringing an action in revocation, in spite of the death of the Denis, to regain possession of La Croix de Maufras, which caused astonishment considering he was a judge. On leaving the law courts, Jacques was joined by Philomène, who had remained as witness, and who now took possession of him. He would only resume duty on the morrow, and he invited her to dinner at the inn near the station, where he pretended he had passed the night of the crime. He did not intend to sleep there, being absolutely obliged to return to Paris by the 12:50 train in the morning. "What do you think?" said she, as she proceeded on his arm towards the inn. "I could swear that I met one of our acquaintances just now. Yes, Picqueux, who told me again and again the other day that he would not put his foot in Rouen for the case. At one time I turned round, and a man, whose back only I could see, slipped into the middle of the crowd." The driver, with a shrug of the shoulders, interrupted her. "Picqueux is in Paris, on the spree," said he, "only too delighted at the holiday that my absence from duty procures him." "That may be possible," she answered, "but nevertheless, let us be on our guard, for he is a most abominable brute when he is in a rage." She pressed against him, adding with a glance behind her, "And do you know who the man is following us?" "Yes," he replied. "Do not bother about him. Perhaps he wants to ask me something." It was Missard, who had in fact been following them at a distance from the Rue des Juifs. He had given his evidence in his usual drowsy manner, and had remained hovering around Jacques, unable to make up his mind to put a question to him, which was visibly on his lips. When the couple disappeared in the inn, he entered in his turn, and called for a glass of wine. "Hello, is that you, Missard?" exclaimed the driver. "And how are you getting on with your new wife? All right?" Yes, grumbled the signalman. "Ah, the wretch. She took me in. I told you about that when I was here on the last occasion." This story amused Jacques immensely. The woman, Duclos, the former servant of dubious antecedents whom Missard had taken as gatekeeper, had soon perceived, on noticing him rummaging in the corners, that he must be searching for a hoard hidden by the defunct. And to make him marry her, she had conceived the ingenious idea of giving him to understand by sudden reticences and little laughs that she had found it herself. First of all, he was on the point of strangling her. Then, reflecting that the 1,000 francs would again escape him if he were to suppress her like the other, before he had them, he became very flattering and amiable. But she repelled him. She would not allow him to touch her. No, no, when she became his wife, he should have both her and the money. And when he had married her, she simply laughed at him, remarking that he was a great stupid to believe everything that was told him. The beauty of the whole business was that when she heard all about it, she caught the fever from him, and henceforth sought for the money in his company, being quite as much enraged as himself to find it. Ah, those undiscoverable 1,000 francs! They would certainly ferret them out one of these days, now that they were two, and they sought. "So you have no news?" inquired Jacques, in a bantering tone. "But does not Duclos assist you?" Missard fixed his eyes on him, and at last said what he had been wanting to say. "If you know where they are," he exclaimed, "tell me." But the driver became angry. "I know nothing at all," he replied. "Aunt Faisie did not give me anything. You do not mean to accuse me of stealing, I suppose?" "Oh, she gave you nothing, that is certain," he answered. "You see I am ill, and if you know where they are, tell me." "Go to blazes," retorted Jacques. "And mind, I do not say too much. Just take a look in the salt-box to see if they are there." Missard continued looking at him with pallid face and burning eyes. Then came a sudden flash of enlightenment. "In the salt-box?" he remarked. "By Jove, that is an idea. Underneath the drawer, there is a place where I have not looked." Hastily settling for his glass of wine, he ran off to the railway station to see if he could catch the 7:10 train, and yonder in the little low habitation he sought eternally. In the evening, after dinner, while waiting for the 12:50 train, Philomène insisted on taking Jacques for a walk down the dark alleys and out into the adjoining country. The atmosphere was extremely heavy, a hot, moonless July night that filled her bosom with heavy sighs. On 2 occasions she fancied she heard footsteps behind them, but on turning round could perceive no one, owing to the dense obscurity. Jacques suffered considerably from this oppressive heat. Notwithstanding his tranquil equilibrium of mind and the perfect health that he enjoyed since the murder, he had just experienced at table a return of that distant uneasiness, each time that this woman grazed him with her wandering hands. This was no doubt due to fatigue, to enervation caused by the heavy atmosphere. The anguish now returned more keenly and was full of secret terror. And yet, was he not thoroughly cured? Nevertheless, his excitement became such that in dread of an attack, he would have disengaged his arm had not the darkness surrounding him removed his fears. For never, even on days when he felt the effects of his complaint the most sharply, would he have struck without seeing. All at once, as they came to a grassy slope beside a solitary pathway and sat down, the monstrous craving began again. He flew into a fit of madness, and at first searched in the grass for a weapon, for a stone, to smash her head. Then he sprang to his feet, and was already fleeing in distraction, when he heard a male voice uttering oaths, and making a great disturbance. "Ah, you strumpet!" shouted Picqueux. "I have waited to the end. I wanted to make sure." "It is false," answered Philomène. "Let me go." "Ah, it is false," said Picqueux. "He may run, the other one. I know who he is, and shall be able to come up with him. Look here, dare to say again that it is not true." Jacques tore along in the darkness, not fleeing from Picqueux, whom he had just recognized, but running away from himself, mad with grief. What? One murder had not sufficed. He was not satiated with the blood of Séverine as he had thought, even in the morning. He was now beginning again. Another, and then still another. A few weeks of torpor after being thoroughly gorged, and his frightful craving returned. He required the flesh of women then without end to satisfy him. It was now no longer necessary to set eyes on this element of seduction. The mere sensation of feeling the glow of a woman sufficed. This put a stop to all enjoyment in life. Before him was nothing but the dark night through which he fled, and boundless despair. A few days passed. Jacques had resumed his duty, avoiding his comrades, relapsing into his former anxious unsociableness. War had just been declared after some stormy scenes in the chamber, and there had already been a little fight at the outposts, attended by a satisfactory result, it was said.
For a week past, the departure of troops had overwhelmed the servants of the railway companies with fatigue. The regular service had become upset through the long delays occasioned by the frequent extra trains, without counting that the best drivers had been requisitioned to hasten the concentration of troops. And it was thus that Jacques, one night at Havre, had to drive an enormously long train of 18 trucks, absolutely crammed with soldiers, instead of his usual express. On that night, Picou arrived at the depot very drunk. The day after he had surprised Philomène and Jacques, he had accompanied the latter on the engine 608 as fireman, and since then, although he made no allusion to the matter, he was gloomy and seemed as if he dared not look his chief in the face. But the latter found him more and more rebellious, refusing to obey, and greeting every order he received with a surly growl. As a result, they had entirely ceased speaking to one another. This moving plate, this little bridge which formerly bore them along in unity, was not at this hour but the narrow, dangerous platform on which their rivalry clashed. The hatred was increasing. They were on the verge of devouring one another on these few square feet as they flew onward full speed, and from which the slightest shock would precipitate them. On this particular night, Jacques, seeing Picou drunk, felt distrustful, for he knew him to be too artful to get angry when sober. Wine alone released the inner brute. The train, which should have left at 6 o'clock, was delayed. It was already dark when they entrained the soldiers into cattle trucks like sheep. Planks had simply been nailed across the vehicles in form of benches, and the men were packed there by squads, cramming the trucks beyond measure, so that while some were seated upon one another, a few stood up, so jammed together that they could not move a limb. On reaching Paris, another train was in readiness to take them to the Rhine. They were already weighed down with fatigue and the confusion of departure. But as brandy had been distributed among them, and many had visited drinking places in the vicinity of the station, they were full of heated and brutal gaiety, very red in the face, and with eyes starting from their heads. As soon as the train moved out of the station, they began to sing. Jacques immediately gazed at the sky, where storm clouds hid the stars. The night would be very dark. Not a breath of wind stirred the burning air, and the wind of the advance, generally so fresh, proved tepid. In the somber outlook ahead appeared no other lights than the bright sparks of the signals. He increased the pressure to ascend the long slope from Harfleur to Saint-Romain. In spite of the study he had made of the engine number 608 for some weeks, he had not yet got it perfectly in hand. It was too new, and its caprice, its errors of youth astonished him. On that night the locomotive proved particularly restive, whimsical, ready to fly away if only a few more pieces of coal than necessary were placed on the bars, and so, with his hand on the reversing wheel, he watched the fire, becoming more and more anxious at the behavior of his firemen. The small lamp lighting the water level in the gauge glass left the footplate in a penumbra, which the red-hot door of the firebox rendered violescent. He distinguished Picou indistinctly, but on 2 occasions he had felt a sensation in the legs, like the graze of fingers being exercised to grip him there. Doubtless this was nothing more than the clumsiness of a drunkard, for above the riot of the train he could hear Picou sneering very loudly, breaking his coal with exaggerated blows of the hammer, and knocking with his shovel. Each minute he opened the door of the firebox, flinging fuel on the bars in unreasonable quantities. "Enough!" shouted Jacques. The other, pretending not to understand, continued throwing in shovel upon shovel of coal. And as the driver grasped him by the arm, he turned round threateningly, having at last brought on the quarrel he had been seeking, in the increasing fury of his drunkenness. "If you touch me, I shall strike," yelled Picou. "It amuses me to go quick." The train was now rolling along full speed across the plain from Bolbec to Motteville, and was to go at one stretch to Paris without stopping, save at the places indicated to take in water. The enormous mass, the 18 trucks loaded, crammed with human cattle, crossed the dark country in a ceaseless roar, and these men, who were being carted along to be massacred, sang at the pitch of their voices, making such a clamor that it could be heard above the riot of the wheels. Jacques closed the door of the firebox with his foot. Then, maneuvering the injector, he still restrained himself. "There is too big a fire," said he. "Go to sleep if you are drunk." Picou immediately opened the door again and obstinately threw on more coal, as if he wanted to blow up the engine. This was rebellion, orders disregarded, exasperated passion that took no further heed of all these human lives, and Jacques, having leaned over to lower the rod of the ashpan himself, so as to at least lessen the draught, The fireman abruptly caught him round the body and tried to push him, to throw him on the line with a violent jerk.
"You blackguard!" exclaimed Jacques. "So that is your game, is it? And then you would say that I tumbled over, you artful brute!" He clung to one side of the tender, and both slid down. The struggle continued on the little iron bridge, which danced violently. They ceased speaking, and with set teeth, each did his utmost to precipitate the other through the narrow opening at the side which was only closed by an iron bar. But this did not prove easy. The devouring engine rolled on, and still rolled on. Barrington was passed, the train plunged into the tunnel of Monomaniac, and they continued to hold each other tightly, groveling in the coal, striking their heads against the side of the water tank, but avoiding the red-hot door of the firebox which scorched their legs each time they extended them. At one moment, Jacques reflected that if he could raise himself he could close the regulator and call for assistance, so that he might be freed of this furious madman, raging with drink and jealousy. Smaller in build than Piqueux, he was becoming weak, and now despaired of finding sufficient strength to fling his aggressor from the locomotive. Indeed, he was already vanquished, and felt the terror of the fall pass through his hair. As in a supreme effort, he groped about with his hand. The other understood, and stiffening his loins, raised him like a child. "Ah, you want to stop? Ah, you took my girl. Aha! You will have to go over the side." The engine rolled onward, onward. The train issued from the tunnel with a great crash, and continued its course through the barren, somber country. Monomaniac station was passed in such a tempestuous blast that the assistant station-master standing on the platform did not even see the two men endeavoring to slaughter one another as the thunderbolt bore them away. At last, Piqueux, with a final spurt, precipitated Jacques from the engine, but the latter, feeling himself in space, clung so tightly in his bewilderment to the neck of his antagonist that he dragged Piqueux along with him. There were a couple of terrible shrieks, which mingled with one another and were lost. The two men falling together, cast under the wheels by the countershock, were cut to pieces, clasping one another in that frightful embrace. They who so long had lived as brothers, they were found without heads and without feet, two bleeding trunks, still hugging as if to choke each other. And the engine, free from all guidance, rolled on and on. At last the restive, whimsical thing could give way to the transports of youth, and gallop across the even country like some unbroken filly escaped from the hands of its groom. The boiler was full of water. The coal which had just been renewed in the firebox was aglow, and during the first half-hour the pressure went up tremendously, while the speed became frightful. Probably the head guard, overcome with fatigue, had fallen asleep. The soldiers, whose intoxication increased through being packed so closely together, suddenly became amused at this rapid flight of the train, and sang the louder. Miriam was passed in a flash. The whistle no longer sounded as the signals were approached and the stations reached. This was the straight gallop of an animal charging, head down and silent, amidst the obstacles, and it rolled on and on without end, as if maddened more and more by the strident sound of its breath. At Rouen the engine should have taken in water, and the people at the station were struck with terror when they saw this mad train dart by in a whirl of smoke and flame. The locomotive without driver or fireman, the cattle trucks full of soldiers yelling patriotic songs. They were going to the war, and if the train did not stop, it was in order that they might arrive more rapidly yonder, on the banks of the Rhine. The railway servants stood gaping, agitating their arms. Immediately there was one general cry. This train let loose, abandoned to itself, would never pass without impediment through Sotteville station, which was always blocked by shunting maneuvers and obstructed by carriages and engines like all great depots. And there was a rush to the telegraph office to give warning. At Sotteville, a goods train occupying the line was shunted just in time. Already the rumble of the escaped monster could be heard in the distance. It had dashed into the two tunnels in the vicinity of Rouen, and was arriving at its furious gallop, like a prodigious and irresistible force that naught could now stay. And Sotteville station was left behind. It passed among the obstacles without touching anything, and again plunged into the obscurity where its roar gradually died away. But now, all the telegraphic apparatus on the line was tinkling, all hearts were beating at the news of the phantom train which had just been seen passing through Rouen and Sotteville. Everyone trembled with fear. An express on ahead would certainly be caught up. The runaway, like a wild boar in the underwood, continued its course without giving any attention either to red lights or crackers. It almost ran into a pilot engine at Wassel and terrified Pont de l'Arche, for its speed showed no signs of slackening. Again it had disappeared, and it rolled on and on in the obscure night, going none knew where. Yonder. What mattered the victims the engine crushed on the road? Was it not advancing towards the future in spite of all, heedless of the blood that might be spilt? Without a guide, amidst the darkness, like an animal blind and dumb, let loose amidst death, it rolled on and on, loaded with this food for cannon, with these soldiers already besotted with fatigue and drink, who were singing. The end. End of section 23. Read by Aaron Hackett, Eugene, Oregon. End of The Monomaniac by Émile Zola.